All right, shalom, y'all. Yeah, buddy. Let's get this going. Lock here, y'all. Still getting set up. If my voice sounds a little weird, it's because I have a cap on my bad tooth. So hopefully I don't mess up on my reading too much. I know last week I was stuttering a little bit. Tooth was throwing me off. But let's get started. So I like to start this off by saying, Call Halal Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua. That's all praises be unto Yahweh. In the name of his son Yahushua. Right, my name is Hayael. I'm back on the San Antonio Riverwalk with yet another lesson. I'm going to be honest, y'all. I don't know how many lessons the men of the Lord are going to get to do from here on out, because we're getting to the point where it's looking like the end is coming very soon. So those of y'all who are on the fence about whether to keep the commandments or not, I'd recommend that you get with it, because you don't have too much longer to make that choice. Most High God is about to make that choice for you and close the doors to repentance, right? But today's lesson is called The Most High is Pulling Up. This is something that our people are not taking into consideration. As we see all of these wars taking place all over the earth, we're hearing of rumors of wars. We're seeing all the nations jockey for positioning, right? Whether it's new nations joining the BRICS, certain nations deciding to hedge their bets by siding with America. We're seeing it all go down in real time, right? So we're seeing the prophecies of the Bible play out. And there ain't much longer for blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans to begin to keep the commandments so that they can find themselves in the good graces of the Most High God when calamity finally comes to America, because you best believe it is coming. But let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to start with 2nd Ezra 9 and 1 through 8. Because the Most High God is about to visit this place. Right? And that's something that the average Israelite is not considering in these days. Right? This is 2nd Ezra, chapter 9 and verse 1. He answered me then and said, Measure thou the time diligently in itself, and when thou seest part of the signs past, which I have told thee before, then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time wherein the highest will begin to visit the world which he made. So we're seeing the times that the Bible prophesied of. We're seeing the signs that were talked about come to fruition before our eyes. We're seeing the storms and the tempests. Hell, California had a hurricane and an earthquake at the same time. That is unheard of. Hurricane Hillary made landfall, and I think they had like a magnitude 5-something earthquake at the same time. But see, Yahushua had to prophesy unto us and warn us. When you hear of wars and rumors of wars, when you see earthquakes and calamities in diverse places, know that the end is near. And see, we have here in 2nd Ezra, we have the very same message being prophesied of. But see, the crazy part is, we don't even have to wonder what these scriptures mean anymore, when we can look out into the world and see them with our very own eyes. Now, keep in mind, when it says the Most High God is going to visit the world which he made, that means his son Yahushua is coming. The Messiah is about to pull up with the legions of angels. And he's going to have his elect with him, because they're going to be raised up too. See, a lot of things are going to start happening really, really quickly. And if you are not keeping the commandments, you are going to be left behind in the hands of your enemies, and you're going to perish. Verse 3, Therefore when there shall be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world, then shalt thou well understand that the Most High spake of these things from the days that were before thee, even from the beginning. So again, all these things that we're seeing play out on the earth right now, these are all things that were foretold of. Okay? Y'all believe in the Bible?
Very good. Thank you, bro.
Good? Yeah. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans getting murdered every day, man. We ain't good. I know. Anyway. Verse 5. For like is all that is made in the world hath a beginning and an end, and the end is manifest. Even so the times also of the highest have plain beginnings, in wonders and powerful works, in endings, in effects and signs. So the Most High God has worked all types of miraculous happenings around us, whether they be good or bad. But these happenings are taking place to let us know what time we live in. There has never been a more tumultuous time to be alive on the earth than right now. See, we're witnessing every infrastructure of every nation go into decline. See, a lot of people here in America, they don't understand there's nowhere in the world that you can run to receive quarter from what is coming. You can't run to China. Their economy is imploding. You can't run to Russia. They had a boom, but now they're having a bit of a bust, economically speaking. Not to mention they're embroiled in a war. So if you even wanted to go to Russia, you would have to serve in their military. See, the unfortunate reality is there's nowhere on this planet that you can run to where these prophecies are not coming to pass. See, you even got some black folks here in America thinking that they're going to run back to Africa. Some of our brethren have already done so, whether they've run to Ghana, South Africa, Kenya. Some of our people have run back to the so-called motherland, seeking some sort of coverage from a nation that they know not. They know that nation even less than America. But if you knew the history of the so-called Hamite, you would know that they are the ones who sold us to the white man, and they don't like us any more than Esau does. Not to mention the constant calamities that take place in Africa. And you have both Russia and China in that entire continent vying for control of resources and land and the allegiance of the people. So you're not going to escape these prophecies and these judgments. Verse 7, and everyone that shall be saved, and shall be able to escape by his works, and by faith, whereby ye have believed, shall be preserved from the said perils, and shall see my salvation in my land, and within my borders, for I have sanctified them for me from the beginning. So all of the Israelites who are going to be part of the first fruits as described in Revelations 20, all of us who are going to receive salvation when Yahushua returns, especially concerning North and South America, you are going to escape by your works. There is no grading curve. There are no retries and redos. There is no study hall. This is your study hall, if there is one to be had at all. Your teachers are on the corners, out in the open, crying out unto you to repent and come back and keep the Most High God's laws. But the reality is the Most High God is about to pull up. And if you haven't chosen a side and put in some work, you're going to perish. Verse 9, and I'm going to read it through because I think this part has to be read. Even though it's not officially part of my lesson, I wanted to trim some fat off of it, but this is salient to the point. If you're not putting in work, you are going to be cut down in the land of your enemies. Right? Verse 9, then shall they be in pitiful case, which now have abused my ways, and they that have cast them away despitefully shall dwell in torments. For such as in their life have received benefits, and have not known me, and they that have loathed my law, while they had yet liberty, and when as yet place of repentance was open unto them, understood not, but despised it, the same must know it after death by pain. So the Most High God is making it plain up on tables. You can't get right. You don't want to keep the commandments. That's cool. He gonna make the choice for you. He gonna kill your ass, man. He gonna do away with you. And when you're reborn in the kingdom, you'll be in your right mind, and you'll be shamefaced, and you'll be regretful that you didn't get it when the time was at hand to get it. Now, as we read in verse 8, those who are meant to keep the commandments were sanctified for the Most High God from the beginning. But the reality is, many of our brethren have made a choice to not teach, despite knowing better, knowing breakdowns. There are armchair general Israelites right now who will argue with you in the comment section of a video, all damn day. Some of these armchair Israelites know some pretty intense breakdowns. But when you check their channel, they have no works. When you ask them directly, they say they don't go out and teach, and they're proud of it. A lot of them. See, the reality is, those are the unprofitable servants that Yahushua was talking about when he was talking about the servants who were given an investment by their master before he departed on a journey. And when he returned, he wanted a return on his investment. And to the wicked servant who buried his talent in the sand or in the dirt, that servant had everything, what little he had, stripped from him. See, and in that day of judgment, that's going to be many of our people who knew better but preferred to do what they wanted to do. Whether it's to have an easier life, have more free time, doesn't matter. But they've made the choice to not use the talents and skills that the Most High God entrusted them with for the benefit of their people. And they are going to pay for that. Well, let's move on. We're going to go to 1 Peter 4 and 17 through 19. Again, we got to understand, Most High God about to pull up here. And if you ain't right in them days, you ain't going to make it. This is 1 Peter chapter 4 and verse 17. For the time is come that judgment must begin at the house of God. And if it first begin with us, what shall the end of them that obey not the gospel of God? So this is posing a question. Peter is posing a very salient question. If the Most High God's judgment is beginning with his people, then how much worse is it going to be for those not keeping the commandments? Y'all have a good one. See, a lot of our people don't consider these things. See, those who rode by me were two cops. See, when your ways please the Lord, the Most High God makes even your enemies to be at peace with you. There are no excuses for not doing this work. I don't give a damn if every damn Saturday I came down here and I got beat up by the cops. As long as I got breath in my body and the ability to come teach, I'm coming to teach. Until the famine of the word sets in. That's the conviction that you are going to need to have in the days to come. And I'm not saying I'm some type of exemplary student or teacher in Israel. I am one of the least. I've only been in the truth for about 4 or 5 years. There are brothers who have been taking to these streets since the 80s and the 90s. You have brothers with 30, 40, 50 years under their belt. Whether it's street teaching or being a teacher within the body of Israel itself. So I do not extol myself in any manner, but I will state it plainly. You must put in the work if you aim to receive any awards. If you want an award for serving the Most High God, you're going to have to serve the Most High God when it is not convenient. When your enemies are set around you. Whether those enemies are your job, law enforcement, your family, you are going to have to choose to serve the Most High God over all of those things. That's why Yahushua said he came to bring a sword. He came to bring division. He's separating people. And that judgment first starts with the house of Israel. Are you in this thing or not? Are you a friend or foe? And we're going to determine your status as friend or foe through your works. And no works is just as good as evil works. See, there is no null position in the eyes of God. You are either for him or against him. Make a choice. Verse 18, and if the righteous scarcely be saved, where shall the ungodly and the sinner appear? Wherefore, let them that suffer according to the will of God commit the keeping of their souls to him in well-doing, as unto a faithful Creator. So, if the righteous are scarcely to be preserved in the times to come, how much more should we be serving the Most High God to distinguish ourselves from the unrighteous, whom we know will not be preserved? Many of our brethren in Israel never consider this question because they believe that them being an Israelite and acknowledging whatever tribe they go back to is enough, and it's not. Right? I say it many times, especially to our elders, the ones who acknowledge what tribe they come from, but they're not keeping the commandments. I let them know, knowing where you come from, that's the door. If you know you're an Israelite, then you need to know what your God requires of you. And your God requires you to keep the commandments. But let's keep moving on. So we're going to go to Joel 2:27 through 32. Because the Most High God is showing signs all throughout the earth. As I said, you're having things that never happened, that have never happened in history, take place on the daily. I was watching a video of a hailstorm over in Spain, and some unfortunate soul had lost one of their slides. Apparently they were them motherfuckers over in Spain too. But somebody had lost a black and white slide in the lawn trying to get in their house. And the hailstones were falling on their lawn. And looking next to that slide and that hailstone, they were about the same size. These types of storms are unheard of, and they're happening all over the world every day, not just every other week. Here in Texas, just a couple of 100 miles to the south, they had a tropical storm run ashore. And that's after South Texas being in plus 100-degree temperatures with almost no rain for an excess of about 60 to 90 days. All of a sudden, tropical storm. They had a storm blow through Mecca just this week. And I'm talking about you had people being blown so hard that they were being blown along on the ground. The Most High God is extending judgment to every corner of the earth. And it's only going to continue to intensify. So again, the question must be posed. If the righteous scarcely be saved, then how do we even begin to imagine the judgment that's going to befall the wicked? And that is a question that I would rather not see the answer to with my own eyes. I would rather be amongst those who are preserved. That is why I come teach. That is why I endeavor. That is why I do what I can to contribute to the body of Israel when given the choice. And I thank the Most High God for putting it in my heart to do so. And I also thank the Most High God for putting it in the hearts of my brethren and my sister. But let's keep moving. So let's get on to Joel chapter 2. This is Joel chapter 2 and verse 27. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else, and my people shall never be ashamed. Now that's worth a quick stop. Here we have yet another profession in the Bible that loudly exclaims and directly exclaims that the Most High God is only going to preserve Israel. That salvation belongs unto the Israelites and no one else. Again, judgment is going to begin at the house of Israel. Salvation is only for the Israelites. So if you're one of those Israelites thinking that you're going to be part of this rainbow ethnic multitude of people that the Most High God is going to preserve, I got news for you. That ain't happening. And the road to salvation is by keeping the works and the laws of God as He has commanded us. That's the road, if there's any to choose or to walk of our own volition. That is the only way. But moving on, y'all. Verse 28, and it shall come to pass afterward that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, and your old men shall dream dreams, and your young men shall see visions. And upon the servants and upon the handmaids in those days will I pour out my spirit. And we're seeing that now. You've got people of all nations saying that they're having visions, and they're putting these accounts up on TikTok, Facebook, all these various mediums of social media. And they're talking about these troubling dreams and visions that they're having. dreams of war, dreams of destruction, death on a scale that is unfathomable. But that's the Most High God fulfilling his prophecies. He's doing exactly what he promised he would do, and that is he is pouring his spirit upon all flesh. Verse 30, and I will show wonders in heaven, in the heavens, and in the earth, blood and fire, and pillars of smoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood, before the great and terrible day of the Lord come. So before the day of judgment comes, the Most High God told us what signs he would send for our reference, so that we would know what time it is. And many of our people see these videos, they hear these accounts, they hear these very same scriptures, but it never correlates. They never come to the truth of what's going on around them. And as a result, they're just as much in the dark as the heathen is. Verse 32, and it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be delivered. For in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem shall be deliverance. That's restating what verse 27 already stated. Only in Israel will there be deliverance, to be what's the word? To be preserved, or perseverance, right? The whole concept of being saved, raptured, all of those things are only for Israel. Now the rapture is not real, by the way, at least in the way that the average Christian would describe it. But the reality is, if there is any such thing, it is only for the Israelites. And it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be delivered. For in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem shall be deliverance, as the Lord had said, and in the remnant whom Yahweh shall call. So again, salvation is according to what the Most High God hath ordained. And he hath ordained that Israel shall be saved. No other nation is receiving salvation. Right? But let's continue on. We are going to go to Jeremiah 4 and 7. How you doing, brother? Got time to talk about the Bible? All right. You know you're an Israelite, though, right? You know you're an Israelite? Is your father Native Hispanic? Black? You from the tribe of Judah, just like me. Christ looked just like you, brother. Big lips, big nose, nappy hair. Yeah, bud. We got to let our people know. See, that we're at the end. Now is the time to turn back to your God and keep his commandments. And we, the watchmen of the Most High God, we going to be out here. We going to be telling our people to come back and keep those commandments as long as we can. But when the Most High God gives the sign for us to step off these corners, we are not going to be out here. When we are told to put ourselves in a low-profile position so that we don't draw attention to ourselves, because we have to move with wisdom and subtlety amongst our enemies who are going to be looking for the men of the Lord, we are not going to be jumping at the chance to inform every Tom, Dick, and Harry of where they come from. Now is the time to repent. And for all our people who walk by our camp spots and decide not to stop, it's on their head. See, now it's yet another brother. He was a cop. See, Jake is infiltrating all these different organizations, whether it be just being law enforcement, city council, local government, federal government, state government. Jake is getting embedded in all these various places within Babylon, but that's nothing new because we did the same thing at the fall of the Roman Empire. Hence why we had the Holy Roman Empire, the second leg of the Roman Empire run by our people, the Israelites. See, that's why we can say with confidence that it was our people who are the ones who were residing in all the provinces of Rome after the Edomites fell out of power. How you doing, brother? You believe in the Bible at all? Okay, what tribe do you go back to in the Bible? Do you know? Okay. Is your father Mexican? What is he? But is he Mexican though? let's move on with the lesson, y'all. So we're going to go ahead and go to Jeremiah 4 and 7. Because see, right now, what we're seeing is we're seeing the lion rise up from its thicket. We're seeing our Messiah get ready to arrive here. See, I had to deal with him with subtlety, right? So it looked like he ambling about, he high on something. He said his father's Spaniard. Hey, look, man, if you a heathen, I still recommend that you try to keep the commandments as best you can, because the commandments say you can't just murder people in cold blood. You can't steal their land. You can't defraud people, right? Now, I know a heathen's not going to be able to do that, but I can tell him that just to get him out of my presence. So that's one thing that when you start teaching, you begin to learn how to deal with your enemies with subtlety, right? You can get a good lesson of that if you read the account of Paul in the book of Acts, when he was basically seeking asylum through going to prison so the Israelites wouldn't kill him. See, he was working a lot of subtlety with the rulers of the Roman Empire in that region, because he appealed unto Caesar, right? He knew if he had not appealed unto Caesar and he appealed unto a lesser power in the local government around Judea, they would have turned him loose and the Israelites would have killed him. But he knew through appealing to Caesar, they would have to hold him in custody so he would not be preyed upon by his own people. You have to think smarter in this thing, not harder. And I'm learning that as I put more time into this. And trust me, I have done a lot of things incorrectly, and the Most High God has had it, so I paid for it. But let's go ahead and get this. This is Jeremiah 4 and 7. The lion has come up from his thicket, and the destroyer of the Gentiles is on his way. He is gone forth from his place to make thy land desolate, and thy city shall be laid waste without an inhabitant. That's what Yahushua is coming to do to these heathen. See, you foolish, silly doves that call yourselves Black, Hispanic, and Native American, who remain conjoined unto the heathen. The Messiah, one of his first orders of business, is going to be to put these nations down in the dirt where they belong. And you best believe when these nations are hard pressed, they're going to impress you into service. The term to be impressed into service means to be involuntarily recruited into military service, to be drafted, in other words. But see, that's the reality that most of our people do not acknowledge when they run to these other nations. You are going to be required to serve in the capacity of defending that nation should that nation incur any type of war or trouble. Is that an elder Judite walking with a white man? I can't say it enough, man. That's why I say it all the time, man. Our elders, more times than not, are completely absent. I hope he's Hispanic. Most of the time, our elders are completely absent, man. But let's get the next scripture. So we're going to go to Amos 5 and 4 through 8. Right? Because we need to know how the Most High God is going to pull up. This is Amos, chapter 5 and verse 4. For thus saith the Lord unto the house of Israel, Seek ye me, and ye shall live. But seek not Bethel, nor enter into Gilgal, and pass not to Beersheba. For Gilgal shall surely go into captivity, and Bethel shall come to naught. So this is telling our people not to seek quarter with the heathen nations, because these nations will surely be recompensed according to their deeds. Again, we have to keep telling our people there is no heathen nation that you can run to avoid these judgments. Oh, you can come this way, you're good. You don't have to do that. Yeah, oh, of course, I gotta record. Everybody recording everything nowadays, man. You believe in the Bible at all?
Yeah, I gotta go.
That's a shame. Thou sayest, man. You know, blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, you the people this Bible talking about. You the Israelites. That's why that river down there looked like sewage water. Your enemy destroyed it right in front of your eyes. And you couldn't do a thing to stop him because there was no might in your hand, according to the curses of Deuteronomy 28. And according to Job 9 and 24, the earth being given into the hand of the wicked. But see, to our people who don't want it, hey man, thou sayest. I just want the blood that is going to be shed in the day of judgment off of my hands. As much as possible. See, a lot of people say they're fine, but when hardship strikes, they'll be calling on God and they'll be wondering where his messengers are to help them out. See, these are the moments that are going to be kicking some of our people in their ass when Yahushua cracks them skies and he returns. They're going to be gnashing their teeth and loathing themselves intensely that they didn't set aside a quick 5 minutes to learn who they are and what they should be doing in accordance with the Bible. They're going to be kicking themselves. That's going to pale by comparison to the judgment that they are going to incur for not keeping God's laws. It's not even going to hold a candle to it. But let's get this again. This is Amos, chapter 5 and verse 4. For thus saith the Lord unto the house of Israel, seek ye me, and ye shall live. But seek not Bethel, nor enter into Gilgal, and pass not to Beersheba. For Gilgal shall surely go into captivity, and Bethel shall come to naught. Seek the Lord, and ye shall live, lest he break out like fire in the house of Joseph, and devour, and there be none to quench it in Bethel. So this is the Most High God through his prophet Amos making a promise. Seek the Lord and you'll live. Turn to the heathen nations and the Most High God will see to it that your ass perishes by his judgment. See, that's why David had to pray unto the heathen, saying, deliver me from the wicked, which is thy sword. See, don't get it twisted. Although the white man appears to be in charge, he is a minister for the Most High God, but on the left-hand side. He's doing all the wicked, oppressive things that he needs, or that the Most High God has required of him in order to chastise his children, the Israelites. And he takes to it with gusto because the Most High God created him to be such a creature. But let's keep going. Verse 7. He who turned judgment to wormwood and leave off righteousness in the earth. Seek him that maketh the 7 stars in Orion, and turneth the shadow of death into the morning, and that maketh the dark day dark with night, that calleth for the waters of the sea, and poureth them out upon the face of the earth. Yahweh is his name. So this is literally saying to those who are immersed and involved in unrighteousness, turn unto the Lord. Of course, this is talking about the Israelites. But of those who are leading an unrighteous life and do not keep the commandments, make haste and turn back to your God and keep his commandments, that you might live. See, there's not too many other ways to say that message, man. You can seek the Lord and be preserved, or you can ignore this message and you can perish. And the Most High God is going to make sure that when you receive your judgment as an Israelite, you're going to know exactly how you could have avoided it. More times than not, that's exactly what the Most High God does. Especially if your judgment is not a sudden death. See, very seldom does the Most High God just cut us down in a moment where you don't even get to think about what's going on. See, how many times do we hear about our people getting shot down by their own brethren in the streets after they've been running around gang banging, pimping, hoeing, doing all the shit they shouldn't be doing, selling drugs to their own people, engaging in all types of abominations and witchcraft and rebellion. And the Most High God had their ass get lit up and they land on the pavement bleeding out. You don't think that person's mind is going 1,000,000 miles a minute, thinking of all the ways they could have avoided their judgment? Surely. But see, a lot of times at that point, you can't even eke out any last words as you choke on your own blood, because the Most High God makes it so that your judgment is yours and yours alone. And no one can comfort you in the moment when the Most High God sends calamity your way. How you doing? But let's go ahead and move on. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to Isaiah 66 and 14 through 18. Right? Because see, although the Most High God's judgment is going to begin with the house of Israel, you best believe the Most High God is pulling up on all nations. He's just starting with us. But they gonna get it too. Right? Got some people coming up. Look like he could be a brother. Right? Brother with a white woman. But the reality is, we got to preach to those people too, because a lot of our brethren made these choices to get involved with the women of the other nations in their ignorance. They didn't even know any better. Right? How you doing, brother? Believe in the Bible, brother? Believe in the Bible?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. What tribe you come from in the Bible? Do you know?
No.
What's your father? If you don't mind me asking, is he a black man?
Oh, no. And see over there. I don't know. He's spirit, so I don't know. You know what I'm saying? God.
I actually
my father.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because Jesus Christ in Matthew 15:24 said he was only sent for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. That's why I'm asking you that.
Okay.
Because there's no such thing as a so-called black man, but we are from the tribe of Judah. That's why I'm trying to ask you. Is that what your case is?
I ain't go that deep. I just asked who my father was. I said, well, God is my father.
Well, I mean your earthly father.
Oh, my earthly father. He dark colored, so we call it black for English language.
Sure.
But as far as like,
Is he a product of the
actual-
transatlantic slave trade? That's a better question.
I don't know. Probably could be if he dark skin color.
That's not true. You got
Could be.
Ethiopians, you got East Indians. They're darker than us.
That's why I say it could be.
Could be.
I don't know.
Well, if you are a Negro brother, just realize that the Bible is for us.
Right.
Right?
Right.
It's for the Israelites, blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians.
Right.
We are the Israelites that the Bible speaks.
That's everybody, right? Not just black.
That's not everybody. That's not
Oh, it
everybody.
ain't? Okay.
Because if you read Deuteronomy 28, it says that the curses that are in that chapter, that would identify who the Israelites are. Curses like hating your brother.
Right.
Curses like the transatlantic slave trade. Curses like if CPS comes, and God forbid, to take your kids, there would be no might in your hand to do anything about it. That goes all the way back to the inception of slavery. We fall under that curse, not everybody.
Okay. And which is who?
Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans.
Okay.
We're the Israelites.
I have to believe that.
Okay.
I'll have to.
Well, brother, it's if you have time when you get home, just look up the Hebrew Israelites.
Okay.
All right? All right?
Appreciate it.
Not a
Appreciate it.
problem.
All right.
Have a good one, all right?
You too, now. Oh,
Oh, that's it.
hey, you family yourself?
Oh, yeah,
Oh, we got
go.
Okay, appreciate it. All right, now.
Right, let's go ahead and get this, y'all. So, we are going to get... Have a good day. So, now, that's something, having taught on this spot for a number of years, I can say that happens a lot. Israelites will walk by and their children will want to stop, especially the babies. The babies will have their attention directly on this spot, and she refused to move, and she's still looking back. She's still looking back at this spot. Can't even form words. Barely can walk. She's being held up by her dad as she's walking. She's doing a good job too. But she's looking over here like she really wants to hear what I got to say. See, a lot of times, and I say this with my wife a lot, our kids don't have a shot because our elders are not putting them on game. The most formative years of their life, they're being taught, Baby Shark. They're being taught all these things that have no value. But look at the attention. I wish the camera could have seen it. But the attention that we are given by babies, by children who don't know any better. We have their apt attention. Meanwhile, our elders are fighting as hard as they can to get away. That elder wouldn't even tell me if he was a black man. Now imagine what he's teaching his children. Imagine how he's not going to be of any benefit to his son. They are over 100 feet away. They have stopped that baby to look directly at him. See, that baby in the spirit, because when you first come from the spirit realm, that's why when you have a small infant, there's something different about them. It's not just how they look, what they sound like, or if you've ever cradled one, how they even feel. They have a separate energy as if they come from a different world entirely. Like they just came from paradise. But that's their spirit being put in a new vessel. And I'm sure as they get older, some of that information, they forget it. But spiritually, they always know to come home. Especially those who are fresh from the spirit world. Newly born people and people who are returning to the spirit world. I'll have people who are literally in wheelchairs, catatonic, incoherent, can't even have motor control of their own body. But as they go by, they look at the spot, eyes lock onto it, won't leave it. So there's something special about this message. And you have our elders fighting as hard as they can to not get it. Fighting as hard as they can not to get it. And it's a shame. See, that's why I said it earlier. As soon as I see our brethren walking around with a white woman, I know I'm looking at a castrated Jake. I'm not saying that Jake won't fight for his family. I'm not saying that, but will he fight for his people? And the answer for that is no, because he won't even claim his people. But it's funny. The Most High God sent another sign for him to stop through his daughter. But some of our people will not hearken until judgment befalls them. And then they cry out to God, not understanding it's a dead line at that point. It's judgment time. But let's go ahead and get this, right? So we're going to read Isaiah 66, 14 through 18. This is Isaiah chapter 66 and verse 14. And when ye see this, your heart shall rejoice, and your bones shall flourish like an herb. And the hand of the Lord shall be known toward his servants, and his indignation toward his enemies. So in the times to come, we're going to know who the Most High God's chosen are, and who his enemies are. Right? Let's see how the Most High God is going to pull up. See, again, that brother, in the short time that we spoke, he wouldn't acknowledge who he is. He said all people are Israelites. That tells me he has the Christian special in his back pocket. He can go to John 3 and 16, Galatians 3 and 28, and that's probably about it. But the reality is, this brother needs this message. He needs to know how the Most High God is going to pull up. Because the Most High God is not pulling up to take everybody into the kingdom who says, ooh, me, I want to go. That's not how this is going to work. This is Isaiah 66 and 15. For behold, the Lord will come with fire, and with his chariots like a whirlwind, to render his anger with fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire. And for by fire and by his sword will the Lord plead with all flesh, and the slain of the Lord shall be many. That's how the Most High God is pulling up. Most High God gonna pull up slaughtering people. And by the Most High God, we know that his son Yahushua is pulling up at the command of his Father, operating in the capacity to deliver judgment unto the world. See, that brother needs to understand his Messiah is not pulling up so that he can go into the kingdom of heaven with the approval of a so-called mixed race family from his Messiah, especially with his most hated enemy, the Edomites. Yahushua is not coming to do that. But brothers such as that, they refuse to receive that type of message. Why? Because they want to live the life that they deemed good for themselves. And unfortunately, unless that brother repents and wakes up and teaches his children likewise, because if those children are of his seed, they're Israelites as well. But if they don't wake up, just as their father will perish, so will they. that beautiful little baby girl looking back at me, wanting to hear the word, is going to perish too. And it's going to be because of her father. If the Most High God has not mercy, or hath not mercy on her. Because the Most High God can have mercy on whom he deems worthy of mercy. But let's be real about things. In order to escape this, as I read in 2 Ezra 9, you're going to have to put in some work. Verse 17, they that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the gardens, behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh, and the abomination and the mouse shall be consumed together. For I know their works and their thoughts. It shall come that I will gather all nations in tongues, and they shall come and see my glory. So all nations are going to be brought to the table of judgment. But only the Israelites are going to be redeemed or be saved, and no one else. This is something that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians need to understand with absolute clarity. It doesn't matter how much you want your heathen friends or family to be saved. The Most High God has already deemed who's going to receive salvation and who is not. But let's get rolling. We are going to go to Zephaniah 3 and 8 through 9. Hey. This is Zephaniah, chapter 3 and verse 7. I said, surely thou wilt fear me. Thou wilt receive instruction, so their dwelling should not be cut off. So the Most High God is saying here through the prophet Zephaniah that because we knew of the pending judgments, that surely we would receive instruction, we would fear the Most High God and keep his commandments above all else. Right? However, I punished them, but they rose early and corrupted all their doings. So the Most High God further he goes on to say furthermore that despite us knowing better, knowing the judgment for our disobedience, we rose up early at our earliest and first convenience to corrupt ourselves and engage in wickedness. That has been the legacy of Israel throughout our entire existence. Since we literally came out of Egypt, we have made an effort to corrupt ourselves and do exactly what the Most High God tells us not to do. We even do it when it's inconvenient to the outcomes that we wish to have happen to us. We don't want to go into slavery, but we don't turn from idolatry, so we inevitably go into slavery. We don't want to be put in the hands of our most hated enemies who show us no mercy and work us to death with rigor. Yet we refuse to separate from their very same gods who justify them putting us in rigor, working us to death, and exploiting us for all of our work. Again, that's why when the Bible says that Israel is a stubborn and stiff-necked people, it is not hyperbole. But let's go ahead and head on over to Joel 3 and 2. Because see, our people make efforts to do exactly what the Most High God tells us not to do, to go exactly where the Most High God tells us not to go, to join ourselves unto the people that the Most High God tells us to separate from. We make efforts to do those things. But don't you worry. To those of y'all who make an effort to join yourselves unto these other nations, I want you to see what the Most High God has in store for them too. This is Joel 3 and 2. Actually, we'll start at 1. 3 and 1. For behold, in those days and in that time, when I shall bring again the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem, I will also gather all nations, and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat, and will plead with them there for my people, and for my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations, and parted my land. So for all our people running to these other nations, wanting to marry their women, wanting to marry their men, want to practice their religious ways and take on their traditions, you need to understand they're about to be sitting at the table of judgment too. And you don't want the judgment that's set for them, because it's far worse than the judgment that's set for us. I want to read more. I really do want to read most of Joel 3, but we got to get done with this lesson today, right? So, we are going to go to Ezekiel 24 and 24 through 27. Now, I'm going to frame what's going on here, right? Ezekiel's wife has just died, as the Most High God prophesied unto him that she would before he went out to do the work of the Lord. He would go out during the day to do the work, and that very same evening she would die. And the Most High God told Ezekiel to not cry, mourn, or weep for her, and to rise up again the next day and continue to abound in the work. That he would be essentially the model to represent what would happen to us. We would have everything. The love of our eye stripped from us. Our women, our children, our livelihoods. We would have it all taken away. And we would not be able to mourn enough or cry enough to redeem anything. That's exactly what happened to Ezekiel. And that's the model that he represented for the Israelite people. Y'all believe in the Bible? Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, y'all the Israelites. The reason why you working for a quarter and the white man working for $1 is because we're under curses. Repent and keep the laws. It's gonna matter. See, I say it every Saturday, man. It's easy to turn away from the word of God when you got a full stomach, a full tank of gas, and your health is on point. But let any of them things fall off, and you can't set it right. You'll be calling on God like it's going out of style. And that is the legacy of blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. That is our damn calling card. We ignore God, we ignore his warnings until we suffer. And then we cry out in anguish to the very same God who sent you prophet after prophet, messenger after messenger, to repent. Sad, man. But let's go ahead and get this. This is Ezekiel, chapter 24 and verse 24. Thus Ezekiel unto you, or thus is Ezekiel unto you a sign, according to all that he hath done, shall ye do. When this cometh, ye shall know that I am the Lord God. So again, just to put it in perspective, Ezekiel lost his wife while doing the work of the Lord. And that very next day, having been told not to shed a single tear for the passing of his wife, he was to rise up and continue to abound in the work of the Lord. And as Ezekiel appeared unto our people during that time, it is the very same way that Israel has had to suffer in captivity. And if you don't believe that is true, look at some of those pictures they got lingering about that were taken during slavery. Look at some of those pictures of our men and women on all fours while a white child is on their back playing horsey. Meanwhile, their very same children have been sold to another plantation, God knows where, for God knows how long. Some of those sisters had their babies fed to alligators, but yet they weren't crying in those photos. Why? Because as Ezekiel was told not to weep and mourn for his wife, blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, we haven't been able to mourn for our people here in America. I say it every Saturday. We lost 250 million of our brethren for this land to be taken. and no one sheds a tear. See, we fulfill these prophecies of the Bible in ways that many of our people don't even begin to understand because they don't begin to set aside the time to come to understand. But that's all right. They're going to get it in time. They're going to understand through judgment. Just like it said in Ezekiel chapter 9. The same must know it after death by pain. They're going to come to know it. Right? Verse 25. And thou, son of man, shall it be in the day when I take from them their strength, the joy of their glory, the desire of their eyes, and that whereupon they set their minds, their sons and their daughters. So, the Most High God is literally saying that's what's going to happen to you. That's what's going to happen to us. The Most High God is going to take everything that is the apple of our eye. He's going to take our livelihoods. He's going to take our sons and our daughters. He's going to take it all. And we're going to be just like Ezekiel. Nothing. No tears. No weeping. Right? Verse 25. Also, son of man, shall it not be in the day when I take from them their strength, the joy of their glory, the desire of their eyes, and that whereupon they set their minds, their sons and their daughters, that he that escapeth in that day shall come unto thee, to cause thee to hear it with thine ears. So those who escape the calamity, and they make it to a man or woman of the Lord, all that's going to be in their mouth is all the wickedness and calamity that befell them. They're going to be like, man, I can't believe it. My son, he was just here and now he's gone. My wife, she was just here and now she's gone. Believe the Bible, sir? Again, that's another one of the perks of the kingdom of heaven. We're not going to have the Edomites walking around circling and stalking people, being awkward. See, the reality is, underneath that awkwardness is a murderous spirit. See, that's why if you were in a classroom of any sort acting like that, they call him a Columbine shooter or a school shooter. See, people recognize that spirit, and trust me, that spirit ain't new. Esau's always had that disposition. See, that's why the Bible says to never trust your enemy. Even the ones who come to you trying to get a handshake, hat in their hand, begging for something, Most High God says don't trust them. Do not trust them. Because you give it time. He'll show you who he is. Give it time and opportunity. And you'll see just how much of an enemy he really is. But let's get this. Verse 26. That he that escapeth in that day shall come unto thee, to cause thee to hear it with thine ears. In that day shall thy mouth be open to him which is escaped, and thou shalt speak, and be no more dumb. And thou shalt be a sign unto them, and they shall know that I am Yahweh. So in that day, when our people are coming unto us, telling us all the calamities that befell them at the hands of their most hated enemies, we're going to tell them, hey, look, it was all in the Bible. See, I can show you right here who they are. I can show you right here where they stab you in the back. I can show you right here where they were designed to do that. I can show you in the Bible where it says never trust your enemy. See, it's all right here. See, and it's saying that we shall be no more dumb. Not in the capacity that we won't be able to talk to them at all. In the meantime. Because see, we're talking to many of our people and they couldn't give half a damn what we got to say. But in that day, they will hear us. Because the same must know it after death by pain. And death by pain doesn't mean that person dying. Sometimes it means somebody around them getting hands put on them. See, the Most High God has a way of motivating people. See, Jake don't understand that. Because they worry so damn much about what their enemies think. But in the days to come, the seed of Jacob, they're going to come back to the real fear of the Most High God. They're going to understand just how terrible their power can truly be. many of us are going to have to bury our loved ones. Having learned the lesson of never trusting your enemy far too late, some of us are going to have to bury our loved ones under those exact circumstances. Some of our people are going to have to leave our loved ones after having done everything we could to try to separate them from their enemies. But that's the reality of what the people who truly wish to serve the Lord are going to have to face. See, again, to blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you are God's chosen. The time has come for you to separate from these heathen and keep the laws of God, because that is your only way to be saved out of America. But we're going to go to Jeremiah 30 and 1 through 3, and then we're going to commentate on it. Then we're going to go 4 through 11, right? So basically 1 through 11, but we're going to commentate after verse 3. See, I've had people literally say, like, man, like, don't you feel weird when you're prophesying unto nobody? When it looks like there's no one around you, don't you feel odd preaching so loudly? And my answer is not at all. Because I've been directed, if need be, preach unto the wind. See, and a lot of times, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, they'll come from blocks away, having heard what I'm preaching right here, trying to find the source of who's belting out those scriptures. And it makes it all worth it. But even if they didn't show up, I would still do what the Most High God told me to do. Why? Because he commanded. It's really that simple. I do what I'm commanded to do as best as I can. This is Jeremiah, chapter 30 and verse 1. The word that came to Jeremiah from Yahweh saying, Thus speaketh the Lord God of Israel, saying, Write thee all the words that I have spoken unto thee in a book. For lo, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will bring again the captivity of my people, Israel and Judah, saith Yahweh, and I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it. And these are the words that the Lord spake concerning Israel and concerning Judah. So the days are coming, as it says here, that the northern kingdom, Israel, and the southern kingdom, Judah, are going to be liberated from the lands where they are held captive, and they are going to be returned to their land. Those days are swiftly approaching. And in that time, when the righteous are being, I want to just say it the way it is, beamed up, being gathered by the chariots of the Most High God, who are sifting and sorting and reconciling the elect and returning them to Israel. During that day, our people are going to be willing. They are going to be more than willing to make every concession, to make every deal, to get rid of every bad habit, but it's going to be too late. It's going to be far too late. Verse 4. For thus saith Yahweh, we have heard a voice of trembling, of fear, and not of peace. Ask ye now, and see whether a man doth travail with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins, as a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness. So this is talking about the rumors of war and calamity that are going to befall the world. Because in the day of our salvation, there's going to be great tribulation on the earth. Oh, y'all can walk by. Y'all don't have to go that way. That's fine. Yeah, y'all can go this way. Y'all quite all right. Just know, the Bible is for blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Y'all the Israelites, all right? Y'all special. Keep the laws of God. It's going to matter, y'all. And it's funny, I'm reading about Jacob's trouble. See, many of our people don't even realize the governments of America, they're actually passing legislation to bring back lynching. I don't know if y'all are aware of that. They're also passing laws where if you don't take a vaccine or the RFID microchip, to engage in digital commerce, that you can be held in indefinite detention with no trial. All that's happening. But see, to blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians who don't want to listen to the Bible, who don't want to acknowledge who they are according to the scriptures, the Israelites, you will pay a hefty price. And that penalty is coming very soon. Verse 7. Well, Jeremiah 30:7. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. For it shall come to pass in that day, saith Yahweh of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off thy neck, and will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him. So in that day, the Most High God is going to liberate us from our captives. But in that day, you're also going to be judged, whether you're worthy to be saved or unworthy to be saved and left in the land to be destroyed. See, again, to all you blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans who are in America, in Canada, in Mexico, in South America, and I understand South America is a whole continent, I get that, but I am not about to name every damn province or state of South America. I'm not doing it. But to those who are in North and South America, you need to understand something. You have no way out of here aside from the Most High God. Most High God is your only ticket out of here. And if you are not found worthy to board one of those chariots to get out of here as part of either the 144,000 or the 1/3, you will die here. See, and again, I keep saying, many times our elders know some of this stuff, but they don't want to stop. They don't want to set the precedent for their young people and their family to show that these words are valuable. They don't want to stop and get educated on who they are. Some of our elders proudly hold up the flags that their oppressors gave them, and they proudly profess themselves to be among the proverb and the byword and the titles that their oppressors put on them. That's why you'll see a lot of our elders holding up Mexican flags. You'll see black folks, like dumbass black folks, talking about Wakanda forever and all that other shit. And I noticed a lot of that Wakanda shit went down when they brought out that Black Panther 2 shit, where Syria is basically gay and all the male influence is gone. I noticed a lot of that shit died down real quick. Even the women don't say that shit no more. But see, a lot of our people, they proudly proclaim themselves to be whatever the oppressor has called them. And as a result, in the day of judgment, they gonna die in the lands of their enemies. Sad, man. Verse 9, but they shall serve the Lord their God, and David their king, who I will raise up unto them. Therefore fear thou not, O my servant Jacob, saith the Lord. Neither be dismayed, O Israel, for lo, I will save thee from afar, and thy seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return, and shall be in rest, and be quiet, and none shall make him afraid. So in the day of judgment, when the Most High God gathers his people, that is when we will have peace. That is when we will be free of all of our oppressors, and not before. See, the sad part is, some of our elders have lived their entire lives serving their enemies, breaking their backs, treating their families as a second-class priority in relation to the priority of their slave master. Only to walk past somebody telling them, hey, one day you're going to be free. And you ain't going to have an oppressor ruling over you, deciding what you have access to in your life. Whether you have access to clean food and water, clothing and shelter, the basic provisions for life. You're not going to have to worry about that no more. You will be free indeed. And you will be in your own land. And you will be part of a righteous nation, the Israelites, up under a righteous king and Messiah, Yahweh Shah. And you're going to have slaves. See, many of our elders, they missed that message in favor of walking back out into the world and being ruled over by the very same people who've been murdering their people for centuries. It's a damn shame. But, verse 11, For I am with thee, saith the Lord, to save thee. Though I make a full end of all nations, whither I have scattered thee, yet will I not make a full end of thee, but I will correct thee in measure, and will not leave thee altogether unpunished. So the Most High God, through his prophet Jeremiah, is making it more clear. He's going to make a full end of the nations where he scattered us to. All these heathen nations are going to be broke down to the point where they don't even have sovereignty or autonomy anymore. But he will not make a full end of his people that are scattered to these nations, because he is going to gather us and return us to our homeland, so that we may serve under Yahushua. And it's going to be a glorious kingdom. Shit, it's going to be glorious for the damn heathen who get to serve it. Think about it. 1,000 years of servitude, there's going to be at least 100. That kingdom's going to be pretty much built. Pretty much like how America's built right now, though it's falling down around our shoulders. But there's going to be a stint of time where the heathen are going to be serving their penance and their slavery in the kingdom of heaven, and they're going to love every damn minute of it. Because it's going to be like living in a utopia. And things are going to be ordered in such a way that no one's defrauding anybody, no one's lacking for anything, and the righteous are extolled as they should be in a just and righteous system. But see, many of our people, they turn their shoulder and their back on this in favor of going back out into this wicked world and living a wicked life so that they can incur the penalty that the wicked earn. And that penance, they're going to have to pay it real soon. I just pray for mercy that I not be counted with the wicked. All right? But let's go ahead and go over to Daniel 12 and 1 through 3. Because we have to understand, times to come are going to be so bad that we're going to have to receive celestial help in order to make it through those times. Michael, the archangel, Michael, or his Hebrew name, Micah Allah, meaning one who is like God. Right? Can you imagine an angel that is so powerful that he is like unto God through the exercise of his power that he has been imbued with by the Most High? Well, by Yahushua, right? But let's get this, right? Believe in the Bible, sister? Yep, walk faster, I know. But see, if I was a white man handing out free checks or free Beyonce tickets, you'd be like, hey, sir, how you doing? I know. And that's why your ass gonna get destroyed. I know. She nodding. Yep, I know. See, black, Hispanic, and Native American sisters, they ain't lying to nobody. We know y'all love the white man more than you love your own people. You ain't fooling nobody. That's why you'll take your ass to work and do a double shift just so you can waste your money on some stupid shit. You ain't fooling nobody. But just know the penalty is coming for that shit real soon. See, I finally got a response out of her. She started nodding and smiling. And that's why I gotta let your ass know you're gonna get destroyed for it. Yep. You've been warned, you've been marked. This ain't a club that we want everybody to join. We just want your ass to repent so we could be one step closer to getting out of this damn hellhole. And all I'm trying to do is tell her that she the damn princess walking the earth. She's part of the aristocracy of the Israelites. But she would rather double time it soon as I talk to her to let her know these things. Again, when the Messiah comes back, so many of our people say they can't wait for it. But she needs to understand during that day, she's going to be held to account for turning away from this message. All of our people are. All the Israelites who can't seem to understand the dire circumstances that they're in. You're going to pay for it. You are going to pay for it. Well, let's get this, right? Daniel 12, 1 through 3. See, I've talked to her a number of times. Right? Because I'm right on her path as she walks to work. She can't even set aside 30 seconds. Can't even be cordial. See, again, that's why I always bring it out. If I was a white man, your ass would have stopped. I know. I know. See, but ain't it funny, though? When our sisters get victimized by one of these pale devils, all of a sudden, they need the Black Panthers, the Brown Panthers, the Brown Berets, the coalition of the Israelite willing. They need them to jump out of every damn bush around them to save them. But when we try to speak to our sisters kindly and cordially, they ignore us. They treat us like we ain't shit. See, that's why the Bible says that in the day of calamity, they're going to be trodden down like the mire in the streets, man. Our sisters going to get brutalized out here, man. We going to watch it. We ain't going to do shit to stop it. Because it's going to be a penance and a penalty that is well earned. See, a lot of our people don't realize when you just simply talk to one of your own people, you might gain an ally for life. Somebody who might be willing to put their body on the line to defend you. But if you declare yourself a stranger to your own people willingly, you best believe them people ain't going to put their lives on the line for you. Why should they? You're an enemy to the commonwealth of your own people. You would more willingly side with your oppressor than anybody within your own nation. See, and I have to say this, right? But I gotta say this. I always see people walking their dogs, carrying around bags of dog shit, right? Only the white man can fuck the planet up so bad that you gotta carry around a plastic bag of dog shit, rather than just let them go in nature and nature take care of them. Only the white man can have you carrying around a baggie of shit, because the earth is no longer able to process the waste that will inevitably go into the soil. That is yet another tall tale sign that this place needs new management, new rulership. This is Daniel, chapter 12 and verse 1. And at that time shall Michael stand up, the great prince, which standeth for the children of thy people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, every one that shall be found written in the book. See, that's what blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians don't understand. The time of tribulation in America hasn't even begun to start. All these cops shooting us down in cold blood, all these hung and lynched bodies being found around America, still to this day. They found one a couple of weeks ago in Austin. That is nothing in relation to what is coming. It's going to get so bad that Michael's going to have to stand up to defend the Israelites. That's how bad it's going to get. And we still got our sisters walking by as if they're so far above us as they go to a minimum wage job. As they go to that job while being at least 40 to 50 pounds overweight. Hey, I'm going there. If you're above somebody, you can at least look the part. But the Bible is saying that it's going to get so bad out here, you're going to need all the help you can get. And our sisters are literally disavowing the first line of defense that they have in their lives, and that is the men in their nation. That's why when that downtrodden comes to them, it's going to be well deserved. It's going to be well earned. See, the righteous sisters of Zion, they're going to be preserved because they're going to have righteous men of the Lord willing to fight and die for their well-being. They're going to be all right. But to you sisters who think yourselves better than your own nation, you best believe your enemies are going to turn on you. And those very same enemies are going to be the ones who called you sister, who called you friend, who called you their most trusted confidant. See, if you read a lot of books that talk about slavery and the relationship between the slave master and the slave, a lot of times the slave master held their slaves in terms of counsel closer than any of the people of their own nation. But one of the reasons why they did that is because they knew the power dynamic. They knew no matter how well instructed you might become, you could never rise up and overthrow them because the society at large would not abide that. So you were stuck. They were the face of your operation, and they knew it. That's why Quentin Tarantino, I have to tip my hat to that fake J, right? That Amalekite, I have to tip my cap to him. Because he showed the real relationship between the master and the most trusted slave. Kelvin Candy, and Stephen. Behind the scenes, Stephen was a wise, smooth-talking, quick-thinking slave who was really the brains behind the operation of the whole plantation. But on the face of things, he was a bumbling, fumbling old fool who just happened to be put in charge of some of the dumbest niggers on the plantation. Or seemingly dumb. See, Jake got real good at playing stupid because you had to, right? You couldn't let it be known you could read. You also couldn't let it be known that you were good at planning shit. Because you would find yourself often hamstrung, encumbered, whether it be with a chain, fetters of iron, or a large weight that you would have to drag around or carry around. You would find yourself encumbered in ways that would pose as a torture today, just simply from showing that you are capable of critical thinking, of critical planning, and project management, right? Because a rebellion requires planning and execution in cycles, even if those cycles are short. But see, Quentin Tarantino showed that there were many of our own people who sold out completely to make a covenant with the heathen, to lighten the burden on themselves, to lighten the load of slavery. And we see that today, more so from our sisters than anyone else. See, that's another thing that is seldom talked about, and that is how our sisters have gone out of their way to sell their people out in order to have a easier existence here in Babylon. So that's something that is often not talked about because we have pedestalized the women as a result of all this indoctrination to serve women here in America. Now, to all you brothers who like to pedestalize women, how's that shit working out for you? As you travel to Thailand to try to find a wife, how that shit working out for you? Shit crazy. But I'm gonna reread 1 and I'm gonna go through 3, right? This is then 12:1. And at that time shall Michael stand up, the great prince, which standeth for the children of thy people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, every one that shall be found written in a book. And many of them that sleep in the dust and of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. And they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn to the righteousness as the stars forever and ever. See, in verse 3, when it's talking about those who basically sleep in the dust and are righteous, rising to basically glory, and shall shine like the firmament, that's talking about them being worthy to be counted as part of the first fruits, being given a glorified body, being present during the millennial reign of Yahushua when we have all the other nations in captivity. That is going to be an honor that is only reserved for the most devout Israelites. And the most devout of the devout are going to be the 144,000. I pray to be part of that number, if it be possible. But as my elder and King David said, I'll be a dormant in the kingdom of heaven. Because if I'm a dormant in the kingdom of heaven, guess what? The Most High God selected that position for me. So it's perfect. That's going to give me the most happiness. I just hope to be part of the first fruits and found worthy. That is my one true desire. I'm dead to this world. I couldn't give a damn about a job. I couldn't give a damn about some box. I ain't trying to get the numbers out here. The reality is, if you are black, Hispanic, or Native Indian, you need to wake up and realize the only thing that you could possibly hold as being worth anything is the kingdom of heaven. And it's coming real soon. Why not inherit the kingdom of heaven and be part of the first fruits on the first time round? There's nothing else to cleave to here. Nothing. But let's move on. So we are going to go to Isaiah 10 and 1 through 3. Because we need to understand that with the return of Yahushua, judgment is going to befall the earth, beginning with the house of Israel, but culminating in judgment of all the nations. See, and again, that's why we keep trying to tell our people, you don't have any choice but to wake up. Wake up or die. This is Isaiah 10:1. Woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees, and that write grievousness which they have prescribed, to turn aside the needy from judgment, and to take away the right from the poor of my people, that widows may be their prey, and that they may rob the fatherless. And we see that here in America. Right? America specializes in robbery and defrauding people, whether they were rich or poor, free or bond, male or female, old or young. That is America's specialty, right? And they do it through unrighteous decrees. That's why it says, it starts out in verse 1 saying, woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees. Woe is destruction, so destruction is coming to Babylon. Because if there's destruction coming unto them that write policies that are unrighteous, then I can't think of a more wicked nation than America. And her allies, right? Shit, 'cause it's not just America. It's everywhere you run in this world who's following after the beast. And then when you read, it says that all the heathen nations followed after the beast. Right? So there ain't a place that you can run in this world where people ain't showing up in suits and ties, decreeing unrighteous decrees according to Babylon or the daughter of Babylon. Right? Verse 3, and what will ye do in the day of visitation, and in the desolation which shall come from far? To whom will ye flee for help? And where will ye leave? Salakia. And where will ye leave your glory? Man, I can't say it was damn too. Oof. But, so, the question is rhetorical. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to go to escape to so that you can escape the judgment that's coming upon the earth? The judgment that is coming to the unrighteous and the wicked. Where can you go to escape such a judgment when the whole earth is given into the hand of the wicked? Where are you going to run to? The answer is to your God. That's the only place you can run to. That's why, again, the prophets are out here to bid you to return unto your God, and not to walk back, to run back, to make haste to keep the commandments. All right? Well, let's go ahead and turn over to Jeremiah 25 and 14 through 29. So it's going to be a long read, but we have to understand that judgment is coming to every nation. It's not just coming to some, it's coming to all. Every heathen nation. And that's after the judgment has begun at the house of Israel. This is Jeremiah, chapter 25 and verse 14. For many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of them also, and I will recompense them according to their deeds and according to the works of their own hands. So, this is talking about the judgment of Babylon above this verse, right? That's why it starts off by saying here in verse 14, for many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of them also. Meaning, just as the dominant nation that took the Israelites into captivity have served themselves of the Israelites, all the lesser heathen come in to get what they can out of the deal as well. They serve themselves of the Israelites as well. See, that's why we have to let our people know it ain't just the white man who's going into captivity. He's not going to be alone. He's going to have plenty of company. He's going to have the Hamites with him. He's going to have the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Elamites, the Ishmaelites. He's going to have all them niggas with him. And they're going to be serving in rigor, just like they made us serve them. Ain't no exceptions. Ain't no exemptions. Ain't no putting it off for no nation because they didn't do something as bad as somebody else. Everybody's going to get their recompense according to their deeds and how they dogpiled on us too. Verse 15. For thus saith Yahweh, God of Israel, unto me, take the wine cup of the fruit of it at my hand, and cause all the nations to whom I send thee to drink it. So this is the word to Jeremiah from the Most High God, saying, this cup of judgment, take it to all the nations that I send you, and cause them to drink it. Now that cup is the cup of trembling, the very same cup that the Israelites have been drinking from since antiquity. That's why, out of all the nations on the face of the earth, it hasn't been done unto us. Well, it hasn't been done unto any other nation as it has been done unto us. They have not gone through the rigors of slavery like we have. See, that's why when you go down the list of the captivities that the northern and southern kingdoms have gone through in Israel, you see a track record of slavery that no other nation can even come close to mirror. That's why you have many heathen nations now professing themselves to be Jews and are not. And it's very easy to prove that they are not Israelites because they do not adhere to the curses of Deuteronomy 28. Verse 16, and they shall drink and be moved and be mad because of the sword that I will send among them. Then took I the cup at the Lord's hand and made all the nations to drink, whom the Lord had sent me, to wit Jerusalem. To wit Jerusalem and the cities of Judah and the kings thereof and the princes thereof, to make them a desolation and astonishment, a hissing and a curse, as it is to this day. So, as it is to this day, we're still being sent to these nations to let them know that that cup of trembling is your turn. See, that's why we're letting the so-called white man know here in America, your time of captivity is coming as well. Just as you made blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians serve slavery with rigor, you too will serve slavery with rigor. And that goes for all of the other heathen nations who joined onto the effort. Verse 16, and they shall drink and be moved and be mad because of the sword that I will send among them. Then took I the cup at the Lord's hand, and made all the nations to drink, whom Yahweh had sent me, to wit Jerusalem and the cities of Judah, and the kings thereof, and the princes thereof, to make them a desolation, an astonishment, a hissing and a curse, as it is to this day. Pharaoh king of Egypt, and his servants, and his princes, and all his people, and all the mingled people, and all the kings of the land of Uz, and all the kings of the land of the Philistines, and Ashkelon, and Azah, and Ekron, and remnant of Ashdod. Now these are Hamite nations that are being mentioned here. You've got the Egyptians, and you've got various nations throughout the nation of Ham at that time. Now, who are the people dwelling in Ashdod in reference to this? Well, the Canaanites. And the Canaanites still exist, by the way, right? Nations like South Africa, right? They down there. See, again, I have to tell people this every week. The tribes in the Bible didn't just vanish. And that goes for the heathen as well. They didn't just disappear. Their children are still here on the earth, they're calling themselves after a different name. Hence why many of them also don't know who they are biblically. Now, this is where we get beyond the Hamites and we get into the mixed multitude of the heathen. This is Jeremiah 25 and 21. Edom and Moab and the children of Ammon. So that's the white man for the tribe of Edom, and the Chinese man for the tribe of Moab, and the Japanese for the tribe of the Ammonites. See, again, that's why you have to know about history. You have to know about the historical slave trades that have befallen the Israelites. The Silk Road slave trade being the first and foremost one for the Asians, right? Where we were enslaved in China and in Japan. Because the biggest commodity on the Silk Road were Negrito slaves. Hence why you have people today, like the Manchu. I just learned about them. They go through all the curses that we go through. And they're one of the ethnic groups in China that are on the bottom of society being treated like absolute garbage. That's why you have groups like the Ainu people over in Japan being treated like absolute garbage. They're an ethnic minority that is on the fringe of society if they want to keep their own ways, where they're basically pushed off into the wilds, into the wilderness, or they're forced to assimilate to live in the cities and cannot keep their own traditions and ways. And they too fit all the curses that are in the Bible. And when you actually look at how they dress and some of their practices and traditions, you can see how they come from our people, whether it's wearing the borders of blue, the fringes, the dresses for women, and the pants for the men. Right? And of course, it started out with Edom, but we know Edom is the white man. Right? Verse 22, and all the kings of Tyrus, and all the kings of Zidon, and the kings of the isles, which are bound to this are beyond the sea, the Dan and Tema, and Buz, and all that are in the utmost corners. Now, the Dan and Tema and Buz, those are Edomite cities. Hence why you have Temanites, right, being in the house of Esau, right? And then Dedan being a city in Edom as well. See, again, you have to understand who the Bible is talking about in the modern day when you read these things. That's why a lot of times your pastor in the church, they won't read these scriptures because they know good and hell well that they have no idea who these people are today. They don't know. Right? Verse 24, and all the kings of Arabia, and all the kings of the mingled people that dwell in the desert, and all the kings of Zimri, and all the kings of Elam, and all the kings of the Medes. So who are the kings of Arabia today? The princes in Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, right? All these different areas in the so-called Middle East, the so-called Arabs, are the children of Ishmael. See, they had us in something called the sub-Saharan slave trade, where predominantly they had us out in the middle of the desert digging for water wells. That's one of the reasons why the central part of Africa dried up, because the underwater aquifer was bled dry by overuse of the water that would go into that aquifer. See, the Most High God has already set it up so that the lands around the world can accommodate life on a certain scale. But when man tries to reach beyond the bounds in which they have been permitted, there's a cost. And that cost is often paid in blood. And that's exactly what happened. They had a collapse of all of those societies that had built up by the Arabs in the central part of Africa. See, again, if you understand things like the Arab conquest of the Maghreb, where Muhammad and his forces went into North and West Africa and Central Africa, pursuing the Israelites with the sword to force them to convert to Islam or die. If you understood that happened and many of them were taken as slaves, then it's not far-fetched to see why the Most High God has a recompense for them. Now, in terms of the kings of Elam, they participated in the sub-Saharan slave trade as well. And you can also read about them ruling over our people during the rulership of the Medes and the Persians after the Babylonians fell out of power. When the Babylonians fell out of power, it was an easy or soft transition into a new rulership. We went from being ruled over by, I believe it was, what's his name? Baltashar, or whatever his name is, the son of Nebuchadnezzar, to being ruled over by Darius the Mede. And then from the Medes, we went to being ruled over by the Persians. Now, keep in mind that the Persians and Medes, they didn't make us serve with the same degree of rigor, right, that the Egyptians or the so-called white man made us serve with, but they made us serve nonetheless. And they got to pay for what they did. See, again, that's why the Most High God can say with absolute certainty in the Bible that he will have mercy upon whom he will have mercy. See, in the kingdom of heaven, rigor is going to come to everybody, but everybody's not going to serve in the same capacity of rigor. See, if I be found worthy to inherit the kingdom of heaven on the first time around as one of the first fruits, you best believe that Edomites are going to be in that field all day picking cotton, picking fruit, sowing the fields, building everything with their hands, with as much hardship as possible. And then I'll weigh the actions of the other nations, because it'll be at my discretion to do that, if I be found worthy. But see, that's why we have to understand these scriptures, because it is according to what they have done unto the children of Israel that they will be recompensed. Under the Medes and the Persians, we were able to build our second temple. That is worthy of some modicum of consideration, right? Certainly so. Now, all right, let's go ahead and read on. This is Jeremiah 25 and 26. And all the kings of the north, far and near, one with another, and all the kingdoms of the earth, which are upon the face of the earth, and the king of Shishak shall drink after them. Therefore thou shalt say unto them, Thus saith Yahweh of hosts, the God of Israel, Drink ye and be drunken, and spew and fall down, and rise no more, because of the sword which I will send among you. And it shall be, if they refuse to take the cup in thine hand to drink, then shalt thou say unto them, Thus saith Yahweh of hosts, Ye shall certainly drink. See, our people tried to resist going into slavery. We tried to fight against fate, and it did not work. It availed us nothing. And just as they are going to inevitably refuse to serve, they will be made to serve regardless. See, the Most High God's judgment is like unto a ring. He who leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. There is no such thing as, we'll get over it and move beyond it. See, I really want to hear one of these heathen, after they go into slavery to the Israelites, I want to hear their opinion on how they feel about getting over it. See, they're going to know with absolute certainty, you can't just get over your child being sold on an auction block. You can't get over being lynched, watching your forefathers and your foremothers swinging in the damn sun with a broken neck and a mutilated body. You can't just get over that. But they're going to come to understand firsthand what we had to go through. See, I got somebody from, I think the Northern Kingdom's sitting there. You pretending like you ain't listening. It's an odd place to sit and try to get on the phone, right? Very odd place when somebody's preaching very loud. But that's fine. That's what I'm out here for. If he wants to passively get the word, hey, man, more power to him. But it would do him far more good to address his teacher directly so that he can get laced up with some of these scriptures and understand what tribe he comes from. Understand why his people are going through the things that they're going through. But the reality is, more times than not, our people make every way, shape, and form to not get informed. But that's all I wanted on that. Actually, no, I had a little bit. I had one more, right? Verse 29. For lo, I begin to bring evil on this city, which is called by my name. And should ye be utterly unpunished, ye shall not be unpunished. For I will call for a sword upon all the inhabitants of the earth, saith Yahweh of hosts. So the Most High God is calling for a sword. He's calling for a deadly and lethal judgment upon all the kingdoms of the earth. And no one has an exemption. I said that before, but it bears repeating. There are no exemptions. But let's go ahead and go to Psalm 79 and 6 through 7. See, our forefather David, he certainly set a good precedent, man. See, when you look at the words of David in the Bible, David didn't pray for his enemies to be preserved. He didn't pray for his enemies to be round about him at peace. He prayed that his enemies would be brought low and brought into subjection under his authority. And that's exactly what Israelites need to be praying for. The downfall of our enemies, the rise of our people, and our enemies' subjugation. This is Psalms 79:6. Pour out thy wrath upon the heathen that have not known thee, and upon the kingdoms that have not called upon thy name. For they have devoured Jacob and laid waste his dwelling place. So this is David literally praying unto the Most High God to recompense his enemies because of all the torturous and horrible things that they have foisted onto the Israelites. See, again, King David, being the mightiest man on the planet of his time, he openly prayed for the downfall of his enemies. That's why blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians need to be doing the same. Praying for the downfall of the so-called white man so we could be out of this damn captivity. And I love it when people hear that and they kind of shake their head. Hey, look, it's well overdue and it's well deserved. See, again, I love it when the heathen take issue with this message, because if they come and plead their case, I have to immediately ask them, what have you done that is worthy of mercy? What have your people done that is worthy of consideration where this judgment is not applicable? And see, more times than not, you'll have an uncomfortable pause. Because the reality is our enemies know they deserve everything that this Bible says. They just don't want to have to suffer. But just as I read in Jeremiah 25, the Most High God don't care if you think you deserve it. The Most High God has decreed a judgment. And because he's decreed that judgment, you will certainly serve out that judgment. But, so we're going to go ahead and move on. We're going to go to Revelations 11 and 18. Right? So King David is calling for the downfall of his enemies. And wouldn't you know, in the Bible it says that the heathen nations are angry. Or the nations in general. Right? Now, considering that the Israelites have no might, even if they are in their own so-called land, right? And what I mean by that is the Mexican man is not running Mexico. The Spaniard is. The Bolivian man isn't running Bolivia. The Spanish man is. Same as with Argentina. The native Argentinians, they had such a vicious program executed upon them that there's barely any of them in existence. And they would be from the tribe of Neptali. So they obviously don't run that nation. So the white man is the authority in all of these nations, even though our people might dwell in these nations and might dwell there in significant numbers. Right? This is Revelations, chapter 11 and verse 18. And the nations were angry, and thy wrath is come, in the time of the dead that they should be judged, and that thou shouldest give reward unto thy servants the prophets, and to the saints, and them that fear thy name, small and great, and shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth. So this is another proclamation of judgment coming to them that destroy the earth. Those that are unrighteous rulers of the earth, who have ruled over the Israelites in rigor. Destruction is coming to them, and because that destruction is nigh, they are very angry. They are wroth. That's why we are seeing more and more our people be persecuted the world over. Because all these nations know that their time of rulership is at an end. And what comes next is the rulership of the Israelites. Though they might not want to admit it. Whew. Let's go ahead and move on. So we're going to go to Revelations 18 and 1 through 11. Right? Got a brother walking up. Let's see if he's doing. How you doing, brother? Leaving the Bible at all, brother? Leaving the Bible? All right, brother. Have a good day, all right? Thou sayest, man, thou sayest. But, so, actually, we don't know about 11. But we're going to read Revelations 18 and 1 through 11. Right? Because, see, we need to understand, it's not just the Edomites who are going to get judged. It's not just their nation that's going to be thrown down. See, the reality is, man, all these nations going to get their judgment. All of them going to get it. That's the reality of what's going on. And it really is unfortunate, right? That many of our people would much rather be conjoined unto these heathen rather than separate themselves and come back to their God and serve in the capacity that the Most High God designated for them. It's really a shame. It really is. Believe in the Bible, brother? Thou sayest, man. Again, our people call out to God, don't want to hear his word. I find it very strange. Very, very strange. This is Revelations 18 and 1. And after these things I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. And we're seeing that right now. See, we believe that America is the daughter of Babylon. And we're seeing that America has fallen. Its currency is fallen. Its geopolitics is fallen. Its allies are running to their enemies at full speed. The only thing left for America to do is to be taken out by their enemies. And that's going to happen very soon. How you doing this week, sister? Doing all right, doing all right. Y'all got time to hear the word today? Yeah. 5 minutes? Okay, cool. So, hey, how you doing, sister? So just to let you know, I come out here for Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians to let them know that we are the children of the body, right? So I'm going to bring out just a couple of simple things to let you know why we believe. So this is Deuteronomy 28 and 15. When it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. So it's saying that whoever the Israelites are for not keeping God's laws, there will be curses that will come upon them, right? I have a book with some pictures in it, and I'm gonna read something out the Bible, and I'm gonna show you the picture. And I want to see if it fits the curse that's in this book, right? This is verse 47. Because thou servest not the Lord thy God with joyfulness, and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck, until he have destroyed thee. And the Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. A nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young. So, how did we get to America? Right? Most blacks, like, American blacks, Caribbean, West Indian, whatever, we came here through the transatlantic slave. Our native Hispanic brothers and our native Indian brothers, they were here and they were subjugated by the Spanish. I want to show you some pictures, right? This is a book called Without Censure. Right? In this book, it's all types of photos that basically show what our people have been through. You see that brother right here? Now the Bible said that the nation of his countenance that would not show deference to the I know y'all got to get back to work. So I want to read something else to you out of the book of Zechariah. Because one of the things that was foretold of for the Israelites is that our enemies would murder us and they would be found not guilty. Now say a cop came over here and for some reason he got scared of his own shadow and wanted to shoot me down dead and he went to court for it. How would they find him? They would find him not guilty.
I was looking at the statue.
So this is going to be Zechariah 11 and 4. If I can turn these pages. Thus saith the Lord my God, feed the flock of the slaughter, whose possessors slay them, and hold themselves not guilty. You are in the land of your enemies. You are still in their hands. Y'all are the princesses that the Bible talks about. Y'all used to be so delicate that you wouldn't even be walking on the ground. You would be carrying it. That's why the black woman is always saying that what we do today is not enough. Because it really isn't. But neither the man nor the woman is operating in their capacity according to the Bible. That's why the Most High God has these people over here making you walk all the way from down here. You see, you're walking in the sea, sisters. Y'all shouldn't have to do that. That's being honest. According to the Bible, y'all are the aristocracy of the earth. But remember what I read before. If you don't keep God's commandments, those are the curses that will happen to you. Now, sister, do you know how many commandments there are? Okay. How about you? Well, there's 613. Yeah, 613. Right? So one of the commandments is to keep the Feast of Dedication. Another one, the Day of Atonement. Actually, the Day of Atonement just passed about a day ago. It's a day where you don't eat or drink anything for 24 hours. It's a day literally of atonement, where you ask the Most High God for forgiveness for your sins, both known and unknown. But that's something that the Most High God gave to us to keep. Now, I would recommend y'all read up on the Day of Atonement and keep it next week. Did y'all hear about that hurricane that hit California? During the hurricane, did you know there was an earthquake too? Yeah. The judgments of the Most High God that are prophesied in the Bible that would foretell our Messiah's return, they're happening right now. The Messiah is bound to return during World War III. Now, looking at everything going on, I would say World War III is coming very soon. So I would recommend, sisters, keep the commandments. I know you're trying, but definitely, sister, you as well. Don't eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster. That's in Leviticus, Shalom. But that's in Leviticus 11, right? Keeping the dietary. Keeping the Sabbath. That's in Exodus 20. But every week y'all walk by, I'll be back. Get y'all over more commands, all right? All right, y'all be safe, okay? How you doing? You good, buddy? I think I'm over halfway through the list. You got something?
Yeah, let me give me a second to organize it.
No, not now. I'm just saying I'm about to finish my list. Yeah, and then, yeah, you got more than your time. You're doing all right, man. Ain't heard from y'all for a minute, man. Things been wild?
Man, they've been working the hell out of me.
Okay.
But I had to take off this week. I'll tell you I was going to be off this week and this week. And what did happen today was I want to put all my business out, but you know what I'm saying? Have something set up. Oh, I can't. My son.
How's your son? My wife can babysit. She does childcare.
Where is she at?
Yeah, she in the group. Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah, you have to
Because I mean, it took me a minute just because I had to drive from my side all the way over here to do some stuff for my family, to drop them off or whatever. But then you know how that goes, family.
They want to talk, chop it up there. Yeah,
Well, not even that. It's like it's my mother, right? So you know when you're dealing with a lot of
time for the Bible today, Elder? Oh, come on, Elder.
they tell you what to do. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you. Especially if they're older. I'm the small.
Nah. See it. Late.
Nah, man. As long as you get the camera.
Nah, I need, I eventually I would like to, make it somewhat of a place to bring children or something like that, right?
I feel you.
So at on some level, like we gotta have a level of restraint, as you call it, decorum, right? But as far as you Masonic, you know what I'm saying? Or heathen, hey, I don't feel no way about that. I'll praise to the Most High. Hey, like I said, that's lucky. He lucky. That's all he got. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I told him. I was like, man, I'm trying not to put hands on you, brother. I'm trying not to put hands on you. But what was I at, man? Yeah, we reading Revelations 18. Oh, you good, brother. Work it out, man. But I'm gonna move on though, so I can get this done so you can read. This is Revelations, chapter 18 and verse 1. And after these things, I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. And that's what we see today in America. America has fallen, man. Just today, with America sending F-14 and F-16s over to Ukraine. You literally had one of Putin's military advisors saying, hey, look, man, y'all keep messing with us, man. Y'all keep provoking us. Y'all are going to start World War III. And most people don't realize Putin has already exclaimed that he has a preemptive nuclear strike policy because he knows a conventional war, he's not going to win that. A war of attrition is not a war that anybody wins. So he's like, fuck it. If we're going to get to the point where we eventually going to start using nukes, let's go ahead and use the nukes now and get the shit out the way.
That's right.
So people here in America, you Israelites, man, that's why I was trying to tell them sisters, man, World War III is right up the block. And now you got world leaders starting to say, hey, man, World War III is looking like it's inevitable. Right? Verse 3. For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her, and the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. So, for all the people thinking that America is an island unto itself, and if America gets destroyed, then the world's just going to move on a better, more peaceful place, you got to understand, man, most of these nations have followed after America. A good, significant amount of them are still in league with America. Meaning, if they touch America, they're going to go to war on her behalf. So this is not a cut and dry scenario. That's why the calamity that's coming, our Messiah is going to show up to the chagrin of our enemies, but to the relief and the joy of his servants who have endeavored to bid our people to repentance and to put this word out, right? That's why I always tell people, whether it be man or woman, big or small, old or young, do the work, man. Keep the commandments. If that's the only brick that you could put into the body of Israel, then put that brick in, man. So I'm going to tell you, the last thing that you want to have happen to you is to be standing in front of your Messiah and he bring up the fact that you couldn't put the damn pork down. The last thing you want to happen is he say, hey, man, how come you couldn't keep the Sabbath? What happened? You heard the truth. You was on fire for half a day, and then, I don't know, you just fell off. What happened? Because you got to understand, at that point, you don't get a do-over, man. That's it for you. Verse 4, and I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues. For her sins have reached unto heaven, and God hath remembered her iniquities. So, and that's exactly what we're telling our people today. Keep the commandments and separate from your enemies, man. You don't have nothing else to gain by being here in Babylon, keeping the ways of your oppressors. What do you have to gain by keeping Easter, Christmas, Valentine's Day, all these pagan holidays? What is there to be gained when the kingdom of heaven is at hand? And not to mention, we have our own high holy days. Granted, it might not be the best high holy day for some, but I love the Day of Atonement.
Hey, man, let's just say something real quick. It's a lot of
Yeah, go for it, bro.
It don't feel good, but you know what? Physically, it don't feel good. But you know what? It's a humbling experience that, and I think this might be the difference. some people, they just cannot handle being told no. You see what I'm saying? And you know, I think some of us like discipline, but we need it or we love it. We encourage it, we accept it. I think that's the difference, because on a day like that, when you gotta sit there and thug it out, you know what I'm saying, for that whole time, and the whole time you like, oh man, I just want to eat. I know for me, it was just yesterday. I kept, oh man, let me go get some water. Oh,
Yep, I'm thirsty.
I forgot.
You know?
Oh, let me. I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? And I heard a brother saying, you know, you gotta starve your flesh, and people treat it like a baby. You know what I'm saying? They give it everything they want. You know, I gotta go eat. I gotta go have sex. I gotta go. You know what I'm saying? And the crazy thing is, you know, I can't quote it verbatim, but you know, the abundance of the heart, mouth speaks, right? A lot of people, when you talk to them, this is the way. This is what they tell you. You know what I mean? They admit this out. It comes out their mouth. Oh, I'm outside. Why don't you just, you know what I'm saying, chill for a minute, get your bread right, get your priorities in order. You know what I'm saying? Get together. Right. You know what I'm saying? Strength. And they tell you, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. So it's Day of Atonement. I love it. It don't feel good. It's uncomfortable. But it's an adversity thing, and it's a spiritual thing that, you know what I mean? Even though you're not physically eating, you're eating spiritually. You know what I'm saying? And me personally, I enjoy that. So, glad you said that.
Well, brother's right about that, man. But the thing I want to point out as well, we don't have a temple no more. Day of Atonement is the one day that the Most High God gave all of Israel to literally atone for their sins with no sacrifice. Now, granted, in times of old, we would be making sacrifices. But in the day when we have no temple, guess what? You have a day to atone for your sins with no sacrifice. The only sacrifice you got to make is not to eat and drink for 24 hours.
Not to derail it too much. Last time I was at camp, we were kind of talking about, you know, all the different things that they put in our food. You know what I mean? They're deceiving us. You got to dang near become a chemist, a dietitian. You know what I mean? All these kind of things just to find out what unlawful things you got in your food. Your toothpaste. Deacon brought out recently your toilet paper. Your cups. You know, it's a lot of different things that we deal with. I got a family member that tells me that they use pork in the oil or gasoline.
So the air is defiled.
Right, and he was saying even with printing. Now I gotta always take it with a grain of salt. The only reason I'm okay halfway repeating that is because I know he actually worked with it. You know what I'm saying? I haven't done my own research to even say it's emphatic. But then again, you know, even if that was a thing at a point in time, it could have changed. And then it could have changed again. You know, we had to talk about ground beef. His thing was, you know, they take ground beef and they chop it up and they dice up pork lard and mix it in with that. But
to give it its fat content.
yeah, to give it a fat content. But
I didn't know that.
I think that was an old thing because I went through and he brought that up and I'm like, oh man, hold up.
Yeah, you have to prove that. Yeah,
I
I
hold
feel
on,
that
let me
shit.
find out because you know ground beef is a big thing for me. But you know, did the research, didn't find no traces of any of that claim. But I do understand through the context of the conversation that was a practice when we were younger. You know, I'm pretty sure you remember when you were younger. Your older family members used to go to the butcher shop. They went to H-E-B, Walmart. They go to the butcher shop. They get the the pack, paper meat, paper, all that. But that was one of the things that they did is to take that ground beef and they put that pork lard, that fat in it, do it like that. You know what I'm saying? So, but go ahead, man. My bad. My bad. The point was, I was mentioning was that they got all these different unclean things in all of our food, air, what we touch, what we drink, what we eat, what we just rub against our body, lotion, all kind of things that that Day of Atonement is needed for that. Because even if, for the people who actually care about keeping these commandments, starting their walk or whatever the case might be, brothers and sisters have contentions on sea moss and mushrooms and things like that. That is a day that we need as a people, that if we are going off and it's just by our own understanding that we going off, we flawed in that area, hey, that day of atonement is a beautiful thing, man, 'cause we got a moment to, deal with that. And then, Deacon was saying, a lot of these holidays, the Holy Spirit will come sup with you. Honestly, I believe that because, I could go through my own experiences, but I just believe that, you got a day of atonement, right? You get that reset, that whole day, you need to be thinking about everything, you need to be afflicting your soul. You need to be thinking about everything that you did wrong, possibly did wrong, all of that, you know what I'm saying? And be a better person going forward. So I think a day like that is needed. Yeah.
Much needed.
For enlightenment, edification, all that.
And I gotta say this, to you niggas who didn't keep it and you knew you should have kept it, you got next month to do it. This is not the year to not keep these high holy days. I'm gonna tell you that right now. This is not the time to be like, man, you know what? I ain't gonna keep it this year, man. Don't do that to yourself, man. You gonna need the Most High God in ways that you could never imagine. Hey, that hurricane that hit down in California, you heard there was an earthquake during the hurricane, right? Yeah, there was a 5.0 earthquake during the hurricane.
In San Diego?
Yeah, down in San Diego, where Hurricane Hillary hit. Man, I'm telling you, man, can you imagine how that shit must have felt to them people in that hurricane? And they probably say, man, is the ground shaking? Is the world ending?
Yeah, break that down, brother, because I don't think people really understand. You got a hurricane, if they wasn't like getting flooded out, they get rainstorms, windstorms, and then you're talking about buildings shaking and possibly collapsing and all kinds of stuff like that. So bring that out.
Shit, you read Nahum 1. It tells you that the storms are the Most High gods, the earthquakes, the tempests, the thrown down rocks. That's all. And to people who think that a rock slide ain't shit, watch one of them rock slides over in India where a damn boulder go through a damn house. And don't stop rolling. Shit literally punch a hole in the building. And that's if the building stay up after the rock go through it.
I was about to say that because I ain't never seen one where the building stay up.
Yeah, man.
It looked like an avalanche, but
it's just rocks.
Yeah. Dirt, rocks, and it just kind of, it looked like muddy water. It's just moving so fluid. Just sweep away everything. So it's
but see, the Most High God has promised these things as scourges for a minute. Now you got to realize we in the most wicked time that the earth has ever endured. So you got to remember the Most High God has sent scourges, and the amendment has not taken place. So what does the Most High God do when He sends a scourge and it hasn't amended anything? He sends a greater scourge. That's why World War III is going to be as bad as it's going to get, right? This is Revelations, chapter 18 and verse 6. Reward her even as she rewarded you, and double unto her according to her works. In the cup which she hath filled, fill to her double. How much she hath glorified herself, and lived deliciously. So much torment and sorrow give her. For she saith in her heart, I sit a queen, and am no widow, and shall see no sorrow. That's how these crackers think, man. They literally tell everybody, man, ain't nobody gonna take America down. I've heard some of these old Edomites say, I'll go into slavery I'll go over my dead body. You'll take my people into slavery over my dead body. Saying all types of stubborn shit.
They mean it.
And they mean it. That's one of these things that our people don't realize. They be thinking Esau playing. Esau ain't playing. But the reality is, Most High God, He ready to get it on. He like, hell yeah, I want you to stand up and fight as hard as you can. Because I'm going to throw your ass down with great violence. You got time for the Bible, brother? It's a shame. I'll say it. Right? Verse 8. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning, and famine, and she shall be utterly burnt with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her, and the kings of the earth, who have committed fornication, and lived deliciously with her, shall bewail and lament for her, when they shall see the smoke of her burning. See, when America is finally destroyed by thermonuclear missiles, you're going to have a lot of these nations, man, they're going to be like, yo, man, I wish America could come back, man. I miss the days where I could go to America and traffic children from Mexico. You best believe you got people coming from all these heathen nations all over the earth understanding that America is a staunch defender of pedophilia. Hence why you got people like Jeffrey Epstein, Oprah Winfrey. You heard about that shit with her in Maui, right? She buying up all the land that was burnt. So she gonna be the new rich face for ownership of that land while they do all that wickedness over there?
Hey, it's not surprising because I know that her and Hillary had a hand in the 80s.
Yeah.
So, I've heard about these things. They come in there with these, what do they call it? Fake ass relief efforts. What do they call them? Missionaries, fake missionaries and shit. And they take all the orphan kids and get busy. Traffic the hell out of them. You can't tell me Oprah Winfrey got rich off of just being a great person. They never allowed a nigga to get rich like that. You know what I'm saying? Without no interest or none of that.
And she got billions of dollars.
Check this out real quick. We're talking about niggas getting money. How many times we done heard about Bill Cosby and all these other celebrities trying to buy networks?
Yep.
Yeah.
And the dead surely got
dead, locked up.
Prince.
You know, all kind of crazy stuff. Michael Jackson. It's a lot of them.
Michael Jackson wasn't even trying to buy a network. He just wanted his masters
He wanted
in his catalog.
It wasn't even that though. You heard that he was trying to buy the title it's Marvel.
Marvel?
Yeah. Marvel. What they're doing now is what he wanted to do. This is what I'm hearing.
Oh, okay.
So he wanted to do that before they did it.
Can you lace me up with a link on that? Because I would really like to look at it.
I'm gonna find that.
Yeah.
Because I heard it. I'm like, hey, what? I didn't fact check it. I'm gonna put that out there. But it's believable. I can say that much because time and time again, as we're speaking on it, our people, we get money, get to a level of fame, and we start trying to do some real boss moves, and they take us out the way. But the point of the matter was, me bringing that up was, Oprah Winfrey was one of the few that was allowed to get to that level. She didn't get there by being a great person and being a child of God. They allowed her to get to that money and stay getting that money. And I'm firmly believing that a lot of it had to do with her efforts in that trafficking children and shit like that.
You know them schools she built over in Africa? They got a big conspiracy about a bunch of girls missing over there.
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah. Hundreds of girls have been going missing from her school.
I believe it. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta understand, man, if you making deals with the devil, man, you gonna do shit that demons do, man. You don't get to just make your money and be a righteous person going back to the hood, handing out turkeys and backpacks and shit.
Hey, it's a cold point because I was working with this brother, right? We got to talking about the music business. Admittedly, he has more knowledge in the music business than I do. But we can have a high-level conversation about it. And long story short, it kept coming back to this point where I kept telling this brother, because I kept trying to lace him with the Bible, you know what I'm saying? We talking about spirituality, if you look at things like that, chakras. I said, yeah, but that don't tell you. I said, yeah, but that don't tell you who you is, brother. And I said, I don't care if you're Muslim, Christian, whatever. Me and you walking down the street, we know we're the same people. We can't put a pin on a page of who exactly we are. I said, I didn't know that until I started looking into that Bible, but we had a conversation where we kept having a reoccurring conversation where he's talking about making it into the social celebrity fame and all that. And long story short, the brother was he kept alluding to the point that he was semi-okay with some of the things he would have had to do. He kept saying, I'm not gonna do none of the gay stuff. I'm gonna try to flip it on him. And I told him, I said, brother, you got more knowledge than I do, and I'm rapping with him. I said, but hey, you think you the first person to try that?
For real.
You're not. I said, you got more knowledge than me, and even quickly I can see how they gonna flip that plan and put it back in your head. You're not gonna get away with that. You're gonna end up having to do those things that they want you to do. And the brother, it kept getting down to, various conversation, it kept getting down to, hey, you're gonna have to either get rid of somebody, you're gonna have to bend it over.
Yep.
Do some gay shit.
For real.
You know what I'm saying? And he was dead set, like, hey, man, I'm just trying to be famous. I told him, what's the fame? He would say, one minute he would say, I just want the money. But then the next minute, I want the fame. Charleston White spoke on some people from down here in San Antonio. He was like, how would you respond? I said, hey, some of what Charleston White is saying ain't wrong. You're right about this shit. A lot of people down here is followers. They fake. They ride away. They're trying to be something they're not. They're trying to be somebody they're not. They're trying to be everybody else. And I feel on that. It hurts to say that. It hurts to hear that. getting people locked up, or so they say, or whatever the case might be, why would you even have any dealings with them or threaten them or whatever?
Just leave him alone.
Leave them alone.
Yeah, leave him alone.
You know what I'm saying? Prove them wrong. That's all you can do. Brother was like, nah, he went for the fame. As he kept trying to do. Like I said, when it comes down to this stuff, man, some of our people are just wicked as hell, man. They don't give a damn about themselves. They don't give a damn about nobody else. They just want what you said. They want they want the gifts from the devil or Satan, and you know they're gonna have to do some devilish things to get to where they want to be to have all of that, like you said. So that's maybe bigger that's going.
Well, brother, the other day I saw a picture of Lil Wayne from the early 2000s. He had all the tattoos when he was like a fresh-faced teenager. Man, you could see that boy had life in him, man. You look at Lil Wayne now, he a 40-year-old washed-out crackhead, man. That brother gone. He looked like somebody who's been on drugs a long time, man.
I mean, he has.
But he had.
He looked like a zombie.
Yeah, but that brother been through so much shit, man. I mean, you can only imagine.
He looked like a zombie for real.
But, you know, back on the Bible. but all of America's allies, man, you know, they're gonna be thrown down in the dust right alongside, right alongside America. But America's gonna be the first one to get it, and they're gonna be lamenting the fact that America is no longer the trade hub of the world, right? This is Revelations 18:10, or 18:9. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and live deliciously with her shall bewail and lament for her. And when they shall see the smoke of her burning, standing afar off, for the fear of her torment, saying, Alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that mighty city, for in 1 hour is thy judgment come. And the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for no man buyeth their merchandise anymore. Now, a lot of people might say, well, America don't make shit. How they manufacture anything? Last time I checked, the biggest export of America is what we produce as Israelites.
That's right.
That's why you got Russian crackers over there in Russia doing drill music. Shit sound through.
Hey, you got motherfuckers everywhere. And I mean literally.
Yeah, everywhere.
Everywhere. Goddamn Kenya, South Africa, and all them European countries, Russia, Switzerland, all them places, white, black, Israelite, Arab, Indian, they all doing it.
Yep.
All doing it.
All.
That's, you know, I hear our people say this. They be like, oh, you'll never hear East Indians saying, you know, or Chinese saying, I'm gonna kill a chink. They don't say that verbatim. Granted. But hey,
Not yet.
we're propagating this death culture, this, like you said, we are this world's economy to where every nation has now like bitten our style and replicated it. As detrimental as it is, you know, it ain't did nothing good for us. This whole drill music, right? All it did was raise the murder rates, kill us faster. But the cold part about it is that other nations seeing this and they like, we love it.
Yeah.
And they jump right on that bandwagon too. So man, we can't say the same thing. I mean, is it as high a level as us? No.
Look, we got. I have to say this, Jake. We are exceptional in every regard, and that includes wickedness.
That's right.
That's one of the things the Bible says, that when we take hold of the ways of the heathen, we outperform them by ways of wickedness, man.
And the only person we ain't really, I'm gonna say we might be neck and neck, but we ain't taking the cake.
Yeah, we can't beat Esau.
Esau, yeah. That's
Esau MVP of wickedness, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Shit.
Yeah. They, you know, they got us. That's one thing. If they had an Olympics,
That's shit. I don't even want to think about that, because you know the wicked shit that Esau be into,
hey,
man.
that boy, yeah,
Man,
you're right.
shit.
That boy there would be top scholar.
But we got to understand, man, right? What's about to happen is that during all the tumult of World War III, our Messiah is going to return. And when he returns, he going to recompense the heathen, and he going to set his people free, man. This is Revelations 12:10. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, Now is come salvation and strength and the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ. For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our God day and night. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. And they loved not their lives unto death. So not only are we going to be liberated, but there's a cost to walking this path toward liberty. And some of us going to have to lose our lives to make it, man.
That's a cold point. I'll put part of that in my. I'm trying to hold my
You gonna
peace.
spoil your lesson?
I'm gonna hold my peace.
Don't spoil your lesson, man.
No,
Don't do that.
I'm
Don't
gonna
do
hold
that.
my peace. Go ahead.
But some of our
That's a
people,
cold point, though.
yeah, some of our people don't quite understand, man. You are going to have to lay your life down in order to make it to the kingdom, bro. Whether you're put in prison, you have to leave your family to be a pilgrim upon the earth. Because what if the Most High God speak to you in a dream and he says, hey, look, I need you to leave the city. Don't take nothing with you. Don't fill your tank up. Go with what you got on your back. Get up and leave now. You gonna get up and try to explain to everybody in your house who don't believe, who don't keep the commandments, what you about to do? I'm gonna tell you, man, that's the type of stuff that's gonna be happening. And you're gonna have to move when the Most High God say move. You ain't gonna have no time to be trying to convince unbelievers to come with you. Hey, man.
Bring it out.
Yeah, man. That's the Holy Spirit, man. Right? Verse 12. Therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time. That's why all these Edomites are starting to get all riled up. Now they literally saying, hey, look, man, fuck the president. They saying, fuck these COVID mandates or C-19 mandates. Like, you gotta use the terminology, right?
Right.
But you got people literally saying, we ain't being locked down again. We are willing to fight and die than to go and to be shut up in our houses again.
You know what's cold? You said they riled up, right?
Mm-hmm.
All through his city, they've been gentrifying the hell out of it.
Where?
This city,
Oh,
they-
yeah.
like the worst parts of this city, like people wasn't even allowed to even just make a wrong turn on. They're building houses for all the Edomites out there, man. They got the prices. The brother put that on Facebook not too long ago. A lot of these houses, they two-story shotgun houses, and they charging them $100,000. They don't even have a garage or even a car. What do you call it? A car cover? Carport. Boom. They don't have a carport. They have a small little driveway. No garage. No carport. None of that. You know what I'm saying? And then they stacking them all together. And a lot of them don't even have backyards. Really.
Yeah. They gentrify New Braunfels, man.
$100,000.
So me and my wife, our lease is up, I believe, at the end of September. And we try to look for a place. Come to find out, you got houses that literally are in the shape to be condemned. I'm talking about you walk by the house, there are holes in the shit, you can see in the structure. Those houses are over $180,000. They are unaffordable to the average everyday Israelite.
That's right.
And the only people I see when I'm working out now moving in is Esau.
There you go. Average human being.
Yeah.
It's a lot of.
Yeah.
It's
You're
not
right.
even where I stay. Now, I'd have moved from the slums. I ain't gonna hold you. You know what I mean? I'd have moved from there all the way to the nicer parts of town is what they call it. But what you understand is that they got all of the other heathens out there. You got a mix of Esau, but you got Ham, you got Japheth out there. You got Moab, a whole lot of those. You got each and everybody. You got pockets of Moab and Ammon around the city, but and Elam as well. But they running deep out there. Ham, Israelites from West Africa. They got almost like little cities. Dang, they're out there. Mixed in with Esau, but yeah, man. Even they can't afford. Some of them. They have nice cars and all. They got a family, but they be deep in them little apartments. You know what I'm saying? They get a nice, decent space, but it be more than just 2-3 of them in there, man. They be stacking up and shacking up. So $100,000 for a hole in the wall shitter.
That need
you know
work.
what I'm saying? That ain't. Hell, even the heathens can't even really afford that type of shit, man. They trying to get the top level Edomites out there. Really, I don't even think it's that. You spoke on like 15-minute cities, right? I think that's what it is because it's gonna cost too much money for them to just. Well, I can't say that. My belief is that for them to just go out and just build, 15-minute city here, and here. I can't say they ain't doing it because they are. And as we're speaking about gentrification, this is literally what they doing within the city. You see what I'm saying? They're making everything more accessible through apps and subscription, things like that. Deliver it to you. Don't go to the mall. Don't go to the store. Let it ship to you. Walmart, everybody's shipping and driving it to you. All the houses, they gentrifying it, but they really, reallocating all the masses into a tighter quarters. You see what I'm saying? I do realize that and recognize that they corralling everybody into that little pen before they.
Did you pass by exit 159A on the way here?
No, because I had to drive all the way. I had to drive all the way to the southeast side,
Bro,
just to drive back this way.
take a trip over here before you came. They built up a military outpost on the side of the highway.
Oh yeah.
I keep bringing that up. Nobody.
159C.
No, 159A. When you go over there, it's near the it's like a veteran center or something like that. It's a crossroad. But they got at least 300 military. No, off of I-35. Exit 159. Near the forum. Way over. But make sure you go over there, man, because I'm telling you, people don't believe me, man. I keep telling them. They done built a military outpost. I remember I was driving to camp one day, and I saw about 30 military vehicles. They had the little concrete, barriers set up. I came back the next week. They had about 100 vehicles, had a hangar and everything. Now they got about 300-400 vehicles out there, man.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't know about this city, which, even now I'm considering getting out of here, but it's all on the Most High's will. But I think this city would be number one on the list. Because not only do you have all the bases that people know about, you got a lot of secret bases around here. And the only way you would know about them is if you're from here and you travel around the city a lot. I've traveled around the city a lot. There's a lot of bases around here that you just don't know about until you ride up on it and see it, like you said. It's not technically a formal situation, but it's some type of outpost or hangar or something like that.
They train special forces here too. I don't know if you know that. Medina Air Force Base. They sure do. They train SEER, TAC-P, combat control, and pararescue, man.
And break that down for the layman.
Yeah. So those groups, when it comes to the Air Force and their special forces, like people know about the Green Berets, the Navy SEALs. That's the Air Force version of that, right? So you got to understand, man, them the people who are at war doing counterterrorism shit, doing all the shit like the people running drugs and guns down in Mexico and shit. But the people who are down in Mexico doing all that shit, you can get, like, when you go through indoc training, that's what they call it, indoctrination training. That's literally what they call it. But that's the first stage to getting into special forces. And they do that here at Medina Air Force Base.
Just you're still speaking high level.
Yeah.
These civilians out here, bro.
I feel you.
Nah, but just to harp on that, like you said, SEER training, right? Was that survive, evade, resist, and escape?
Yeah. Rambo shit, basically. They train you to be Rambo.
You really got to understand and break that down, because a lot of our people ain't going to look and find out what that is. You got to understand, these people, all they do is practice and train on how to survive with nothing. A lot of, me personally, I like the bushcraft and the survivor, Alone and all that type of shows and stuff like that on YouTube, Netflix, stuff like that. But you gotta understand, these people are living this. You get a little bit of experience of that when you go through basic training, but these people go back, they double back from basic training, and they get specialized training, as brother was saying. This is what they live, eat, breathe, and sleep. Surviving off jack shit, evading. So you gotta understand, even these career criminals, a lot of their life is, surviving and evading, resisting.
Let me say this. So they have a group called the French Foreign Legion. Say you go through the military and you get a felony. Now you can't be in the military no more. But you can join the French Foreign Legion. They take anybody from anywhere all over the earth. They are one of the most elite groups on the planet.
So wait, is it actually a French thing or is it like?
No, they call themselves French Foreign Legion, but they're mercenaries.
Is it American based?
Hell no. They are a nondescript. They're as American as BlackRock is
I was
American.
about to say it's a Black Ops type of
Yeah.
situation. Like what's old boy in them Tower Russia over in Africa right now? The Wagner.
Yeah. But see, they're officially recognized by the Russian government.
Right. But
I'm talking.
I've heard of like different merc squads and shit like that. They might have ties to America, ties here, ties there.
But if shit happened, they'll say they don't exist. That's
Right,
what I'm
exactly.
talking about.
Yeah, exactly
That's what I'm
saying.
talking about. I'm
That
talking
Black
about
Ops,
black
yeah.
box operations.
What's that show? Burn Notice.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
But you gotta understand, this is all these people do. And what the brother's trying to explain to y'all is, this is what you're going up against. While you are at home sparking up a blunt,
Playing 2K.
Playing 2K, playing Madden 24, about to drop.
Niggas don't know what's coming.
These niggas out in the woods, surviving like MacGyver and shit.
And they will kill you.
Really doing it.
I'm not playing. They will kill you. For real.
You know, a lot of our people ain't scared of that. That's not, and honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. For a long time, I wasn't afraid of death. I used to actually ask for it. The scariest thing ain't death. The scariest thing is living through whatever bullshit, right? The trauma, the torture.
Yeah.
That's the worst part. You know, if I now, you know what I mean, I'm like, yeah, I don't want to die before I reach whatever goals I've set in front of me. You know, most how willing I'm able to achieve those and be numbered among the people to get out of here. But you gotta understand, the worst thing is not dying. You not hitting those goals. Hey, once you die, that's it. You know what I mean? Everybody else got to live without you and deal with it however they gonna deal with it. The problem is suffering. A lot of times you hear about people having to bury their children. I had a guy at work. Never seen this brother, but I looked it up. I think he was an Israelite, going off the name, right? But this brother was at work, lost his whole family. I'm talking about grandmother, grandfather, or excuse me, his mom, dad, or his wife, but mom, dad, he lost his wife and his 2 kids in a house fire. All at one time, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And while he's at work.
So he came home to that.
He probably
Got called off at work.
He probably.
Damn, man.
He lost all his shit. He lost his whole family. He lost all his belongings.
Is he us? Is he
I
Israel?
believe so because when I looked it up, because I'm like, before I give any, they was asking for money.
Yeah.
And granted, you gotta understand that's a lot of people. First of all, a lot of people can't afford to. We as Israelites cannot even afford to bury our own, one of our own. Not to mention 5 all at once. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't even back to back. It was all at once. So they was asking for money. The job was taking up money to get to that brother, right? So I just did it. You know, they're like, oh, you can get $1, but I'm like, I hear what y'all talking about, but y'all also asking for Christmas gifts. I'm not on the same program as y'all. You know what I'm saying? So I did a quick search on Google, and I'm like, okay, it has an Israelite, Northern Kingdom Israelite name. I didn't see no faces. They didn't put no faces. You know, it was too fresh. They didn't put all the names of the victims, so the name, you know what I mean? Okay, boom, I'm gonna go with that. I gave some money, right? And not for my own benefit, even though it did come back to benefit me. I didn't do it for my benefit. You know, I want to glorify the Most High in that situation. But the point of the matter is, that's the type of torture that you're gonna have to deal with in these last days. And as this brother's bringing it out, you got these people who they live, eat, sleep, breathe. These are the top of the line Edomites. I'm talking about is they really in their element with hunting people.
They the Michael Jordans of this shit, man.
Man.
And I'm not. So one of the
You got somebody better than Mike.
Well, hold on. Like, so one of the things that you have to go through for the training is you have to go through basically torture training.
Yeah.
Where they literally, like, one of the things that they do is they put you in a chamber and they fill it full of water and they drown you. You lose consciousness and everything. And then they get you out, they wake you up, and then because what they might say is like, hey, the code word is the chopsticks or some shit, right? but you have to treat it as life or death. So now they might have you in a room with 2 other people who have their hands behind their back. You got time for the Bible, brother? Thou sayest. But they might have you in a room where you might have a female who's in that same room. She's training for a job that needs that training. And you might say, I'm not telling y'all shit. And they realize you serious. You've been drowned, you've been beat up. So they're like, cool. So what we gonna do is we gonna beat her ass in front of you.
I'm glad.
Waterboard and all that shit, man.
I was about to say that.
Yep.
Hey, but Con, this is what I'm saying. You know, that's what I was asking you. Like, get into it because those are the things that you know more about than regular people. I know about the waterboarding and some of those things they, you know, they put them through. And I gotta say this, it's just like some of that street stuff, but this is a little bit different. Let me make a correlation. This is not something that people are just. This is not just something that people are snatched up and put into unwillingly.
Got time for the Bible, bro?
These people are actually asking.
I got
All right. Be safe out here, all right?
These people are actually asking. So it's not a matter of I don't belong here. I didn't really want this. They're asking. They're seeking this. So not only are they're being tortured. What's the word I'm looking for?
Voluntarily.
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 You know what I mean? They're going through this punishment voluntarily.
Yep.
They really want it. They really want it. And then when they get it, hey, they have to go through so much hell, they're not gonna give it up for nothing. So when that day comes, like you said, you know, they let them dogs off the leash. Hey,
Yep. And
they
here's
gonna have a field day.
see, a lot of people don't realize when you got a big, strong J who can run, jump, and do all that shit, he joined the NBA. But when you got a cracker who like that, he ain't going to no NBA, NFL. You get a handful of them, and a lot of them are confusion-faced Jakes. They go and they join the military. Those be like that Pat Tillman nigga who joined the special forces. They end up killing him for friendly fire.
Yeah.
But he's one of them Edomites where his priority is, hey, I'm gonna use my strength to further the ambition of my country. And if you standing in the way of that, you getting mowed down and tossed to the side. That's why we trying to tell our people, man, they gonna be like mad men sparing none.
Hey, God, they really believe in that Darwinism shit, man. They'll kill their own for that.
Survival of the fittest, man.
They'll kill their own for whatever cause they got in mind. They don't give a damn. Especially us, but you know, they'll do that to their own. Like you said, they do it for training. You know.
And people die in training all the time, man. And I'm gonna tell you, you know it's Edomites, their way of training. The day, and I know I'm putting way too much out there, man, because I know I can get in trouble for this for real. But nah, man, I ain't worried about that, because our people got to know this shit, man. Our people have to know this. So the day I get to basically, you know, it was in Biloxi, Mississippi, right? I get down there to start training. We got to sit around and get talked to by our non-commissioned officer, like a sergeant, right? He got to talk to us about not putting broom handles in men's asses, because that was a hazing ritual that they were doing. You need to understand, Jake, you about to come face to face with the devil walking the earth. All that pretense of we're Americans, let's hold hands, and Martin Luther King and all sort of bullshit, that shit don't exist for them, man. And you their enemy, bro. Ain't no like, hey, I can plead my way out. As long as you a nigga, in their eyes, you are their enemy, man. You need to understand who these people are, bro. That's why we tell you to turn back. Because if you don't, when your enemy comes in like a flood, ain't gonna be no standard lifted up for you. Ain't no way of escape gonna be lifted up for you. And they ain't gonna just kill you. Like Darren is saying, man. These people, they thrive off of torturing. Jake, hey. Look, no, I'm gonna get this. Yeah. Look at that, man. They lynched and burned our brother. This is what is about to come on the earth, man. Our brother is burned and lynched. I've showed that picture before. It's the book Without Sanctuary. Lynching photography in America. But you got to understand, man, once upon a time, that is what they did in order to have a good time.
So a lot of they still do it.
Well, they have to do it on a much more private scale. They can't do it out in the open. But see, they about to just say, fuck it, we do it out in the open, because what you niggas gonna do about it?
I mean, well, you get to some of the small towns.
Yeah.
They bold like that. We've been hearing a lot of things about brothers and sisters up in Mississippi coming up missing and being tortured. This happened last, I think, October, November. The news reports barely started coming out this year. What happened was, brother had a problem with, some Edomites at work. Apparently the story was he was better than them. They were jealous. There's a lot of things going back and forth with that. I think he told one of them off or something like that. The Edomite got in his feelings and, rounded up some good old boys. The brother went to the police. The police basically shunned him, kicked him out. They weren't going to help him. He called his mother as he was running. I don't know the timeline chronologically with all the events, but the main points is that. And then he called his mother and told his mother all about it. I think like a week later after that happened, they found his body parts strewn throughout the woods, right? Spine, head cut off. When they showed his head, it was his skull was surgically cut, separated. Found his body parts everywhere, spine out, all kind of stuff, right? What the police came back and said was that they ruled it was an animal attack. Right.
So that means the police were involved.
Well, even recently they said something about the FBI getting involved because something about human remains being found in one of the sheriff's dogs.
Damn, yeah, so they did that real
Another
early.
brother, same thing happened to him. He was a bigger dude, but he actually got away. So the point is, and a lot of people, gotta mention Montgomery Brawl. Shout out to the brothers, right?
Shout out to our people.
Right before that happened, a couple weeks, maybe even close to a month, you had fuckboy Jason Aldean's bitch ass come out with a pussy song called "Try That in a Small Town." You heard about that?
Yeah, I heard about it.
You watched it?
No, I don't watch crime.
Okay. He put a batter in a lot of Edomites' back, but that hurt a lot. That empowered a lot of Edomites, especially Montgomery. That when it happened, them taking that L like that only pissed them off and empowered them even more. The problem is, getting down to this point, like you said, we got these high-level Edomite athletes in their field of hunting. You know what I'm saying? Through militaristic ways or whatever. You also got regular average Joe Edomites who, I look at them, man, they teaching their kids 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years old, handling carbines, rifles, ARs, all kind of stuff, man. Field stripping them, all kind of things like that. You see what I'm saying? They out there, they with it. So you run up on one of these Edomites' houses, you're gonna have 3, 4, 5 guns coming at you. While our kids are doing TikTok and trying to be fly and talking about Cardi B and Offset and all these other wicked Israelites, right? That's a reality we got to deal with, man. But like you said, they used to lynch us in high capacity back in the day. Point is, they still got little means to do that now, but it's just not as prevalent.
Yeah.
But it's gonna come a day where all these laws, all this paperwork ain't gonna mean bull jack shit.
And actually, you know what? I had a direction I wanted to go in my lesson, but I think we need to go in this direction because there are some things that we need to talk about, and then I'm gonna hand it over to you to do your lesson.
Okay.
Right? But one of the things that we're talking about is the things that Esau be doing behind the scenes that's about to come to the forefront. Right? And what does the Most High God have to say about all this? Most High God said, bring it on, nigga. He says, bring it on. We gonna go to Isaiah 47 and 12. Right?
I bet.
Hell
That
yeah.
better not be one of them.
It probably is, man. It's a spirit.
Nah, it's good.
So this is Isaiah 47 and verse, we'll start at 9. Verse 9. But these two things shall come to thee in a moment, in one day. The loss of children and widowhood. They shall come upon thee in their perfection, for the multitude of thy sorceries, and for the great abundance of thine enchantments. For thou hast trusted in thy wickedness. Thou hast said, none seeth me. Thy wisdom and thy knowledge, it hath perverted thee. And thou hast said in thine heart, I am, and none else beside me. And that's exactly what this white devil has done, man. All the stuff we've been talking about, these are various compartments of the infrastructure of Esau's military that they use to oppress not just Jacob, but the world at large. One of the things that folks don't know is that you can have a spinal fluid transplant. One of the things that they don't talk about is when they find Jake dead or lynched, a lot of times they have incision marks around the base of the actual neck or the base of the spine because they're taking spinal fluid from our people. See, Jake don't understand Esau has cut you open and splayed you open in every way conceivable. That's why that whole branch of science, eugenics, seemingly disappeared. It only disappeared because they proved conclusively that Jake was better than Esau. But you best believe all that scientific finding and medical findings that they got from that branch of so-called science, as abominable as it is, that is the foundation that they use to exploit Jake today.
On that point, brother, I don't know if you've seen the video. Sergeant Tom put out a video that I believe they took it down. I believe they took his channel down for him.
Man.
It was a high level rich Edomite, right? Old dirty nasty devil, right? He had a video where he was talking about he had a bunch of some of them might have been Hamitic, I'm not sure, but some of them were definitely Israelite sisters, right? And he was telling them, you know, y'all have something that's very important that nobody else has. It's rare, it's beautiful, we gotta have it, we need it. He offered them, I want to say he offered them like $50.
You talking about Peter Nygaard. That's who you talking about. He wanted their
old-
eggs.
Yeah.
You talking about Peter Nygaard.
Ah,
yeah.
okay, you seen it, yeah.
He got caught up on trafficking charges. I don't know if you know that too. His ass in jail right now.
His son was ratting on him too. Point is, I wanted to speak on that because you talked about him opening us up. Well, a lot of our people don't realize, and they, you know, anybody who's woken up into this truth, they probably went through the process of getting into a little bit of this conspiracy stuff going on, right? It's not a conspiracy anymore. They have literally been, they've been doing it. You look up into medical apartheid, the practice of gynecology. You get into these things, you find out that they've been researching and dissecting us for a long time. They've been extracting our resources. There's a large you hear a lot of whispers through the network about organ trafficking from our people, right? I've heard of Chicago, LA. There's been serial killers and different parts of the country where I think even Florida, Miami, you got different serial killers supposedly coming through and taking out our people, especially like prostitutes and people who aren't connected with others, but they get some of the best of our people too, who are average Joes. Like the brother was saying, they tap the spinal fluid, they taking organs, harvesting them. A lot of these children that we hear about being trafficked, you look into actresses? No. Adrenochrome. But adrenochrome, even more. I've heard it in the past, but I've seen more evidence of them not these celebrities not kidding about taking baby foreskins and using it for
facials and stuff.
Yeah, facials.
Vampire
and,
facials.
Vampire facials. Exactly. I didn't know. A lot of our people don't know about that, brothers. This is a thing called vampire facials. They literally take blood and they inject it into these women's faces. Yep. A vampire facial. Just off the name alone, it sounds wicked as hell. But then when you hear about the practice, that goes even to a whole nother level. But you gotta understand, these are things that people been practicing and doing, and they found a way to mold society in a degenerate enough of a way for them to roll these things out and make it sound and look good to people the way they can make money off of it. Now it's a popular thing. Now it's common. Now it's not weird or taboo. These are things that they've been doing to us, man. Brother brought it out. That's a cold point, They doing all kind of stuff. Look at George Floyd. I've heard of little things about after he died, what they did. But I can't confirm anything. I'm not there in the lab. Or, I'm not a mortician. I'm not, boxing nobody up or none of that. But you hear things sometimes, man, and you hear it enough, it starts to lend a level of credence to it, possibly. Especially when you look at the rap sheet of these people, you know what they do. Go ahead.
You got time for the Bible today, sister? Got time for the Bible? Okay. Hey, come join the sister. You want to take it? I know last time we didn't get to talk all that much because I know somebody was interrupted. But I just want to prove, right, that we the people, right, and what we're supposed to be doing is keeping the commandments. I'm just going to do it. So we're going to go to Deuteronomy 28 and 15. Did you want to get it, brother? Right, because one of the things that me and that other dude was talking about was that Christ only came for the Jews. Right? Now I know that goes against what the church teaches. Jesus Christ came for everybody. But Christ out of his own mouth said that he was only sent for Israel. Not to mention when you read in Matthew 1 and Luke 1 and 68, I believe Matthew 1 and 24. Both of those scriptures say that Christ is only sent for his people. Now I have a question for you, sister. Why does the white man need anybody to come save him? He doesn't. Ain't he in charge right now? Yeah, go ahead and do it.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field.
Let's stop right there. So when it says, "Cursed shall we be in the city and in the field," how many black businesses you go to around? None, right? But if actually, can you get a, I believe it's 23. Yeah, 23. Yeah.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 23. And the heaven that is over thy head shall be brass.
Look around. Look around. You see these buildings? They all made of brass, steel, iron. Keep going.
And the earth that is under thee shall be iron.
Underneath this concrete system is iron. That's why when you walk around, your back hurt, your knee hurt. That's a curse, sister. Once upon a time, sister, you were so delicate in the eyes of God, you didn't even have to walk on the ground. Did you know that? Yeah. Carry, yeah.
Probably had to do something like that, or too early, being holding up the front end of the car in the back. You sit in that thing, just chilling.
Brother, let's say it the way it is. You would have had two slaves on you.
That's right.
Two slaves, two servants that work for you. When you say I'm hungry, they go, hey, how much you want? Miss or madam. They were formal with you. Now they call this nigga and don't even think about it. Did you know that's a curse in the Bible too? Go ahead and get verse 43 all the way through 44.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 43. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high.
When the white man walk by you and he see you in your low estate, how he look at you? He look at you like you ain't nothing, right? Again, sister, we curse. White folks don't have to go through that. And you know what he'll say? He'll say, get a job, nigga. I've had white folks walk by me and I ain't doing nothing but reading the Bible. They call me a nigga. And guess what I can do about it? Nothing. Because ain't no might in our hands, sister. Keep going, brother.
And thou shalt come down very low. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail.
And that's how it's been. Ever since the white man came here. We the ones picking cotton. We the ones warming up bands. We the ones raising their kids. Get verse 37, brother. Because you got to understand something, sister. That dude that was arguing with me that other day, his father is a Spaniard. So he might look like he Mexican, but he ain't. He a brown-skinned white man. That's why in his mind, Jesus Christ got to come for everybody. Because if Christ come to judge them for what they did to our people, what do you think Christ going to do to them? Christ going to kill them. And I'm going to read that to you. We're going to read Isaiah 63, but get 37.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 37. And thou shalt become an astonishment a proverb, and a byword among all the nations, whither the Lord shall lead thee.
Proverbs like nigger, spit, bean, prairie nigger. No matter how low and how desperate our people are, they always have something to call us. These are the curses that the Most High God promised He would put on us if we did not keep His laws. Now, sister, I have to ask, did the Most High God deliver on that? Looks like it, don't it? It feel like it too, don't it? Every time you wake up in the morning, you realize it's another day in hell. But no, sister, your Messiah is coming to set you free, not everybody else. Because as we discussed earlier, they don't need to be liberated from nothing. We the ones who need to be liberated from all of this. Sister, when I wake up in the morning, you know what I would love to do? I would love to go outside with no shoes on, step in some fresh grass with the dew on. You know, when the plants are all healthy and nice, step on it and just feel it. And just thank God for another day, for a chance to be alive and to give praise on it. That's what I would love to do. But you know what I have to do, sister? I have to go out and walk my dog in some dead-ass grass covered with dog shit and garbage. Because we're the first. I have to break my back working for a white man and hope he sends me my check on time so I can feed myself and my wife. We the kings walking the earth, sister. Did you know that the Bible describes us as gods? Psalms 80:26. Did you get that? Or were you? Psalms 82:6. Because we got to understand something as Israelites, blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, the people who fit the curses of the Bible. We are the gods of the world. No, keep on next. We're going to go back to 16. Now, I have a question, sister. If the white man has to be paid back for what he has done, what do you think his punishment should be? Hold on, before you give me the answer, I want you to look at this picture. You see our brother being lynched and burned right there? I'll put it in my life. See that brother right there? Rope going down to the neck. Fire pit that gets in. If you can't see that, let me get you another picture. This book has lynching photography. It's called Without Sanction. It's something. Hold on. See that brother right there? Now, this is in the 1900s. Can you imagine what they were going through before camera? Now, I ask you again, what do you think should happen to the injustice what they've done?
It's a bridge that goes over the river.
Out, sister. All these Israelite men walking around, you still found a way to get with the enemy. I know, that's even worse. You know what they did in the Caribbean to your people? That's even worse. That's even worse. See, that's one of the problems with our men. We don't bring up the fact that we have our women collaborating with those who murder us in the streets. Damn coons. Shit.
I feel like
I couldn't let that go, bro. I couldn't.
I feel like we
Collaborate with
allow
Bati men.
it because, like you said, you're a king. You had all that, but we still not free.
We did by breaking God's law. But did that give them permission to hang us and break our necks and rape us?
I mean, it is what it is. But until we stand up and start sticking together, we can overcome. But see, one get up there and all the rest of us get jealous, you know, and try to don't support it, or look down on him, or whatever, instead of
are you going to rise when the white man's whole purpose on this earth is to keep you oppressed?
But see, the white man can't keep us oppressed. We got all the white man got, they got from us.
That's right. That's
Okay? We the one that set civilization and all that. But we're also the one who sell out.
yeah, that's true. So, but again, I have a question.
But again,
But I have to
like
interrupt.
I
I have to
say,
interrupt.
until
I have to
we
interrupt. I have to
stand
interrupt.
up and take our place.
But what is standing up,
And
sister?
stop being jealous. Stop being selfish. Stop being judgmental.
No, we gotta judge, sister. We gotta judge.
It says judge the ones that's in the church.
Nope, it says
Not the
judge
word.
righteous. No, no.
No, it don't say judge right.
So we're gonna go to 2 Corinthians 6 and 2.
It says judge the ones that's in the church.
Yeah, get it, man.
In our communities all around the world, right, we have this thing called no snitching, right? That's one issue where now the church not to judge, right? Explain it. If I go and kill your son, you call the police and say, hey man, I saw the guy. People that was all around. They talking about listen, we're not gonna judge that brother for killing your family. We're not saying that. We're not judging the man right. That's not right. We're not giving you no peace. We're not giving you us peace. This is some of the things that we have. A lot of times in our community, we say, hey, I don't agree with it, but I ain't got no part. It ain't affecting me. I ain't gonna deal with it. The problem is a lot of these things that you say that to, it does affect us. It just doesn't affect us within our constitution, right? I was talking to some brothers online. Young brothers, right? Admittedly, we was living our lives how we wanted to, with no judgment. We like to see women now naked, showing their cleavage and all that type of stuff, right? I told a brother on Facebook, I said, look, I used to think that was okay, you know? But now I got daughters and aunties and things like that. So now I gotta look at that and say, you know what? I gotta make a judgment. I gotta say, you know what? This is right. This is wrong. You see what I'm saying? So we gotta judge our people because when we don't judge our people, what we do is we all stand back and say, oh, I ain't gonna pass no judgment. What that does is that allows these white people, these Eastern people, these Asian people come in and say, point their fingers and judge us and say, hey, y'all killed each other so we can do it too. Y'all call each other niggas so we can call you niggas. You see what I'm saying? So this is why we gotta judge our people. This is how you say stand up. That's how we stand up. We gotta judge our people for their behavior.
You wouldn't judge me in the place we gotta correct.
Well, sister, hey, well, think about it. Let's say you bought something. My land right next to yours. Your land starts behind this tree. And you like, nah, my land starts, right here by this tree. Where do we go to solve that out? We go to the court, right? And who makes the decision? Well, what is it? It's the judge, right? The judge's decision. So a lot of times these days we look at judgment as we look at it as like forgiving. That's we get those words mixed up. We look at it and say like, you know what, you ain't right. Hell with you. Hell away from us. That's how we hear judgment, right? When we really mix those words up, get into the etymology of judge. It really just means like to really be correct, right? Because when you wake up in the morning, right, you got to judge decisions. Should I go this way to work? Should I bring an umbrella? Or should I make a judgment call? You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to judgment, there's a level of correction that comes here. But it's critical. You see what I'm saying? Because I can't just walk up to you and say, man, you're a terrible person. You need to change your life. Blah, blah, blah. No, I got to make a judgment. I can't just judge and look at you and just say something that I think. I got to know you. I got to understand what's going on before I make a call and try to give you some correction. One thing our people hate is correction, but we hate it even all throughout that week, they like, hey, you want to hit this blunt? You want to, you know what I'm saying? Oh, sister, we have the order. You want to come through? Nah, I'm good. You know, and they be the top people in the church, but they'll be, oh, she ain't living her life right. Let's pray over, you know. That's not righteous judgment. That's what I'm talking.
This is Proverbs chapter 31 and verse 9. Open thy mouth, judge righteously, and plead the cause of the poor and needy. And that's what we're doing, sister.
What's that in?
That's Proverbs 31 and 9.
So you gotta understand, when we deal with things, right, we gotta deal with it in the spiritual matter. We just don't look and make up our own decisions according to how we feel. And that's a big problem within this world today. This is why you can't just go anywhere and call anybody to serve a man. Because now people are changing their all of that. You know what I mean? And
man.
so we don't do it according to how we feel. A lot of people change their feelings as the days go by. They wake up their man, they wake up their cucumber, you know, whatever the case might be. So we got a standard that we're going into. So when our people are doing things that aren't beneficial to them in the long run or beneficial to them in the short term, we make righteous judgment, right? We don't judge based off of how somebody looks. You know, 'cause that don't tell you what the effort they put in is. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we all make mistakes and we look at those things. We have grace and mercy for things like that. We're not out here beating people up and naturally stones and telling them how they can get right. You know, we try to lead them to the water and if they drink it, you know.
Can I get one more thing?
Go ahead, brother.
Because I want to prove why I rebuke that system. Right? Because I know it might seem like, damn, he hates. Nah, I'm telling my sister to keep the laws as the Bible says. This is the book of Tobit, chapter 4 and verse 12. Beware of all whoredom, my son, and chiefly take a wife of the seed of thy fathers, and take not a strange woman to wife. And that goes for our sisters too. You're not supposed to be going to the heathen, trying to link up with them.
And a lot of times we gotta know what to do.
But if she walking away, hold on, can I say this? Let me say this. Sister, hold on. Let me say this. If she's walking away and I'm never going to see her again, when am I supposed to correct her?
It probably ain't you supposed to.
And see, and that's exactly where we break communication. I got to judge when she's around because I can't wait, sister.
But it's not meant for you to judge everything.
And that's why our community is the way it is, sister. But go ahead.
If I'm sitting in the street, you see a bus, what's up? Right. Get out the street. You know what I'm saying? Why you talking to me like that? Stop yelling at me. You don't tell me what to do. Instead of just listening to you, because you telling me something I love at the same time. So this brother's yelling at this sister right here. He's telling her something that's gonna save her life. You might not understand. You might not see it over you. This
Yeah,
brother's
but
trying to
she'll
tell
be
her
more
something.
acceptable.
Well, that's a problem I'm dealing with right now with certain family members, right? You gotta understand, some people, they're not listening regardless of how you tell them. Because there's no example in the world you can look at where somebody came to somebody and pleaded and begged for them, and they just listen to them. A lot of times, our people, around the world, actually strong, stern voices. You see what I'm saying? Whether that sister misses or not, she's gonna remember this night. Think about it. Next time a black person gets killed in Jamaica, or Jamaica gets killed in America by the hands of a white man, she's gonna think about this little right here. That's gonna ring out in her head. Not some soft. Huh? Of course she does. I believe she does. But a lot of times, like I said, you know, our people aren't having these conversations. We are a family. And with that being said, within this family, we gotta have those arguments. We gotta fight a little bit, we gotta cry a little bit, we gotta scream a little bit, but we gotta have those tough conversations. So right now, as a people, we just aren't having those conversations.
But see, also, Jesus came also to show us he was an example. Sometimes we overlook these things. When I sin, sometimes you gotta go to witness.
talking to him. You know what I'm saying? The times he didn't talk, a lot of those times when people were trying to deceive him, trip him up, heathens were trying to beg, seek mercy from him. That's a lot of times when he was not talking. When he was talking to these people, he was getting up. He was talking to a lot of people, thousands. So he had to go on top of hills and yell. He had to voice some many waters. So you gotta understand, he didn't spare not talking to his people. Yeah. That's the love he showed us. He didn't let us say, he didn't let us think what we wanted to think and just go off and just, do whatever we wanted. Right. A lot of times he's telling us, hey, A to B, pick life, death, pick one. That's a lot of times he's doing. Same thing with his brother did with that sister. You know, she's out here living her best life. Hey, that's the way she wants to go. That's the way she wants to go.
Now, say that white man have a bad night, and he hit her upside the head and killed her, and then
Call
he
her
got
a nigger.
Well, he called her a nigger. They start arguing. Now all of a sudden,
I said a brother can be that dude.
but here's the thing. But she's not with a brother. She with a white man, and you know the white man has a propensity for killing our people.
Right.
I literally just showed you photos of them hanging our people. So knowing who that white man is, I should be warning my sister as if she could be next. That's how I'm coming in. If you gonna walk away from me not wanting to hear the word, I'm at least saying get away from the dog that's gonna kill you.
It's a must have to get out the street.
Now you see where I'm coming from?
I still say that right there was me. I mean, I wouldn't even. I felt like
Well,
Hostility toward him? Oh yeah.
well, think about it again. How many real shit
Yeah.
buses come? You gonna tell me real ugly? You might tell me real
that's a
ugly, ain't you?
different. That's a different.
No, but it's not.
Get your black ass out the street.
It's not different. It's not as different as you think. You see what I'm saying? Because I often tell my family this, and I know that I can be a lot very true. Right? But the way that this world is going today, we don't have time to play games. And I look at every situation as a life or death situation. How many little trees are bus coming in? That's how I look at it, right? And I keep having this conversation with my family, which is what I'm going to tonight. A lot of people, they want to play games, right? I have a brother who's having alcohol addiction, right? And my mother, she's told me the same things. Oh, you got to talk like this. You can't be so stern and militant. Or you can't, and really, I'm not even being stern and militant. Really, it's just being austere and being
Because
nasty.
being a man.
To be honest, it's just being nasty. When men talk to each other, I'm gonna talk to this man a certain way, whether we disagree or not. There's only gonna be so far that we get in an argument before it becomes something else, right? So this is how men communicate. Not necessarily, I mean, we gonna do a little bit to cater a conversation to be respectful, but to a point, we can't do nothing after that. So when we talking to our people, man, woman, child, or other, we gotta talk the way we talk, because again, you know, my brother, he's dealing with alcohol addiction. You can't sit there, my mother keeps coming and saying, oh, you doing this? Oh, you doing that? It ain't working. Somebody needs to tell him, hey, nigga, the house is burning down, get the fuck out. That's all we need to talk to. That's a fact.
That's why.
If you
that's why we are like we are today.
No, it's
Because yes, in the Bible, look.
If we love somebody,
Look,
Let's say,
look.
say,
Come on, hold on.
hey,
In the Bible, it tells you everybody's not here. Everybody's not here for children, right? So you got some who got the children, you got some who don't do the water. You know, he says he'll do the work.
he gonna get the increase. That's right. You're right about
He
that.
don't.
But when you tilling the ground, sis, is that a peaceful action, or are you being destructive, breaking that ground up?
that's right.
You see what I'm saying? I gotta break that ground up, sis. I can't be like, oh, hold on, I gotta be like, bitch, get away from that cracker.
No.
That's what I have to do.
No, Moses got in trouble.
Hey,
Moses
hold on.
got in trouble for doing that.
Hold on. No, you didn't.
No, he
Yes, he
didn't.
did. For striking the rock when he told him.
Hold on. That's the Most High told him not to do that one thing.
Hold on. Wait. You talking about striking a rock, right?
Yeah.
But he didn't expect the Israelites, though.
Moses killed an Egyptian.
So did.
And it's
There you
hold
find
on,
him to say.
and the scriptures say that Jesus, a prophet like likened unto Moses, will be raised up. Talking about Jesus. So if Moses killed an Egyptian, threw him in the sand. Moses killed his own people. Most High told him to take up arms. Anybody to kill our people for doing adoption and things like that. He did that, right? There wasn't no talking in that day. Moses was begging the Most High, don't kill them all.
Hold on. And Moses actually went to the other Levites and said, who gonna go with me?
That's right.
Who gonna ride with me?
And the Most High glorified him.
That's right.
The Most High glorified Phineas.
That's right. Yep. Killing that coon who brought his damn heathen wife in the congregation.
So what happened in Numbers, was it 24, 25? A guy, I forgot his name, he brought a woman from another nation, brought her to the church.
I'll get it.
One of the Israelite brothers said, hell no, he picked up the spear, chucked it into him, killed him. Oh no, he killed him in the middle of, no, I'm thinking something.
Yeah, let me get it.
And he killed them both. And the Most High blessed him for that. You blessed him and his children for that.
But I had one more thing I want to get before that too.
But you gotta understand, if Jesus is likened up to Moses being raised up as a prophet, Moses killed people. You understand? So if Jesus is being raised up and he's like Moses, any reference that you get to Jesus and how he talked and dealt with people, you gotta understand, he's just like Moses. So if Moses was killing people, he will kill people. Isaiah 66, 17, he's gonna come back and kill people. And if you believe in Jesus, like the brother said, this is being the end days. Jesus is gonna come back. He's gonna start killing our people. We trying to save that lady before that time is too late. This might be the day that she thinks back.
First of all, we can't save her. Like I told him, God already got her from the first place.
That's true. But what if she that person who needs the word to be saved?
Like you said, hold on. This might be us watering her seed, the seed within her. Because you gotta understand, all the brother did was yell and she was already down the block. When she was right here, all he said was, get out, sister, get out. Get out, sister. He didn't yell at her when she was right here.
But when she insisted, you gonna get it.
Hold on. She was already down the street, so him yelling, you can't say it's like he's just yelling at her. He would have to yell so she could hear him, right? The same way she was yelling so he could hear her. So she could hear her, right?
I got what you looking for.
But this brother didn't put no hands on her. He didn't get as disrespectful as he could have. He could have called her a bitch or none of that. You know what I mean?
That's my sister.
So when we look at it, this brother wasn't being, although he's being loud and stern, he wasn't being as aggressive as he could have. He couldn't be as combative or aggressive and all those things.
So I got two things to read. This is Isaiah, chapter 30 and verse 8. Now go, write it before them in a table, and note it in a book, that it may be for the time to come, forever and ever, that this is a rebellious people, lying children.
That's right.
See, our people lie all the time, sister. That's why we got to be loud and direct. Because you speak softly to a nigga, you give a nigga an inch, you know you're going to take a mile. You know if you put a nigga on the spot and you give him a way out, he going to get out. He going to tell a lie.
That's why we need to go back to the basics.
Hold on, let me finish this. This is the basics, sister. Let me finish.
Is the mother needs to be in the home raising the kids.
The father needs to be in the home. You're right. And guess what we doing?
But
sister,
been in the home.
no, but we're telling, if a man walk up here and he got a so-called girlfriend and had sex with her, we tell that man, that's your wife. And you can't divorce her just because you want to go get some more, get some more tail.
It's a lot of it.
You are honor bound by God to have her as a wife. You can't put her away.
It's a lot of it. We're not just putting the title on it. We tell him what it is.
Yeah.
We tell him he needs to take care of that woman in the scripture. We bring out in the Bible that says that he sees he stuff with that woman. If he don't take care of her and the children that she has, or whether it's his or not, it's worse than the infidel. God's going to kill him. Understand that this is not a man versus a woman situation
At all.
This is
Be a nation.
This is a brother, sister, brother situation that we trying to correct. All of our people, old, young, our age, still in, whatever the case might be, we're trying to get rid of our people. You gotta understand that we've done a lot of things to this point. Nothing has worked.
Right, because the word losing our people because we're not going back to the basics. Family. You don't even see families sitting around the kitchen table.
But that's you right,
You
sister.
know what I mean?
You right.
You don't see nothing. You don't see kids growing up with prison.
Hold on. I'm about to get in my bag.
You know what I mean?
Well, hold on. Let me finish
You
this.
don't
real quick.
even you don't even hear about
Yeah.
virgins no more. You don't none of that.
Well, let me get
Because
this.
the mothers are not in the home. Women think that they can go out there and make a living now and don't need a man.
That's right.
But what's neglected? The home. Who's teaching them kids at home? Training them kids.
Sister,
That's our
we need you
job.
on every corner telling our sisters to get their ass
That's
out of the
our
house.
job.
Yes.
That's
When
you know
we
what?
decide to have a family and bring a child in here, we should be in that house,
That's
You're right.
raising that.
not only is it your job, that's a big job, it's a super important job.
Yeah.
That a lot of our people, men and women, we don't give enough credit to. That is a huge job. I'm saying. I'm right there in agreement with you.
Sister, have you heard this proverb? A nation cannot rise any higher than its women. Why you think that is? If you ain't in the home, who raising the kids? You right. Now let me finish this, because I want to show
You
you.
know, society,
Right.
radio,
And who owns the
you know,
school?
magazine.
Now hold on, can I put it in perspective? Now imagine this woman is on, not her, but another woman, right? She walking around, her breasts are out, her ass is out. She got an OnlyFans and she strip on the weekend. You think she gonna listen to me if I go, hey sister, would you mind putting those and change your life and come back to God? Or I gotta tell her, hey look, sis, if you don't take all that shit off and get right with God, you gonna kill your ass.
I mean,
Let me bring this out.
Think about it.
Let me bring this
she's
out.
gonna blow it out.
This is
because
Isaiah,
she
chapter
should
30 and
retire
8.
At home.
Hold on, sister, listen to this. Listen to this, right? I'm gonna start at 9, right? 30 and 9. That this is a rebellious people, lying children, children that will not hear the law of the Lord, which say to the seers, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not unto us right things, speak unto us smooth things, and prophesy deceits. She want me to tell her that Christ is all in favor of her having a white husband, when that's not true, sister. Our people want to hear that it's okay to get turned up at the club and not be at home raising their kids. We cannot be soft with our people. Sister, you can hear the message softly, and I commend you for that. I don't have to yell at you. I don't have to come at you sideways. But I'm going to tell you, sister, most of our people don't work that way. And you know that yourself, because you got people in your family. When you try to give them constructive information, they'll tell you to go and do something to yourself.
But see, I know that
I'm just saying.
you're right about that because I have two ways to speak. Or her and mother, her and my mother.
Yeah.
Okay. When my mama passed away, well, that vendetta came down to me. She raised me. But she couldn't see the things that she did to me because me do the things that I do. You understand what I'm saying?
Generational
And,
curses are a real thing, sister.
And I was bringing that to a different. I wanted to get to the nitty gritty, like what happened. Shut the fuck up.
Told you. And what did I just read?
You know what's called? We don't even have to get that.
I'm sorry you have to go through that, sister. I
But-
really am.
Let somebody ask you for some money. See how
Oh,
Let
that's
you tell them no 2-3 times. You don't have to tell them the same way.
I'm going to have to fight
Get out
them.
my face. I'm not gonna do it. You know, sometimes we gotta do it that way real quick. I want to get off this point. Because you said something that was very profound and love to bring out some background. Mothers are not in the home, right? A lot of what, like you said, a lot of this culture that we have today is I don't need no man. Who's gonna tell them all to do that? You know?
I would say
I wish we had
society.
Gloria Steinem, mother of feminism.
Hold on. Not even you hold on.
Gloria Steinem.
Hold on. Because it is society, and you gotta ask, who built this society? But two, even before
We
Gloria
built it,
Steinem,
but a white man took credit in it. know because he got the money.
Before that, Willie Lynch.
Look, yeah, he going back to slavery. The Willie Lynch letter. Damn, do I have that book? Hold up. I got the book. Damn, I sure do, man. Hold up, let me see. I got it
A lot
here.
of the white slave owners were
Damn, man. See, Israel, man, we be forgetting our books, man. Be trying to bring out everything. Damn, man, I left that one at home. Shit. Yeah, it's on my couch. Damn. All right.
was a lot of ways that they use, tactics they use on us to further indoctrinate us, to pit one another against each other. So when you look at these days, people say brown skin versus light skins or dark skin versus light skins. That was literally written in the William Lynch Code. Talked about man versus woman. That was literally written in the William Lynch Code. It gets real deep. Man versus child, woman versus daughter. All those different things. Niggas up the hill versus niggas down the hill. Niggas in the house versus niggas in the field. All that came from Willie Lynch. But then that letter, what he said was, I think he said the nigger bitch. When you separate her, she has an uncivilized what's what I'm looking for? Dependency on the male, right? So what they decided to do is do experiments. And they was telling the other slave owners do this experiment. And he said that it can get them a lot of money when they do this. He said when you separate that woman from the man, what ends up happening is this woman becomes very independent. She raised her son to be very feminine, very dependent. And she also raises her daughters to be very independent. What you see today is what's a product of that letter, but also what you said.
I got the letter pulled up. You want me to read something?
Did you find that part I was just talking about?
Yeah, I got it. I got it right here.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is the Willie Lynch letter, right? This is just 4 pages. The white man literally wrote this as a standard operating procedure.
Okay, real quick, you got the date?
I know it's in 1721.
1721.
1721.
Hold on.
Woo! Yup.
A lot of our people celebrate 4th of July.
1721.
A lot of our people celebrate 4th of July. This country wasn't a nation until 4th of July, 1776. What is that? 17 what?
1712.
17. So this country wasn't even a nation.
Yep.
And they wrote this.
Now, let me read some of this shit. When you hear it, you're going to be like, they really wrote this. Why? Cardinal principles for making a Negro, right? For fear that our future generations may not understand the principles of breaking both the beast together, the nigger and the horse. We understand that short-range planning economics results in periodic economic chaos. So that to avoid turmoil in the economy, it requires us to breathe, it requires to have breadth and depth and long-range comprehensive planning. Meaning, they're planning long-term, past the family that they see in front of them. That's why they said if this works, it'll work for another 300 years.
Real quick.
They were, well, let me say this, they were planning to destroy us for another 300 years.
Just to give you some evidence of that.
That's why I told that sister, get away from him.
You talk about the evidence of that. Think about bank loans and stuff on the business today, right? We barely talk about generational wealth. Generational wealth. We talk about simply that because get into a little bit of history of our people. Right after they got us out of slavery, they didn't give us no land. They basically made us go back into slavery. You see what I'm saying? Sharecropping where they give you a little plot of land like this and tell you you need to produce this much, you know,
Taking this much.
they gave you shit land, all that. Somebody ever gets they created you phone laws, stand somewhere, they can arrest you. But the crazy part about it is if you just got let off the plantation, you don't have nowhere to go. So you from your whole country, you don't know nothing about the land, all you do is this field and this slave house. And then they created a law, you standing around, you can lock you up and put you in slavery.
Vagrancy laws is what they were called.
That's where you get loitering from. Loitering is just if you go and stand out in front of a business, call the police and get your ass up out of there. Trespassing.
And they used to put you on the chain gang.
You see what I'm
If
saying?
you got put on the chain gang, you was cleaning somebody's house, or you was working the fields, building railroads, all that shit. You gotta understand, sister, these people literally, the laws that you see today, the police that you see today was all for slavery. All of it. Police was literally invented to catch runaway slaves. Literally.
So the point the brother was making was that they made this. The whole point of this letter, what he said is, don't just make no plans for the short term. In advance. Long game. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. Right now he's talking about generational.
Articulating both skill, sharp perception. We lay down the following principles for long-range comprehensive economic planning. Both horse and niggers is no good to the economy in the wilder natural state. Both must be broken and tied together for orderly production. For orderly future, special and particular attention must be paid to the female and the youngest offspring. Both must be crossbred to produce a variety and division of labor.
Oh, hold on. He said they both must be crossbred. That's where you get that term motherfucker. He used to take a nigger, healthy, strong nigger, right? Bag on his head. And that nigga's mom is
Yep, breeding farm. You ever hear a white man say down on the farm? That's what he's talking about.
they used to make us sleep with our own mothers, brothers, sisters.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Kind of like you see people breeding dogs today. They be selling the pit bulls and stuff like that. You know how they get all into it. And, oh, that was a big strong dog. I want to breed that big strong dog with this big strong dog. I like the colors. They gonna make pretty colors. They was doing that to us. That's exactly what they did there. They get that from. They was doing that to us on the farm. It's like a healthy, strong slave nigga. And then they used to make us fight.
What that Mandingo fight? What you think boxing is, sister? Seriously, the biggest, toughest, the brothers you think should be like basically the defenders of your community. They in a ring beating the shit out of each other to the point where they got brain damage and now they useless to everybody. But they're a white man who got a yacht off of their blood that's been
Hey,
shed.
that's cold because when you say that, I think of Muhammad Ali, right?
Yeah.
And he changed his name because he was like, he don't, slave name, all that, right? He changed his name and he wanted to get away from the white people. And he still was being misled.
Yeah.
And at the end of it all, he's shaking in the chair. You know what I mean?
Most High took his voice from him too.
He did, yeah.
But let me keep reading, because sister, it gets real. And it's going to tell you how they did it. Because it's saying they got to be crossbred. In other words, the man has to be broken like a horse. And you got to see it. So when you see your man get broken, then you're going to be like, well, shit, he can't defend me. It happens today. Why you think they had that George Floyd shit going on all over the world? You had a 6 foot something big, strong nigga with a 125-pound cracker on his neck and killed him. He crying for his mom.
What we just saw a second ago, I've literally seen that time and time again where our women will say, I ain't getting with them. You a slave just like me. I wasn't doing the best of shit. I only doing about some running things. So I've seen that along a lot. Some women have come out and play and say it like that. Women are making a video saying it. You a slave like me, I'm better than you.
Hey, I have a question. What do black women say about black men constantly?
Well,
Niggas ain't shit.
Niggas ain't shit.
right, but me, I mean,
They say that we don't build nothing.
Yep.
We can't. They're unprotected. We can't protect them.
And all we do is die for them.
but
All we do is use and abuse them.
that's what been done. And
We ain't got no.
I mean, I'm
He a broke ass nigga.
Yeah.
He ain't in his bag.
Even though we both enslaved.
He's not as educated as us.
that's because, like I said,
I don't need him. I could do it bad all by
my
myself.
mama started on teaching by the father to teach that son how to treat a woman.
Nah, I
No,
just.
but here,
No, yes.
let me finish. Let me finish
Because
this.
you want to know? Because I got mixed kids.
One of the, you
I
got
was
mixed
married.
kids.
Yeah, I was married to a white woman. Yeah.
So I gotta let you know, sister. According to
But now I know I was wrong.
That's
all praises, all praises. But you just gotta know, sister. You don't have to be too. Cause I don't want to say don't love your kids. Love your kids.
I love my kids.
But in terms of the judgment that's coming, you gotta realize they are with their father.
And real quick,
So if he was Edomite, your kids are Edomite.
just on the point of how we were talking about loving our people and judges righteously. What you saying to us right now about your children, you see our reaction, right? It's like, okay, you didn't know any better.
All praise that you
know better now, right?
That's because of what society.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say that because we all were once
Yeah,
there.
we all victims, sister.
We all were there once because we believe what was told us, right? You know, a lot of us went to church and said, "Oh, we all one in Christ. We go to school, all one under God.
Yeah.
You know, all one in Texas, all one in the, you know, equally, you know, we're all in bullshit, right? Our reality kind of reflects that, right? So, like I said, we kind of came out of that indoctrination of BS lies, and we come to find out the truth of this. Well, it's what we're doing. Unfortunately, you know, your kids aren't Israelites today. We've all been loving children. You know what I mean? But with that being said, the scriptures.
Well, let me finish this. Because we want to finish this part, right?
Don't let your children stop you from loving partner alongside of you. That's right.
Right. So we're going to finish this out, right? Both must be taught to respond to a particular or peculiar new language. Psychological and physical instruction of containment must be created for both. I'm going to repeat that because it's very important, right?
Yes.
So psychological and physical instruction of containment must be created for both. For the man, it's physical containment. For y'all, it's indoctrination of the mind. For instance, a black male who's showing hyperactivity, he's getting in trouble at school, he's a young child. Where do they say he's going to end up when he's in his own year? In jail. Now, that's the physical containment for the black so-called man. Now, for the black female, how do they contain y'all? Well, they give you feminism. You grow up, how old are you, sister? I'm 30. 55. You 55. Right. So you came up during the time of my mom and my dad. I listened to a lot of the 80s music. One of my favorite groups is The Whisper. Olivia, Lost and Turned Down. I love that damn song. But they talking about Olivia, a woman who got turned down into being a hoe. That's what you were indoctrinated with. Ugly Baby, pimping, the Mac. You see where I'm coming from? That's how they got us, sister. And how cool is it to see a black man looking like he's running shit? He's strutting down the street with fur coats on, fur-lined hat, platform shoes, but he's pouring out his system, destroying his community. That's how they got you, sister.
Another way is to give y'all press us so hard, and to some level they do have a mental indoctrination. This is why you see some of us when it comes to celebrities, we don't ever return back to the good and get back to the good. Because it's a level of like, well, I got all this by myself. That's what they think. That's the mentality. Really, they're given gifts, so they have a level of mental. You know what I mean? So then when other people see that, they're like the drill music. You know about drill music? Okay, drill music is literally music about killing your own people, and then rapping about it as much in detail as possible, and try not to get caught by it. So literally, spin the block, kill the op, fuck his bitch, 30 shot, 50 shot. You can't duck this clip. Gotta, you know, these are some of the lyrics that we hear, right? No bullshit in there. What he's talking about is how many shots he has in his gun, how fast he's shooting, how he can kill one of his own people. And a lot of these situations we learn about these drillers, it's all over the world. It's prevalent amongst black Hispanics. And a lot of it would happen for us. We have a bunch of kids who grew up. Some kids might be on this block in the neighborhood, and some kids might be on this block in the neighborhood. They all grew up together, they know each other's moms, sisters, got babies, and kids by each other, you know. literally, there are videos, we see 30, 40 people in one video, and more than half of them exterminated up until this day. Literally. I'm talking about the mental part of, this letter, this doctrine. You know, it's not just, we got a lot of physical, but the point is, when that music first came out, they gave a couple guys $6 million. They were 16, 15, 17 years old. $6 million. Other people saw that like, oh shit, I can rap better than him. They said I can rap better than him. So they go and do the same thing. And guess what happens? Another city, they have the same type of music. They get 6, 7, 10 million, $15 million contracts. To where other people are looking at it like, oh man, I'm gonna be famous too.
He's
So
just
now
better. But you got to keep in mind, he's just better at motivating his own people to kill them.
right. They're not talking about nothing. They're not telling you love your wife. Everything that we just talked about, they actually doing this.
What you got there? Because I want you to get. I don't want you to ruin your Bible. Go ahead.
I had Psalms 82 and 6, and then I also had Isaiah 66.
Well, yeah, go ahead and get that. Psalms 82 and 6. Get that.
Okay, this is the book of Psalms, 82 verse 6. I have said that ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High, but you shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes.
You heard what that said? It said, ye are gods. It ain't talking about no damn white man, no Chinese man, no Japanese man. Now think about what I'm reading to you out of this letter here. We're the gods walking the earth, and they talking about how to contain the gods, how to break the gods.
Goes right back to what you said. Gods, everything on this earth that they've got from us. Here's the mechanism how they did it.
I'm going to keep reading, right?
Get that home run, please.
We hold the 6 cardinal principles as truth to be self-evident, based upon the following: the disclosure or discourse concerning the economics of breaking and tying the horse and the nigger together, all inclusive of the 6 principles laid down about. Note, neither principle alone will suffice for good economics. All principles must be employed for orderly good of the nation. Accordingly, both a wild horse and a wild nature or a nature is dangerous, even if captured, for they will have the tendency to seek their customary freedom. They're saying we're dangerous if we want to be free. Now, I'm going to skip down, right, to where they're literally implying things to split us apart, right? So you'll see how they did it, right? Therefore, if you break the female mother, she will break the offspring in its early years of development. And when the offspring is old enough to work, she will deliver it up to you. What happens when you get old enough to leave the house?
Hell no.
Normally, it's your mama going, hey, you gotta go, you gotta get a job.
Hey, hell no.
Now,
You ain't even leave the house yet, because I know my brother, he was 16. That nigga had to get a job,
Yeah.
and he was paying goddamn bills.
Yeah. Now, you brought up earlier that the mother needs to be in the house. Now, I have to ask you again. Now you know better. Why ain't the mama in the house no more? Why? That's it. Because the white man trained our people how to be one way or another. And the way they contained y'all was psychologically by telling you, hey, look, in order to make it, you got to go work for them people. You got to make them people happy. Fuck your family. Go make them people happy.
It's a lot there.
Go for it, man.
Before you even get to that point, you gotta understand that Section 8, welfare, all that happened. They had to get the man out of the house first. The scriptures talk about that. How should how should he get a man or something like that?
Yeah, if the strong man.
Finance strong. Somebody was breaking the house strong. Big strong man up in the house, they'll take his ass out first. They had to win the rest of the house. You know what I'm saying? So before you even get to reminiscent aspect of girl, you can get it, you can do it, and you know, I just told you how my brother had to work when he was 16, he wasn't even out of the house yet. My mother, she didn't like the way my brother left, she didn't like the way my sister left where I lived. And I told her was every time I had a conversation with you, at some point it was like if I disagreed with you, you kept telling me, you need to fuck out of my house. at some point, I'm like, well, shit. I guess I gotta get out.
Yeah.
'Cause I can't disagree. I can't tell you nothing. I can't explain nothing. I can't say nothing. I just gotta be in it, everything. And a lot of things, it wasn't like it was, hey, do this. You know, don't get me wrong. Sometimes I was like, I should do this. But there's a lot of times where nothing was said, and then out of nowhere, did you do that? You didn't do that, or you? Oh, shit. You know what I'm saying? So I had a lot of that situation before that, right? My brother had to work at 16. Now, my brother right now is currently, in a lot of ways, he's destroyed. Physically, he's all over. He's out. Right? Most High will, he didn't do nothing against the Holy Spirit. Most High will, you know, find it out. He got some demons on him. But the conversations I'm having with my brother was that he had to grow up and be a man. He had to be our dad. His thing is, you know, his reason for working now is he had to be our dad. He was being genocide. Now, on some level, he is being honest. That's a situation that a lot of us aren't able to deal with. I had to deal with that to some aspect as well. I was put in a position to be a dad to my sister in a lot of ways, and other, you know, family members. I didn't ask for it, but hey, I had to do it for my family. All that happened because we didn't have our dad. And not just our, because my brother, my sister, and I, we all have different dads. The one man that was in our house at some point in time wasn't Christian. I'm not saying that was good or bad. He wasn't Christian. He was also. My brother was Christian. And in his way of doing things was way different. It was retarded. I ain't gonna lie. He had a lot of situations where, like you said, you just gotta talk softly. My mother was not dealing with that. You know, they ended up having to fight. And a lot of situations, my mother was an aggressor because she didn't like what he said. In some ways, she would submit and do what this man said. A lot of ways, she didn't. Being honest, he wasn't yelling and raising his voice because he was afraid of my brother. You know what I mean? He didn't want to start no issues where he, you know, he was looking behind his back on a lot of shit. A lot. Cameras and all. But he felt like he could, and he stole it. I can't tell you. He never tried. But again, he grew up in a household where his dad was. He didn't know how to listen. I'm in the picture. Y'all dads ain't here, or they might be, or whatever. This is how things gonna run when y'all in my house. You couldn't talk to me. You see what I'm saying? And as a man, as I grew older, I used to look at this man and say, man, he was awful. But now, as a man, as I've grown older, I look at it and say, well, his hands were tied behind his back. You know?
Yeah, what did he do?
He can't talk like a man, he can be a man. So a lot of times the issue what happened with him is he just wouldn't talk to my mom for weeks, months at a time. And then he'd hold things in, so when there was an argument, he's like throwing it back in the face. My mother talked to me recently and said, you know, you shouldn't be holding it in, or when somebody's telling you something, you shouldn't be flipping it back on. I said, right, I've been learning the great thing. That's kind of like a weak man's tactic, right? But if you have no other form of recourse, that's all you have. And the best, and I told my mother, I said, it's effective because if I'm always beating up on you, right? You like, hey, stop. Yelling at you, stop. And then now you turn and start doing it to me. I'm like, hey, I don't like it, and now I want to make a big deal. Hey, you know, you keep coming up and, you know, doing this to me. Hey, I'm just doing the same thing you did to me. You gotta look in the mirror and say, you know what? They right. I'm wrong. I'm fucked up. They're wrong for doing it back. I'm wrong. You know,
I gotta correct me.
right. And that's what my stepfather was doing at the time. I realized that. You know, some of it was being petty, but a lot of it was because he himself didn't know or have all the tools in his box to be the man he needed to be for the family to sign up to be. You see what I'm saying? And that's just the way our societies went. Going back to this letter, you gotta understand. They found ways to get our men out of the household, whether it be the woman kicking them out, whether it be the prison system, whether it be another one of the brothers killing them. Somehow They getting the man out the house.
Or the man is in the house, he's psychologically a woman.
Right.
So now the woman is running over the man, telling him what to do.
That's right.
Let me keep reading it. I'm telling you, it covers all of it. That's why when I said the white man is the devil that the Bible speaks of, you gotta understand he does devilish things. We ain't just saying it because we don't like it.
Brother, what's a devil?
The devil is a liar. That's all devil means. It just means deceiver. Satan means adversary. So I'm gonna call the white man anything that he is. If I call him a pedophile, chances are he's a pedophile. If I call him a murderer and a rapist, chances are he's a murderer and a rapist.
Hey, hell,
Where am I wrong at?
every time.
But you say a lot of us are liars.
But
We devils too.
But here's the thing. Here's the difference. This is why. Where's the Willie Lynch letter for him and his wickedness? Exactly. There ain't one, because that's who he is.
Right.
That's not who you and I are. We were conned into being that. We were beat into being that.
Right. Hey.
Hey, get that in Deuteronomy 28. He put a yoke of iron upon our neck until he destroyed us. Get that. I'm gonna keep. Let's keep reading this, and I think we burned some time. How long do you got, sister?
I don't know.
Not all night. You have a place to stay, sister? You know? How much is a hotel? You don't know? You know of a place that's like about $80? No, you know of a place?
It's one down the street about this.
About 50? All right. I got you for that. I got you. Yeah, I got you. Because I can't have you walking the streets. If I got a choice, my sister will not walk the streets. This is the love that we give to each other, sister. That's what that book is about. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But I don't need help with like you say, long term.
No, I get that. But for the night, you'll have a safe place to lay your head.
Check this out.
That's what I'm concerned about.
Check this out. It's only me and this brother here right now. If it was, let's say 30 years.
Yeah, we might be able to put you up for a month.
I don't
That's all I'm
want
about
to
to
be
say.
put up for a month. Help me
Hold on,
get
let the brother finish.
situated. Help me
Here's
get
what I'm saying.
like that.
Here's what I'm saying. It's only 2 of us, so short term is all right? If it was 30 of us, if it was 100 of us, the whole city is like that. You wouldn't have to worry about unlimited supply of help. There'd be no choice for you to sustain your own.
But I know what you say. You want to stand on your own 2 feet and do what's right. And guess what, sister? Here's what we're here for again. You think I would just leave you with no commandments?
Right.
When I give you the money to stay in that hotel for the night, I'm gonna let you know at least 1 commandment. Don't eat pork, don't eat shrimp, don't eat crab. I'm gonna teach you how to pray. I gotta get you right with your God, because God is gonna be the one to lift you up from where you at. That's what this book is about, sister. We love our people. I love my people. Love my people. All of them.
I'll let you.
All of them, sister. All of them. I love the coons who walk with the goddamn white man. Try to tell him to get away. Know who this goddamn devil is, sister. Love my people. That's all it is. I'll die 100 times for my fucking people.
Hey, some of us,
Men like us ain't common, sister. You gotta understand what's going on.
some of us are in the You got men like us who probably gonna stand and take that head on. You got the brothers of our people. They gonna run. They gonna just try to outrun you so you can get caught. So they can get away. This is what our people have become. Every man for himself. Ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't gonna touch that. Ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm gonna mind my business.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? They don't look at it as, you know what, we all together, regardless of what people are believing in, worshiping, looking at, right, wrong, righteous, wicked. A lot of our people aren't looking at us as a whole, as a nation. He's right. You see what I'm saying? They care only about themselves. And this is what we've been talking about.
Yeah, let me read it. So I want to go to the part where it talks about breaking in a woman, right? So this is the breaking process of an African woman. Take the female and run a series of tests on her to see if she will submit to your desires willingly. Test her in every way, because she is the most important factor for good economics. If she shows
For what?
for good economics. This is business
So,
system.
so she's the most important part of the
That's right. You the linchpin to the family. You right about that,
Right.
right?
Now, hold on. Not even to the world.
To the nation.
To the nation, because they get a hold of you, they get a hold of the children. I've been telling my family, you control the children, you control the future. If I want everybody to be gay and whatever they want to be, whenever they wake up,
Look around you.
let's put
Shit.
drag queens in the schools and teach them Tommy has 2 daddies.
Yep.
Timmy has 2 mommies, or Billy has a new dress. This is what they doing. Go ahead.
If she shows any sign of resistance in submitting completely to your will, do not hesitate to use the bullwhip on her.
You gotta go back to that again, bro.
Yeah. If she shows any sign of resistance in submitting completely to your will,
Now hold on, real quick. We're talking about something second, right? A lot of women, the reason why the man is not in the home, is he gave up and ran out. A lot of the problems we hear is women say, I will not submit to you. I will not submit to you. And the black man, the Hispanic man, Native man, they don't want to submit to no man of color, but they'll go to the richest faggot facing his planet. You know what I'm saying? This is what we just saw right there. Let's do the spirit. That's exactly what that is. We just kind of said that. We see videos of women saying, I'm not submitting to no nigga to be a slave like me. But then they'll go and submit to their slave master.
How did we used to see it? I mean, when the man was around, you know, how was he doing that? You
Sometimes,
gotta look at all that.
sometimes they want to treat you well. I've heard of that. We can make an argument for how what the percentage is. I've heard it's a low percentage, but let's say it was a high percentage, right? A lot of the guys that I see today, a lot of these guys are not those men. They don't act like those men. A lot of guys, when I see, even myself being a man, we'll sit there and put up with the abuse from a woman. They don't like something, they think you're cheating, or they don't like what you said or like what you did, they can slap the hell out you on your work hand.
That goes back to falling into the white man hand. Hurt people, hurt others.
Well, let me explain something.
You know, because I was, how you say, physical abuse.
Right.
I have got into a scene, yes,
Was it from a black man or a
being
white man?
the abuser.
was it from a black man or a white man?
Was from a black man.
Like your father?
You said
No,
you
no,
were.
no, no.
You said you abused him as well?
No, I become the I'm very impressed. But I believe the man's with me. I will submit. Instead, like I tell any man, you gotta know how to tame this cat. You cannot tame this cat. This cat can run all over.
Well, let me finish reading this. Let me finish this because it's gonna tell you why you have that kind of like you gotta prove to me that I can submit first.
Right.
Because once upon a time, you're a man of caliber. When you met him, you were like, I have no problem submitting to him because he's honor bound to treat me a certain way.
A lot of ways.
I don't have to worry about submitting to him because he don't treat me like a lady in his life.
A lot of ways. All women were proved to us.
Yeah.
Why we should choose them and they should submit to us.
No, hold on. Let me say this. The reason why he's saying that is think about this, sister. How many brothers are like me and him? Be real about it. We're unicorns. Now, what if I told you we're connected to an entire society's worth of men like us?
The Bible talks about all hell breaks loose against her. It's going to be like sin.
To each man.
To him and me. We want to be a woman.
We'll pay for our own clothes, our own food.
Here's the situation.
Mm-hmm.
We are supposed to thank God for our giving. It gets to a certain point, all hell's breaking loose. The scriptures talk about us, hey, letting that judgment go. Us, we're gonna be out of the way already. You see what I'm saying? While everything's going to hell, people getting killed and all that, we're not even gonna be around, first of all. But two, some of us are, they get the opportunity to catch up with one of us. A lot of these women are like, hey man, listen, because we don't have no ties. Like we don't have no ties to you. You are a nation, right? We're not married to you. All hell's breaking loose. We are bound by God. We cannot make it to the kingdom of heaven if we cannot protect you.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
We can't stand in the blood of our people.
Especially, you know what I'm saying? So some of these women, it doesn't say what kind of women they are. They might be heathens too. But they're gonna be like, hey, we're committed. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to just talk about that. So, you know, it says that in that day he's gonna make a man more precious than gold. What I tell people is that they need to understand all these laws. Real quick, it's gonna turn into real chaos. It's gonna, real quick,
Oh, that's true.
it's,
Yeah, it's
all this,
true.
what it's gonna come down to is whose gun is bigger, whose gun shoots faster, who's tougher, who can fight harder, who can take on the most. You know what I mean? That's what it's gonna come to. All this feminism, I don't need a man type shit, it's gonna go out the window. Ain't no calling 911, ain't nobody gonna show up. So you have a man in your household, it's gonna be a valuable thing. Especially a man like us, because it ain't that we are in the scriptures. Because we're doing other things that other men are doing. A lot of our people that sitting at home playing the game, smoking a blunt, and we might play the game. We might do some of the things that our people in the world do if it's not sin. But there's other things that we are involving ourselves in, knowing the signs of the time, knowing what the hell's about to happen. We're preparing for that, right? You get a guy out here, you get a flat tire, he ain't gonna know what the hell. We out here, we gotta start fire, make a tent, you know what I'm saying? Hell, we need to run to the woods or something. We go, hey, girl, we got you. A lot of these men out here, they do like that. They trying to be cuter than the girls, you know? They wanna be fly, all that shit don't mean shit. All that gold in your mouth, all that chains of ice on and diamonds and the mirrors. Hey, that shit don't mean shit.
I just feel like I come from that right there. But also,
This is
Let me finish this, because what's coming is just going back to this.
Yeah.
See, the white man don't come up with nothing new. What he does is he falls back on what he's coming with. And this is what he's coming with. Right? Take care not to kill her. Remember, he's whipping the woman for showing any sign of resistance, right? Take care not to completely kill her.
Sandra Bland.
Sandra Bland. Talking about she hung herself with a trash bag in prison. How the hell she get a trash bag to hang herself?
What shorty-
Somebody killed her because she wouldn't submit.
See, I forgot all these women's names that died recently. Shorty that was sleeping in the bed. You have a lot of our women.
Talking about Breonna Taylor.
Breonna Taylor. A lot of our
Yeah.
women were killed recently. Recently, they were killed. Some of them was, showing resistance. Some of them weren't.
But let me finish.
Get that, brother.
Take care not to kill her, for in doing so, you spoil good economics. In other words, it's a waste of product, right? When in complete submission, she will train her offspring in the early years to submit to labor when they become of age. Understanding is the best way. Therefore, we shall go deeper into this area of the subject matter concerning what we have produced here in this breaking process of the female nigger. We have reversed the relationship in her natural uncivilized state. She would have a strong dependency on the uncivilized nigger male, and she would have a limited protective tendency toward her independent male offspring, and would raise male offspring to be dependent like her. So in other words, as long as the male is in the house doing what he's supposed to do, representing the ideal image of a man, not only would the woman be in order behind him, but the children would be in order behind him as well, behind the mother. So he's aiming to break the family structure completely. Right? Man, this text is so small. But
That's a cold point.
and she would have a limited protective tendency toward her independent male offspring, and would raise male offspring to be dependent like her. Nature has provided for this type of balance. We reverse nature by burning and pulling a civilized nigger apart and bullwhipping the other to the point of death. That's what buck breaking is. Where you take the biggest, strongest black man, Hispanic man, or Native man, you parade him out in front of all the other slaves, you beat him, you chain him to the floor, and you rape him. They were doing that. It's called buck breaking.
Torture.
And they would torture them to death. And it wouldn't just be one slave master. They would invite all the surrounding slave masters out and they run a train on him in front of his wife and kids. Yes, it's right here, sister.
Yep.
This is what they did to us. Why you think we so broken? We got through 400 years of slavery, but yet we fall and pray to crack and trap music?
Hold on.
No, sister.
Let me land back on that point. You met a man who's in prison, just got out of prison, right? You found out he got raped by 6, 3 men. You gonna take him serious?
Because he ain't a man.
Just tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
You gonna take him serious? What about when y'all argue with you? You call him a thing?
You ain't gonna never bring that up?
What if he show a little, tendency? Hey,
Okay, you better than most, sister.
you're a Jim. Because a lot of women, they even hear about one dude that have sex with them. In all praises, that they're not dealing with.
And I can say that now because I'm in a relationship with a dude that just came out of prison. And he does for me. At times he'll get that feminine. But I don't tell him. I don't let him know that I do that.
Hold on.
You know what? Because I don't want to break his,
Right.
His masculinity.
Yeah.
All
You
praises.
respect it. Yeah, all praise.
All praises. But let me ask you something. Is there a part of your mind that says that he's gonna leave him for a man? He's gonna cheat on me with a man? Is that a part of your mind?
no,
Have you thought about it?
no. From my first husband, I've now
The white man. The white man. You know how they get it.
Yeah.
We read about it.
Yeah. That's how they get there.
But a lot of our women, they're not going. That's not masculine. You know what I'm saying? Even if the man didn't want to, it's great. A lot of our women are people in general, even men, they don't look at it like that. But that's how as
as a black woman.
a world we look at it.
But I don't see it like that.
It's a fact.
But yeah, CSI, right? Yeah, you a victim. All right, but let me keep going. So, and I'm gonna reread what I just read, right? So, we have reversed the relationship in her natural uncivilized state. She would have a strong dependency on the uncivilized nigger male, and she would have a limited protective tendency toward her independent male offspring. It would raise male offspring to be dependent like her. Nature has provided for this type of balance. We reversed nature by burning and pulling a civilized nigger apart and bullwhipping the other to the point of death, all in her presence. By her being left alone, unprotected, with the nigger male image destroyed, the ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state to a frozen independent state. So you're like a deer in headlights, trapped and psychologically alone. So that means any help that comes your way, you're gonna get on board. Right?
No, it's just
Well, but you gotta have somebody, it's like freeze tag. You don't get to be unfrozen until somebody unfreeze you.
Well, yeah.
That's what the white man is doing to y'all psychologically.
I'm gonna give you an example. I often have. I was gonna put out a lesson based on like interactions with late, so I might hold it.
Yeah, hold it for next time. Hold it.
But the issue I've been having with my mother is she's got some things on her. She's combating and she's strong. And even like I was just telling this couple when I showed up, I had to drop my son off with her. Babysitting situation. I had to drop my son off with her. I'm trying to leave, and my mom's like, "Nah, I told you not to leave, and I told you need to stay here, do this, and da. And part of our commandments is to honor our mother and father. Right? So we kind of, have to listen to them to a degree. It's not going against these commandments. For me, sometimes I'm still learning a lot. So it's a fine line I got to tread because sometimes it's a matter of honoring her. Sometimes it's a matter of her interfering with what I'm supposed to be doing for the Lord, for our people. So sometimes for me it's a hard thing I gotta figure out, frozen independent state. What you brothers bringing out is when I deal with my mother, it's a lot of what she do. I'll tell her, I'll be having a conversation with my mother like she's not my mother. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but I'll be like, Mom, why you a nice little dude, you know what I'm saying? Somebody take care of you, all this now, what you be happy. You don't have to be alone, and, I die alone before I have to deal with, some of the things that, women have to put up with, and it's hard to hear that and see that. But she be needing help, and all praises I'm there to help her and be that one there for her. My sister sometimes as well, but our family's not together like it used to be, so that's all the help that she needs. There ain't no strong man in the home to protect her from somebody breaking in or talking crazy to her. I had a situation with her last apartment, one of her last apartments, where the maintenance man, he pissed off trying to get in the house and do X, Y, and Z. I'm arguing with this man through the garage because he broke the door, the front door. He talking crazy. I had to grab that thing and like, what's up? Like, you talking crazy, This ain't your house, this is my mama's house. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes this is what me and his brother talk about right here. That strong independent state that's killing our women. That's giving our brothers a pass to be weak. Because you know what? Situations like I grew up in, I'm thinking it's okay for a woman to run the household.
Yep.
I'm thinking it's okay to be a weak ass nigga, just say whatever, just to be stupid. That's how I'm growing up thinking, you know what I'm saying? I'm not growing up learning how to be a leader. You think about Martin Luther King, you think about Malcolm X, they wasn't speaking soft to our people. Whether it was kind words or not, they was talking loud. That's a leader. That's what we trying to be, pillars in our community. And we not trying to be it alone, we trying to share that with our brothers and sisters. To show them, hey, we ain't gotta be like this no more. We need to bring it back to over here. Because that fight that we had ain't over with. We still here dealing with the same shit. We ain't ever overcame it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is what we talking about. Go ahead, get that, brother. I don't want to hold you.
No. Let me read these last two paragraphs and now to be right. So, in this frozen psychological state of independence, she will raise her male and female offspring in reversed roles. That's why you have headstrong, stubborn women who act like men. You've got weak, effeminate, feminized males. Because in that traumatized state, they know that you are going to raise your male child to behave in a way that will keep them from punishing him. Because the strong man is the one who gets lynched, who gets raped, who gets humiliated. The weak, effeminate male is the one who gets employed. He gets employee of the month. He gets all the accolades of society.
Right. You want to be diverse,
right?
You want to include the rainbow.
And then the woman, she gets praised for being strong and independent.
Hey, those days are coming to an end right now.
They're coming to an end right now. And we're starting to see that this doctrine has led to our downfall. More brothers are bringing this out. The reason why we do the things that we do is because the white man said no.
Real quick, I'm going to tell you like this. I told my mother the same thing back when it was really becoming a thing. This brother, we've been talking about gender wars. There's a lot of man versus women. Man, women ain't shit, they ain't good enough. Oh, men ain't shit, they ain't good enough. That's real big in our community, right? I told my mother this situation a while back, 2 years ago, right? And I told her, I said, around a little bit before I came to the truth. But I told my mother, I said, this feminism thing is a problem. Wow. You should want it. I don't want that. I got 2 girls. I want them to have something. But the problem is this femininity thing, right? It switched up. It's still what we're talking about, right? It switched up. Put that, okey doke on it. So now it's not just about women. It's about gay men that want to be. The problem is, it's hurting women as a whole because now you got men that wake up and say, I want to be a woman and throw a dress on, put some makeup on, grow a beard, and they go compete. In physical sports, they beat the hell out of women. They swimming, they beating women. They couldn't beat men.
MMA too?
They couldn't beat men. It was the bottom of the barrel when they were fighting the men. swimming against the men, running against the men, wrestling the men, competing in any Olympic sport against men, they was bottom of the barrel. They wasn't making it. As soon as they decided to be a woman, they beat every goddamn body.
Reagan wrecked.
They've been beating every goddamn body. Now, how it would look today is, if I go and hit a woman, they're gonna lock my ass up real quick. Let a gay man come and hit on you, they probably lock your ass up first, just to be gender inclusive. You see what I'm saying? So when it's talking about reversing those roles, this is what you got. You got these men growing up to be a woman, and all that shit. To where even what is that? What's that shit? Affirmative action for women. They just canceled that. Was it in college or business school?
It's both. It's both. Affirmative action is being done away with.
So the way it worked was, right? Let's say you're a woman, men ain't shit, or whatever. Maybe the man treated you wrong. You still get to the bag. You going to your studies, and all praises. We like for our people to get their higher degree and be something about themselves. Right? But that comes with a grain of salt, I will say. It's not our society, so I will say that. But if you becoming something to be proud of, hey, all praises, right? Let's say you're gonna do that, right? And you go try to get a job. They used to be like, okay, well, you got Becky, you got Susie, you got Samantha. All right, we want to be inclusive. We don't want to be looked at as racist. Let's get Shaniqua.
Diversity hire.
They used to do that. And then they get you in the door, and then they're like, okay, damn, Shaniqua doing her shit. We want to keep her around. We're not gonna get Tamara and Tamar and all of them. We're gonna keep Shaniqua around.
But one of them's
You know what I'm saying? Shaniqua shows up on time. She's respectful. She's a little ghetto. She's like with the chicken. They might say shit like that, but she does a good job, right?
And you got to say it like this: they fetishize you too. Because when a black woman walk in with that business dress on and it's tight, you best believe them white boys be like, "Yeah, I love Shaniqua being here. I'm gonna go hit her on there at lunch."
And real quick, the point is, where you had that affirmative action that was benefiting y'all in school, getting loans and free scholarships and things like that in school and in business, they cut that shit away.
Oh, that shit.
So now when you got these feminine men that are being raised up by these women, growing up and they 60 boys and all that, that's not working against y'all, because when it comes to sports, they're getting over on y'all. When it comes to pop culture, things like this, like they put out a video recently where the Budweiser girl for the year was a trans man, had a beard and all, or no, he shaved that shit. It was a man.
Transgendered white man.
Yeah, it was a woman, but it was a man.
Yep.
The most beautiful woman in the world.
Yep.
Pageant winners, Miss Universe, all those types of events and shit like that, where women were allowed to be themselves and shine at their glory. Because I'm all about, here's my thing. Men are different. We have our strengths and our weaknesses. And I believe that men should be highlighted and emphasized and given accolades when they're doing great in their areas and their strengths. And women should be the same thing in their areas of strength. Like you said, being a woman at home is y'all's job, right? It's a strong and a powerful job.
Well, hold on, brother. Now it's not though, because they call y'all chest feeders and birthers and all the other shit.
Right. Oh yeah, the fake women.
Yeah.
That's what
They're literally reducing y'all to duties that you do. Chest feeders,
They say
birthers,
that-
bleeders.
Oh yeah, they say that y'all periods are not only for y'all, they're for the straight, the gay men too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you gotta understand who this devil is.
You had some of our women come out and say, hey, why are you trying to take periods? You don't have periods. You're born in age. People are born in on these systems. Cancel. No more money for you. Just because you want to tell the truth and say, hey, you was born a man, you don't have no period. You know what I'm saying? These are things that are going on. All this femininity shit, it really stems from what this brother's reading. It sounds good, it's a trap. It loops y'all into a cycle where it's now something that's already over. And it goes right back to the man. He's the one that's being paid, becoming a woman. He's getting these jobs where it used to be good enough to be the token black person, right? black guy. Oh, you know what? We want to include women too. We get a black woman. Then it went from we'll get a gay black woman. Now we just get a gay black. Who identifies. You know what I mean? Now we just get a gay guy who identifies as a woman. It's like, oh, and now it's better for them. So it just goes back into, like you said, them stealing everything from us. Where they were giving us a slight advantage to catch up or whatever, which now coming back to haunt us. Go ahead and finish out, brother.
No, you good. So, yeah, let's go. So, for fear of the young male's life, she will psychologically train him to be mentally weak and dependent, but physically strong, because she has become psychologically independent. She will train her female offspring to be psychologically independent. What have you got? You've got the nigger woman out front and the nigger man behind and scared. This is a perfect situation of sound sleep and economics. Meaning, that's peace of mind for the white man.
Oh, you know what that is?
Don't that make, no, hold on, don't that make sense? In relation to what you see going on with our people today, don't that make sense? You got some overly effeminate ass niggas in the hood with guns, reacting like females every time a problem comes up. And how y'all react when a problem comes up? Y'all have been trained to be independent and to fly off the handle. So now you've got male aggression with female emotion. Now you're gonna have some dead bodies.
Yeah. That's a big part of that drill music. Because it'll literally stem from you friends with him, now I gotta kill you and all your friends.
And that's not how men think. A man of status and caliber don't think that.
You said, you know, 3 letters. You said 2 letters. You said something about somebody's mom or a sister. Or you said something about this block that we don't own this name after a white man. You literally go slaughter him. Okay. Start a war for 10 to 15 years. That's already happened. A lot of that drill stuff started before 2012. There's still wars going on that stem from that. And then there's already new generations where back then you would see little kids popping up in the video with guns too. You know, they know older than 12, 10, 12. They now, they had some kids that was younger than that. They was 8, 9, 10. Some of them got killed, some of them lived. They grew up, and whatever kids were underneath them watching them, they now doing the same thing. They get paid, get money, and they famous now. Some of them, to a degree, famous to a degree, and they doing the same thing. They're teaching other kids they ain't kill each other. You know? But real quick, you said something powerful. You said he's strong, nigga male, right? He's big. This makes me think of like a lot of times you see some of these big guys. They weak as hell. You see that? Big strong black dude. Like, man, he should have fired on that. He should have got that. He should have, defended his woman's honor. He should have, They selling it with the white woman. They weak as hell. They soft. He done did all the, he done got Hall of Fame or this and that. He soft as hell. That's a lot of money. That's exactly what that's talking about, right?
Remember that what happened with Terry Crews? He was talking about that Jewish executive grabbed his privates in front of his wife.
They said he got fired.
No, he ain't say that. He ain't go that far, but he said a Jewish man came up to him, was grabbing on him, was like assaulting him. And he just pushed him.
You know, Terry Crews is.
Terry Crews is a big old swole nigga. When you think of like the big nigga on the plantation, that's Terry Crews. He like 6'6", weigh about 280. Big old overbound grown nigga. Yeah, like when you see this picture, and then when you learn that his response to that white man was to go out and cry to the public and say he insulted him. Like a straight bitch. Now I have a question.
He didn't fight him.
Nothing. Now I have a question. If you were with your man out in public and a man came up to your husband, and how y'all doing, bro? Y'all got time for the Bible? No?
Maybe on our way out.
Okay, well if we here, we'll stop you, alright? Alright, y'all.
Y'all have a good day.
Y'all too.
He play a lot of gay parties.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
And you know what's cold? Hey, they still doing that in Hollywood because you make a good point because a lot of our men, they get into acting and all that. They try to put them in dresses.
Have you seen 6 Degrees of
They
Separation?
put them in dresses. They have what they give them gay roles when they get fucked by another man.
So Will Smith's first role ever in Hollywood was that movie, 6 Degrees of Separation. And it was a movie where he was a gay man. And they had a gay sex scene where he was in bed with white people.
And then hold on, when it's us, they get super in depth.
You gotta wear a dress, you
They-
gotta pretend to
they
be
make-
gay, you
they
gotta
make
kiss a
it-
man on the mouth.
They make it a 5 to 10 minute scene when it's two gay dudes. You know, the one that I haven't seen.
What was that movie with Vin Rames when he was in a dress?
Holiday Hearts. Something
Yeah.
like that.
Then you had that other movie, what is it, Tu Wong Fu with Wesley Snipes
Yep.
and John Leguizamo in dresses?
Yep.
Why do you think they do that?
We had
It's
Fifth
all
Element.
this.
Or something, Fifth Element.
Yeah.
Obviously Martin and Big Mama.
Big Mama's House.
Who else?
Eddie Murphy and
Murphy.
and Norbit
Norbit.
and Nutty Professor.
Nutty Professor as well. Who else? Who's another prominent man? It's Damien and Martin Wayans,
And
Chick.
White Chicks.
A lot of our men. You can go down the list.
Jamie Foxx and LaWanda. Martin and Shanae. Now you see it. Every black celebrity basically has had to put on the dress.
And then go back to, I say like it's not as prevalent for the women as it is for the men, but that's what we see is that psychological element because now I can pull up some pictures where some of the top rappers in dresses and their bangers. You know, Drake.
Oh shit! Did you see that video of Jamie Foxx that just came out with him in a dress, doing this like gay ass like twerk dance?
But hold on, Jamie Foxx been in a dress way back when he had
No,
the
but he just released a video of him doing it.
I didn't see it.
When I saw that shit, I said, yo, that has to be a clone of somebody else.
I forgot about that though, but he been doing that. He didn't, because matter of fact, he did that on what's that
In
show
Living
with them In Living Color?
In
There you
Living
go.
Color.
Yeah, you know.
And all of them on Living Color was doing that. David Allen Greer, he did it. All of them do it. See, you gotta understand, sister, that's what we out here to remind our people of. Y'all got real men standing up for you. And your real men ain't always gonna be over 6 foot. They ain't gonna always be a football player or a rapper or a baller. Some of them gonna have Bibles in their hands, and the only thing that make them more of a man than anybody else is the fact that they don't stand for no bullshit. And they stand for the laws of God.
I just want to highlight the point that you look like two Israelites again with
Right.
dresses.
If y'all black, Hispanic, or Native American, y'all are God's chosen. I would recommend y'all get Israelite men.
But
It's like that.
But again, you saw it right here happen once, twice, 3 times. You see what I'm saying? So when we speaking on Holy Spirit, all praise to the Most High. Although these brothers speak sternly and loudly,
I don't
that's a powerful
think
thing.
we should be focusing on that. I think we should get back to the children of tomorrow. And also to the black that's in higher position.
This is so stuff we're trying to get everybody.
We trying to get everybody our people.
Because you know
I
what?
mean-
Check this out. I'm 30.
It's like you hitting the middle.
We hitting everybody.
We hitting everybody.
But listen, I'm 32, right? Then I was telling one of the other brothers that's out here, there's a scripture where it talks about the Holy Spirit's going to bring all things to remembrance, right? Now I know a lot of it has to do with in reference to scriptures, but I do believe some of it is not necessarily just that. What I mean by that is, as I came into this understanding of who we are as a people, I started all of a sudden remembering these conversations when I was a kid. I used to try to read the Bible. I read Deuteronomy 28, and I remember I used to tell people, man, us as Jews got a lot in common. We've been on slavery on ships. They've been on slavery on ships. I mean, they went to Egypt. I used to tell people that, not knowing what that meant, right?
And that was just you.
And the crazy thing is, I remember hearing conversations with people like, yeah, we're the real Jews. We're the real, you know what I'm saying, Jamaican brothers and all this crazy stuff. And people used to act kind of, I'm like, man, why they look at me like, because now I find myself looking at our people the same way they used to look at me. And I think about all these conversations and I'm like, my sister boyfriend, he's wicked as hell, but he knew, say like 10 years ago, he was still like, he ain't giving no commandments, but he said he knew that. But I'm just like, hold on, listen. I'm like, what the hell? I be looking like, damn. I be mad sometimes, like, I don't So when it comes to dealing with our people, right? So when it's them, you gotta understand a lot of us are thinking everything's all roses and bubbles, all fun and games. Sometimes we need somebody to knock on our door and say, hey, guess what? You know what I'm saying? Like this brother said, Black, Hispanic, or Native. So now that's a seed being planted. They go home, they might see some brothers like us out where they live or whatever. Brother might have a time to talk to them, like, oh shit, I remember I was in San Antonio, some random crazy guy was yelling at me. Now I understand why he was yelling at me. You know what I mean? There's a lot of situations where we look at it. Nothing might not happen. But guess what? The scriptures talk about that too. It says that in that day we will have no excuse.
You still gonna get judged.
This is the Most High's way of dealing with His people. This is how He shows love to us.
I'll be out here next Saturday, brothers.
Y'all stop the fire and all.
You got time? Come on over, man. Come on over. Yeah.
So this is how the Most High showing love to us, because if we didn't do this, then that means God would kill you. You would die.
Let me welcome you. So, brothers, what we out here to do is so that Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians know that the Bible is written for us. All right? But we the people of the Bible. Now, first to start out, I gotta ask you, what's your father?
What's your
Your biological father. What's his ethnicity? Mexican? Native Mexican? You from the tribe of Issachar, brother. You an Israelite, right?
You said your dad is Mexican?
Yeah.
Okay.
And your father?
Black.
Black. Now, is he African American, Negro? Or Ethiopian, from Africa? So you from the tribe of Judah, right? So we're out here to let our people know that we were named by our oppressors. Before the white man showed up here in America, or in North America in general, y'all were called the Aztecs. Y'all spoke Nahuatl, and Nahuatl is a broken dialect of Hebrew, right? Now the Bible also says that y'all were a people of time, meaning y'all were people led by the stars and the signs of heaven. What does Aztec mean? It means people of time.
Real quick, hold on.
Well, hold on, let me just get him, because I just want to get him on with the milk real quick, because I need y'all to know that y'all are Israelites, right? One of the things about Issachar is down in New Mexico, y'all got something called the Los Lunas stone, right? It's a stone monument that has the real Hebrew on it, Paleo Hebrew. And it's got the 10 Commandments on it and the real name of God, which is Yahweh. Now, why would your people have it? I just told you the answer. The only people who had those type of things are who? The Israelites.
It's like, you explain what the importance of being an Israelite is.
Yeah, so.
Why it's important to be an Israelite, who is God for, and all that.
Sure. So the reason why we are so strict in looking for Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians are those who might be of the scattered diaspora, right? It's because in the Bible, Jesus Christ himself said he was only sent to Israel. So I have a question, right?
Meaning, the only people that, we grew up thinking everybody can be saved, right? Y'all know that? Y'all heard that? Everybody can be saved. The Bible doesn't say that. Only the Israelites. You know what I mean?
Now, I want to ask the question. What does everybody else need to be saved from? Who's picking all the fruit and working all the farms and fields? Yo people or yo people? Who's paving all these roads, building all the buildings, cooking all the food, raising all the kids, doing all the work? Our people.
Doing all the labor in prisons for free and getting paid pesos and pennies and dollars.
Exactly. So our people are being exploited for everything, right? That's why I want to read this, right? Yeah. This is Matthew 15 and 24. But he answered and said, I am not sent, but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Now that's Jesus Christ's words. Go ahead, brother.
I was going to say, could you start up a little bit, give them a little context
Sure,
of what you did with somebody who wasn't an Israelite?
Yeah.
So them brothers believe we not just.
Well, I want to come back to that because I just want to show you Jesus Christ's mission, right? Because how he treats the heathen, we'll get into that more if y'all have more time. But I just need y'all to know while you are here that this Bible ain't written for anybody else, right? So we're going to go to the book of Luke 1 and 68. Because one of the things that is never talked about is the mission of Christ, right? Everybody says Christ came to hand out, gummy bears and hugs and PlayStations, right? That's what everybody tell you. Everybody going to heaven, Your dog gonna be there. They say everything that you want to hear, but none of that's in the Bible. You want to get it? Luke 1:68.
Oh, no, go ahead.
You want to get it? I get it. This is Luke chapter 1 and verse 68. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he hath visited and redeemed his people, and hath raised up an horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David, as he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world began. So he came to save who? His people. So when you say, them's my peoples, what you mean by that? You mean the people that belong to you, that pertain to you. And most of the time, you're talking about your family or closely associated people that are of the same tribe group or the same ethnicity. Because you don't very often hear a black or Hispanic man say, hey, them's my peoples, and it's some white man from Connecticut. You laugh because you know it ain't true. We don't do that. When we say those are my people, we're talking about our people, right? Verse 78 or 71, that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us. Now, who hates us? Who? Say it loud, brother. Say it with your chest. Who hates us? Who put us in slavery for 400 years? White people. They at the top of the list, by the way. They ain't the only ones.
You're Hispanic, right? Oh, okay. No, yeah, it's fine. I mean, Azteca, right? So, either way, El Paso, you said Juarez, took their land. And who puts a wall up and says, huh? I'm just drunk.
But who is he leading, though? He's leading more people just
kicked
like
y'all,
himself.
he's kicked y'all out and said, hey, y'all don't belong here.
Yeah. Now, I want you to know, in history, do you know that happened before? When they let us out of slavery, the South collapsed. Because who was there to do all the work if you let all your workers go? Yeah. So what they had to do was institute Jim Crow, vacancy laws, pig codes, all that. And they put you back in slavery under a different name.
Real quick, we're talking about money, economics, right? Y'all dress, y'all kind of fly, you know what I'm saying? I like them shorts. Y'all, you know, y'all swag a little bit right now, you know what I'm saying? You look at everything that we do as a people, you look out into the world, everybody tries to copy and be like us. Whether it's dancing, rapping, drill music, whatever type of rap music, singing, TikTok, dancing, whatever it is, everybody tries to be like us. Why is that? Y'all know why? Right. That's what it's in the Bible, you know?
That's what you say.
It's in the Bible.
Want me to get it? Deuteronomy 7:6.
Yeah. And real quick, I'm gonna just say this because I know the brother's working with y'all. Y'all gotta understand, this right here is not some book of religion. It's not Christianity. You know what I mean? A lot of us grew up thinking that. This has nothing to do with that. This is our history book. Y'all look different. Me and you look different. We all look different, but we're all the same people. You know what I'm saying? This is our history book. It tells us what happened to us in the past before we got over to these lands, what's going to happen to us in the future. This brother was just going into, you know, World War and all the weird shit. I mean, y'all probably seen it. There's a lot of weird shit going on lately. This book tells you what's going on and what's about to happen. All of it. And how to, how to prepare for it, right? Basically talks about the nuclear bombs dropping. And everybody here is going to die unless, you know, you're doing what God tells you to do. It ain't just living your best life or getting to the bag, right? You got instructions what you're supposed to do. Go ahead and get that, brother.
So he made the comment saying that this ain't a religion. I want to show you what this is. This is Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 5. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what nation is there so great, who hath God so nigh unto them, as the Lord our God is in all things that we call upon him for? That's why the other nations, a lot of times they call you stupid. I know as black and Hispanics, white men have called you nigger, they've called you beaner, they've called you dumb, they've written you off before you even had a chance to do anything.
Try to get a job, they don't pick you.
Yeah, they don't pick you, don't get the call
You
back.
do get the job, they talk shit about you, tell you shit, and then they fire you.
But the thing is, your wisdom and knowledge is really in this book. Now, I got a bag full of books. Huh? Yeah, I'm holding them. No, you can get it. Go ahead and get it, bro.
Alright, I didn't even grab it.
But what we're trying to tell y'all is, if you really want to acquire wisdom and become proficient in all things, the best place to start is the Bible. Have a question, right? Say you're an explorer and a conqueror, and you need slaves. Are you gonna get a slave that don't even know how to build a damn sand castle out of sand, or a hut out of mud? Or are you gonna go looking for surgeons, artisans, masons, farmers, people who know trades? That's what you're gonna look for. Who do you think they got in slavery? Why do you think the white man was able to build America with so-called nigger and beaner power? I'm saying it the way they say it.
Yeah, you talking about Florida, right? Florida, they talking about we benefited from slavery because we learned how to do
No.
the skills it took to build this country, right?
We
Which is
taught
bullshit.
them the skills. We taught them the skills.
What the brother's saying is that we already had, like, if you go back, you hear a lot of shit like Africa. Oh, the Africans took the Europeans, how to take baths, how to build shit. You know, you hear about ancient Rome. Ancient Rome, they didn't even have sewers and shit like that until they went to Africa and learned about it. You know what I'm saying? So what the brother's telling you is that when they took us into slavery, they had, you know, motherfuckers who knew how to do it. You know what I'm saying? How to get it done. I mean, even now we know how to get it done. And so they make us do it because they can. You know what I'm saying? And they just take all the credit.
So I'm gonna blow your mind, bro, because they tell you that your people came from West Africa, and that's partially true. But did you know a lot of your people were only in West Africa because they were deported from Europe to go to West Africa? So this is a book called The Negro Question, Part 4, written by another black man called Lee Cummings. He's a historian and a scholar, right? This is an excerpt from Professor Boyd Dawkins, professor of geology at Manchester University in London, 1879, from an entry that he wrote called Our Remote Ancestry, pages 95 to 106. The original people of Britain, France, Spain, England were short black men about 5 feet 6 inches in height. I'm gonna repeat that. The original people of Britain, France, Spain, and England were short black men about 5 feet and 6 inches in height. Now that goes beyond that, because we were ruling all the way to the Eastern European borders. Russia, Poland, Austria, those are our people, the Bulgars. Why do you think all these nations had a sudden burst of intellect, invention, military progress, and then all of a sudden, no black people to speak of? Because when they took over, guess who they got rid of first? Me and you.
Dark ages.
Yeah.
Maybe 1,000 years. I don't know. How old are y'all? 20? 18? All right. When I went to school, man, they told us, oh, the dark ages is like 1,000 years. I'm like, well, how do you call it that? Oh, because nobody written nothing down for 1,000 years. Y'all heard that? Oh, and they told us that bullshit. And it's like, what? But really, the truth is, what this brother's saying is that you hear a lot of people, especially black people today, they say, oh, we're the Moors. You heard that? You ever heard the term Moors? You ever heard we're Egyptians? You heard that, right? So what they talking about, it goes back into this right here. Because when you start getting into history, what you come to find out is we weren't just some monkeys hanging on trees, swinging from vines like they tell us. We was actually in Europe ruling, teaching these people how to bathe, how to season their food, how to make spaghetti, pizza and shit like that.
I got a picture. What you just said, he's talking about the Italians. This is who the Pope is standing in front of.
And real quick, I'm gonna bring this up.
They know your people ruled Europe. Why do you think the Pope is kissing black folks' feet everywhere you go? But niggas don't know why it's happening. You know why? Because you're not reading books.
Let me show you something. This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7, verse 6. For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Now that's God right there, right? He chose these Israelites to be above all people on the face of the earth. Now, you growing up, going into church, Christianity, all that shit. So, no, everybody's equal, everybody's one in Jesus. That's not what God just said. You see what I'm saying? God told Moses to tell the Israelites, hey, y'all are better than everybody. Y'all watch sports. football, basketball, soccer, baseball, fighting, wrestling. Maybe not so. But we got
You don't like the wine.
But we got into that changed since Montgomery, right? But Montgomery wrong. But when you get into like race cars, as well as it's in that, it dominated, right? Rap. Yeah, I mean all kind of stuff. You know, whatever we put our hands. I mean, look at Tiger Woods. He got into there, hey, running the table. You know what I'm saying? So God said we're going to be the best people above everybody on the face of the earth. Now, when you look at how we live in today, obviously it's not like that. You know, our people are broke, homeless, fighting, while we're killing each other. You know, different things like that. Why is that? I know why. All right.
I got Deuteronomy 28.
Go ahead. Well, give Deuteronomy 1 and then go to 15.
This is Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 1. And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth.
Okay, now real quick. Y'all believe in God, right? All right, y'all believe in the Bible? All right, now God tell you to do something. You're supposed to do it, or you just do whatever you want to do. That's right. So what we just said in Deuteronomy 28 verse 1, it's the beginning of the Bible. It's what they call Old Testament. And I'm going to just prepare you. I don't know how much y'all know about the Bible, but a lot of Christians and Christian churches tell you, oh, that's the Old Testament. You don't have to worry about it. But God said something. He said to do something. He said, if you do what I tell you to do this day, I'm going to put you above everybody on the face of the earth. Are blacks and Hispanics and Native Americans, are we on the top of everybody in America or in the world? Are we on the top? No, we're on the bottom, right? Even though we make all the money for people, sports, music, fashion, you know, we throwing some J's, we throwing a hat backwards, you know, New York hat, LA hat, whatever it is, we throw it on, everybody else want it, right? We create the new lanes of economy. If there wasn't no way to make money to do something, as soon as we do it, people will make money doing it. You see what I'm saying? So what he's saying is, God told us, if we do what he tells us to do, that day he's going to put us above everybody on the face of the earth. I don't care who it is. And again, going back to Deuteronomy 7 and 6, we're above all people on the face of the earth. This God that we believe in of this Bible, he doesn't love everybody. He's not here for everybody. He's only our God. This is why it's important to be an Israelite.
We got to prove that, brother. We got to prove that.
Right. But my point is, God tell you to do something, we got to do it. And in just a moment, after we prove what God's not the God for everybody, I'm going to show you what happened to us and why we're not at the top of society like we should be. Right? And real quick, when it says, when the Bible says something shall happen, that's God saying it's going to happen. And if he says it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Right?
This is Joel, chapter 2 and verse 27. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else.
No, he's God of everybody.
And none else.
No, he's going to save everybody.
And none else.
No, he's the God of the white man, the Asian man, the East Indian man, and the African man.
And none else.
Right.
And my people shall never be ashamed.
Right. We shouldn't be ashamed. Right. We yell. I mean, you know, this is we shocked her a little bit, right? Because we be saying some stuff out here that white people walk by. Like, oh, nah, fuck that. We're not ashamed. This is our book. This is our God. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else's God, they don't mean shit. Our God is the real God of everything. And right now, what's going on with us is he's going to get it. All right. Yeah, go ahead. Cool.
This is Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
Now, real quick, I had him start at number 1 and I had him skip down, right? Now, when he started at number 1, he started reading number 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to 14. What's being described there is just the blessings, right? God said, hey, you do what I tell you to do today, you know, I'm gonna bless you the way you can't even believe it. Oh man, it's gonna be crazy, right? Do what I tell you to do, I'm gonna do all this crazy shit for you, right? When he gets to 15, it's saying, all right, but if you don't listen, you don't do what I tell you to do, from 15 all the way down to Deuteronomy 28 and 16, it's curses. Now, let me ask you something. You got generational curses in your family? What about you? Y'all grew up with y'all dad in the house? No? That's a curse that's in the Bible.
Hold on, we said it. Let's get it, brother. Let's get it. Let's get it. This is Deuteronomy 28 and 54. So that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eyes shall be evil toward his brother and toward the wife of his bosom.
Your parents are together? They fight a lot? You just get bad? Sometimes? Right now, he just said that our eyes will be evil toward our brothers, right? Different ways we can show that is gang violence. We look at Hispanics on Hispanics. Now the same people. It's like y'all niggas live on the same block or right around the corner. Y'all niggas like, west side, nah, I'm east side, you know. Come on, dog. You know what I'm saying? Black people, same shit. I'm blood, I'm Crip, I'm GD, I'm Bo, I'm BD, you know what I'm saying? I'm same shit. The same people. Same shit. You know what I mean?
His eyes shall be evil toward his brother and toward the wife of his bosom.
That right there is describing domestic violence. Y'all ever seen your mom fight with her boyfriend or your dad or anything, shit like that? That's what that just described. Go ahead. Evil eyes toward each other.
And toward the remnant of his children, which he shall lead.
Right. Now, in our communities, you see a lot of people who they beef with their dads. Dad wasn't around. I hate my dad. Fuck my dad. Or sometimes even your mom. You know what I'm saying?
Have a good night, brother.
You guys, you as well.
Not you.
Hey, it's like that, man. It's like that.
But, you know.
I got a book here. I'm going to show y'all some pictures after we get done with this. And I want to ask you that again. Should we be cordial to them people after I show you these pictures?
Right. And the point is.
I know you thinking like, damn, what are you going to show me? You going to see?
Hey, fuck them people. Fuck it. Right. Fuck them people. Yeah, fuck them.
But I'm going to show you the history they don't show you in school.
Right.
This is the history they're trying to get rid of.
It get worse. Well, the history we learned in school, dog, watered down as hell. Watered down as hell. This brother's gonna bring it out. But the point I wanted to bring is some of the curses we have. We talk about generational curses, right? In my family, we had no dad in the house. People going to prison. What else? Domestic violence. What else?
Drug abuse.
What was that? Drug abuse. Drug abuse. People being, or like some of our family members who maybe they didn't have all those issues. They working hard in the things. They come home, they fucking like you might have grew up like, man, that's my dad. I love my dad. He's so fun. After a while, I was like, man, he been working his fucking ass off. He ain't even the same person. Or my uncle, or my grandpa. You ever seen that? You seen that shit? Like, it talks about the floor being like brass and our sky being like iron. You know what I'm saying? I like to say that backwards. But go ahead.
This is Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 23. And the heaven that is over thy head shall be brass. Look around, brother. Steel, iron, brass. And the earth that is underneath thee shall be iron. Now, you being Mexican from the tribe of Issachar, I know you're familiar with what this concrete is made out of. When you break it open, it's got iron all throughout this shit. That's why when you fall on it, you break something. That's a curse, y'all. I know when you wake up in the morning, you too, brother. The first thing you want to do is get your bare feet on some grass and just be able to, damn, it's good to be alive. Take in some fresh air. But you can't do that. You walk outside, all the grass dead, grass covered in dog shit and trash. The moment you breathe in, it's car exhaust and all types of chemicals.
Hey, real quick, I know, because, you know, that scripture has different ways you can apply it. One way I look at it is that I like nature, right? You know what I'm saying? But I'm looking at, I'm watching how y'all standing, right? I say, yeah, y'all moving. Like, shit. Your shit hurt, done it, right? You know why? That's what that's talking about. That's a curse right there. You know what I'm saying?
Is that the Bible?
That's
Yes,
right.
ma'am, it is.
Amen.
Y'all got time?
Who doesn't ever have time for it?
A lot of our people
I'm an
surprise.
evangelist. I know that you minister, but I only do it to women, you know, of course, because I'm not supposed to preach them.
All Praise. So actually, hold on. I gotta take a second to thank this sister to the camera, because most of our sisters.
Oh, I didn't know you
Yeah,
had a
I record for our people, Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, to let them know that we're the real Israelites.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to say, that's another curse for our people. Like I said, we stand on this concrete. That's something that we deal with. Bad knees, that's a curse. Diseases, being affected the worst by some of these diseases: COVID, diabetes, heart disease, cholesterol, hypertension, AIDS, herpes, syphilis, all these different things. All of those things are spelled out in these curses in Deuteronomy 28. It gets real in depth about a lot of different things. Us not being able to lend to other people, but also having to borrow from other people. Us serving our enemies and want of all things for food, drink, nakedness, like clothes.
Want to get that?
Your people, pick corn, a lot of different agricultural crops and things like that. Our people, same thing. We had cotton. We don't own no factories for any produce. We don't own no HEBs, no Walmarts. We don't own no fabric companies. We don't own nothing. We still have to go to the same people who oppressed us and get what we want from them. Water's free, especially in Texas. You go try to collect some rainwater, you will get a fine for it. It will give you a fine for trying to collect rainwater.
We stand right there.
Okay.
We'll be here.
I'm excited. Okay. And I'm up here
this
thinking I
water
was gonna have to.
This river right here was here before any of us got here, right? It don't belong to us, but I bet you go try to do whatever you want in that water, you're gonna get in trouble for it. They might even arrest you. So these are curses that are laid out within that book. So again, what I had that brother read was the first verse of that chapter, where it talks about God's gonna bless us and do all this crazy stuff for us, and then it gets back to 15, where it says if we don't listen, all these curses are gonna happen. So what do y'all think happened to us? Did we listen to God or did we not listen? We didn't listen, right?
That brother like, nah, bro.
We kind of going through it. I see, like I said, I see y'all standing there. Y'all kind of like, shit.
And y'all got good knees. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I'm 38.
Y'all
My
young,
shit's hurt.
But even when I was young, I was the same way. I used to be in sports, football and shit. I'd be like, yeah, I just want to sit down. I just want to kick my feet up and chill, like you said. Hey, but that's the curse for our people. We can't do that. We always, I'm pretty sure y'all can relate, even on Saturdays. You can't, as a kid, you couldn't just chill. You always got to get up and be doing something. Mama got to have you go to church. Mama got to have you go to soccer or some shit. Like, that's my thing. I used to be like, I'm going to watch cartoons, eat some cereal. Yeah, nah, you got to go play a baseball. I'm like, I didn't even practice. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. So, those are curses that we got to deal with. Go ahead, brother.
So I want to let y'all know, right? We saying the Bible is for y'all.
Right.
Y'all need to understand who you really are in the eyes of God, right? This is Psalms 82:6. I have said, ye are gods.
That's right.
So, I know the Christian church tells you there's only one God, right? But there are many gods, and the Israelites are gods. The term God in the Bible just means divine ones, rulers, or judges.
Powers.
The real judges of the earth are us, the Israelites. Why do you think that water down there looked like sewage water? Because the white man's in charge. Yeah, if your people were still running this land, which rightfully belongs to you, you think that water would look like that? Hell no. I'm actually old enough to remember walking by that water and it being so clear you could see to the bottom.
Right.
I remember that.
You're right about that.
It's only been about 15 years, ain't been that long. You put the white man in charge of something, and that is what you get.
That's right. Hey.
Look at masculinity. We were talking about that before y'all rolled up. Look at the concept of masculinity. The white man got in charge of masculinity, and now you got niggas walking around with dresses, with purses and nails on.
Shit. Drake.
I know y'all saw that shit with Drake with the nails on in the bathroom.
Yeah,
him trying to make it look cool.
No, hold on,
Who you
bro.
think that's for? They doing that for y'all.
You didn't see the new picture?
No.
The Reds and shit?
Oh, I did see that, man. Damn. Yeah, I did.
Bro. Nah, what's crazy is that Drake got that reputation. He going around the country, around the world smashing everybody chick. He's smashing everybody girl. Being that he, you know what I'm saying, he's one of the girls.
But I know y'all likely got somewhere to go, because I don't know how much time y'all got, but I need to let y'all know before y'all go, y'all got one duty to the Most High God. Above all else, it's the same duty we got. This is Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. Now I have a question. How many commandments are there? And there's no wrong answer.
7.
7? Cool. There's 613. 14, 13? Okay.
What was it?
613.
But
So look,
Jesus only left us with 2.
well, but
It's not that bad, brother. You gotta understand some of those.
they cover all the
Some of the laws that we cannot keep today because we're not in our land. Some of the laws don't apply to y'all because y'all aren't females or maybe y'all not landowners. It's just like America, right? America got way more than 613 laws. They got like
It's like 20,000 or
it's-
something crazy.
It's more than it's like 30 something, bro. It's almost it's like at least 30,000, and then you got the state law. Depending on where you at, you might have like another 30. So you talking about 60,000 laws.
You see what we're talking about?
But the way it works is like okay, y'all not old enough to own a gun, but let's say y'all not old enough to own a gun, right? So maybe gun laws don't apply to y'all. You know
No,
what I'm
but you
saying?
could break the law though. Because
Right.
if you get a gun, you don't broke the law, so the law still does apply to you.
Right. Well, yeah,
I know what
you
you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, don't get it
Yeah,
twisted. It
like-
still applies. That white man will put both your black and brown ass in jail.
So-
don't get it twisted.
So when you talk about the laws of God, right? There's some laws where it talks about women, on their period, when they, circumcising your kid on the 8th day. Y'all don't have kids, do y'all? Right. You do? Oh, okay. Well, you know what I'm saying? That's a law. Have your kids circumcised on the 8th day. Well, y'all don't have kids, so it doesn't apply to you yet. Some of these laws apply to you right now. Some of them, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Some of them, some for men, some for women, some for, if you got phone, different things like that, right? Now, real quick, while you finding your precept. No.
First John, I was going to 5. Well, 3
I
or
thought
5.
we were just to follow the 10 Commandments.
Huh?
Now,
I
real
thought we were just to follow the 10 Commandments.
yeah. Well, okay.
No, we got to follow all those systems.
Real quick.
Because
I'll
like
just show you something real quick.
So like the law of
When we get into our history, y'all go home, look up history, the Aztecs, the natives, what you'll see on their clothing, you'll see them wearing something like this, something like this. They look different. Native Americans, y'all, that's something a lot of people visualize. They have those tassels on the borders of their clothes. They have a lot of blue in their garments. But you look in the Aztec or Mayan, even Incan culture, they have something like this, depending on what they wear. Traditional ponchos, right? Our people, you look in West Africa, Egypt, pyramids, you'll find pictures of people with things like this. What we're saying to you is this is our original culture. This is our culture given to you by God. We have commitments that we have to keep. Because right now we're living in the last days. This country is about to go to war. There's about to be race wars in this country. It's about to be a famine. People are going to kill each other.
yeah.
Well, the Most High set it up that way. And the whole purpose for God setting it up that way is so He can save us out of this place. So we don't have to be bouncing on the concrete.
It
and all
allowed
that,
our freedom to get.
So, because contrary to popular belief, we're still enslaved. When you think about if a white man got kidnapped in Afghanistan, and he stayed over there, what is he? Prisoner of war, right? That's exactly what we are. You see what I'm saying? They captured our people, put them in slavery, and they just took the chains off our neck. Just get them a couple of commandments real quick. You gotta go.
Okay, y'all gotta go. So I just want to let you know this is how you love God before we give you the commandment. I'm gonna give you the dietary because you don't have to buy it. Right? Okay. This is 1 John chapter 5 and verse 2. By this we know that we love the children of God, when we love God and keep His commandments. For this is the love of God, that we keep His commandments, and His commandments are not grievous, meaning they're not hard. Right? The commandments of God are not hard. And we're going to go to Leviticus 11 to show you just how easy they really are. You got it? Just start with pork, man, because I understand you might have a diverse diet, right? So
Right.
start with
This is the book of Leviticus, chapter 11, verse 7. And the swine, though he divide the hoof and be cloven-footed, yet cheweth not the cud, he is unclean to you. Of their flesh shall you not eat, and their carcass shall you not touch. They are unclean to you.
So you're not even supposed to touch a dead pig. Now I have a question. Can you touch a pork chop? It's a dead pig. You can't touch that.
Well, I don't, but I'm mad.
Well, I mean, you can, but should you according to the Bible?
No.
No. Right? So when it comes to eating or even touching pork, you shouldn't. Now, Here's the thing. Did you know they put pork in your toothpaste? They put pork in Skittles, jujubes, all that stuff. It's called gelatin. Right? Gelatin pork.
Gelatin, any gummy bears,
Yeah.
gummy worms, it has gelatin in it. There's a such thing as beef gelatin. And normally what you'll see is if it is beef gelatin, it'll say beef gelatin. But normally if it just says gelatin, like Jello, gummy worm, anything gummy worms, gummy, jelly, marshmallows, anything marshmallows in it, has gelatin in it. That's pork.
Always look at the packaging, and sometimes they'll use pectin. Pectin is a gelatin substitute that's lawful for you to eat. It's made from fruit. I'm sorry?
That's how the government kills it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, y'all are old enough to probably understand like our conspiracies.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Me and his brother were just kind of going into that. You know what I'm saying? Literally all of our food, like when you telling you gelatin, right? Y'all start going to the store and looking like, all right, what's in this shit? You gonna find 2 or 3 things. One is carrageenan. Carrageenan is like a lot of the shit we're not supposed to eat. They have like some weird ass special name for it. Carrageenan is sea moss. We're not supposed to eat sea moss. Sea moss is like a big thing nowadays. Y'all heard about that? Sea moss? Yeah. Okay, so
It's not from a herb bearing seed. So if it's a plant that has a seed that it comes from, yeah, it should be in Genesis.
Yeah, I don't eat
I got you. It said these Leviticus 11 verse 9. These shall ye eat of all that are in the waters, whatsoever has fins and scales in the waters, in the seas and the rivers, them shall ye eat. Verse 10, and all that have not fins or scales in the seas and in the rivers, and all that move in the waters, and of any living thing which is in the waters, they shall be an abomination unto you. They shall even be an abomination. You shall not eat their flesh, but you shall have their carcasses in an abomination. So, real quick, it kind of harped on the point. It's like it from my butchering it. But real quick, it kind of doubled down and said anything that's in the rivers, the seas, and the waters, it has to have fins and scales. So catfish is not, you're not supposed to eat.
It's got fins, no scales.
Shrimp, crab, lobster, scallops, oysters, sea moss. Can't eat that shit.
Now we understand we're giving y'all something that y'all probably didn't anticipate here out the Bible. It's a progress, right? It's something that you progress to keep. But if you truly love God, as I read, you'll keep His commandments. So keep that in mind, brother. And if you guys have any questions, like we said, I'll be here every Saturday at about 5:30 or a little bit later than that. Probably up to about this time, right? This brother is usually with me, all right?
Real quick, the point I was making was that, you know, we take what we're saying, right? You just go look at any food that's in a grocery store, you're gonna find usually like 3 different things. It has some shrimp in it, it has some type of pork, whether it's ham, bacon, any type of pig, gelatin, and then you're gonna find also carrageenan, toothpaste, different things like this brother said. You're gonna find out that a lot of things that we normally eat and think is okay, it has pork in it. I used to like Lucky Charms. Well, that's marshmallows in it. That's gelatin, pork. So a lot of things that we eat is not okay. You know what I mean? We're not supposed to touch it, but what you understand is that if you love God, you want to serve God the right way and not doing it however you feel like. You know what I mean? This is what we're going into. I'm going to tell you how you love God and how you want to know God. Is the only way you're going to find that is to open up this book. Tell them what's wrong.
The first 5 books are the Torah. So you got Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Right?
You got other-
Y'all have Bibles? If y'all can come back here next Saturday after 5:30, I will give y'all Bibles for free.
Hey, and one thing I want to say, man, we're out here teaching the Bible, but this is also a community thing, right? The state of blacks, Hispanics, and natives is kind of going to sort of go cycle down the drain. We're out here to stand up for our people, to show them love and righteousness, to build up community. You know what I mean? And one thing I want to say on behalf of at least me and this brother is I appreciate y'all because a lot of our people, they walk by and they say, you know, they walk on, they go with the oppressor or whatever they do. They don't have time for the Bible. They don't want to care about God. Well, yeah.
Well, and see, you're saying something I try to tell our people. On Judgment Day, you have to give an account for that. When your Messiah returns, he's going to say, how come you didn't stop and hear my prophets? I sent people to talk to you. And my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will reject you. God says that. You reject knowledge, he's going to reject you. So, a lot of our people be in like tough situations where, we want to call on God. It's moments like this where they're just stopping by and just having a friendly, talk about God, you know what I mean? They don't stop and have that time. So when they need help from God, God's going to be like, I got time for you. Like, yeah, I got time for you.
So one of y'all brothers got a camera on your phone? Take a picture of this, man, because you can find this book for free in PDF form. Right?
And real quick, I saw how y'all lit up about the conspiracy thing. Talk conspiracy thing. We had to go through a lot of conspiracies. We learned a lot about them. So, hey, you come back here and talk to us, man, we'll be able to show you the conspiracies. All the conspiracies you hear about today, we'll show you in the Bible. It'll trip your mind out.
And you know what?
It is crazy.
We can start to go over some of the stuff that is conspiratorial to the fact that they don't even want to teach it or mention it.
Yeah.
I have a book here called The Delectable Negro. Right? They were eating us. See, they only teach you half the story when they lynched us. Nat Turner is an excellent example. They boiled his body down into grease and medicine. They ate part of his skin. Somebody cut his genitals off and took them home. They used to consume us. We were called a delicacy to them. Why do you think they're trying to come back with human meat? Now, in case y'all don't know how they're producing human meat, it's from the cells of Henrietta Lacks, a black woman who had a mortal cell line. When your cells divide, they have something called telomeres. And after the telomeres shorten, your cell no longer divides and your body gets rid of it. Well, hold on, let me finish. Because when those telomeres on her cancer cells, they didn't shorten. So they can culture her cells over and over and over. And they're doing it to this day. She died in the 70s. And they're going to make all the human meat based off of her DNA, which is cancerous tumors. So keep that in mind if they ever try to sell you impossible meat. Don't eat it.
So don't, that impossible meat, don't eat that.
Yeah, don't eat that.
Oh
Don't
my
eat
God,
it.
thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Real quick, because what you mentioned, I didn't get the name, but when I looked up vaccines, it was the same process as what you just described.
Well, but they
Is that the same person?
no. So what they use, it's like WRC30. It's a fetal stem cell tissue. Right? That's one of the reasons why when you abort a fetus, or even when you give birth to a baby, the umbilical cord, the afterbirth, they seize all of it. They use it for medical research.
Because I heard that.
They even put, actually, hold on, they even put it in your Pepsi. They use it as a flavoring agent because it interacts directly with the nervous system. It's literally flavoring like MSG. It's cheating. It tells your body it tastes good because the chemical literally tells your body this tastes good. It's not that it tastes good. If you understand what I'm getting at. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, I looked up that. I remember, I didn't have to do research, but I remember it said something like something.
Yeah.
They didn't have to reuse anymore.
Yeah, but that's her. Yeah, that's her. That's her.
Okay,
That's her.
yeah. So I read that, but I never, made that connection. That's dope. But I've heard of like them finding people who used to be like hands of Planned Parenthood with a bunch of jars of fetuses and weird stuff like that. That's what this brother's talking about. They do experiments on us, organ transfers. What's up, Jenkins and all that. They found her in the freezer. All kind of. There's a lot of people. You start looking it up. Like this brother was just talking about, some of the brothers that they find that are been lynched. You hear about black people being hung. Even Hispanics too. Every once in a while you hear about it, right? He was saying that sometimes they find out with a mark on the back of their neck, like somebody gave them a spinal tap and took their spinal fluid. You know what I mean?
So actually, let me go into depth with that. The reason why they do that is because blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, when the Bible says that we are above all people, it's actually physiologically true.
Yeah.
We have something called neuromelanin. They tell you melanin is only in your skin. It's not. It's in every organ in your body.
Yeah,
it's called neuromelanin. Yeah. It helps with neurotransmission, helps with processing toxins. It does everything. And melanin interacts with itself. So you can have melanin, dimelanin, trimelanin, and quad melanin, where literally it binds to itself and has different electrochemical processes and properties.
Real quick.
So it's a miracle substance. That's why when they would lynch us, as the science progressed of eugenics, they found that melanin could be used to make sunglasses, to make solar panels, and making medicines. Because melanin doesn't actually, what's that when your body rejects organs? It's literally a substance where your body sees it and it's hypoallergenic. It doesn't prompt an allergic reaction.
Wow.
Yeah, I was about to say because I seen a brother who's going into some research about like diabetes and stuff like that. And a lot of people go based off like the sugar and the blood levels, but this brother went about it through the melanin and he found connections that scientists never had ever found. It was based off the levels of melanin in your skin. So y'all
So
heard
the
of,
higher the melanin is better. With the
yeah, generally speaking, I mean, because in a lot of different ways, I heard a brother say this recently, right? What they used to tell us is that white people came from Europe, they're lighter skinned because of the cold weather. But the brother said, what does melanin do? It absorbs heat. So if you don't have nothing to absorb heat, if you out in that cold, it's gonna hurt you a little harder than somebody like us. And then also when we go into the sun, it's not killing us. You see what I'm saying? So no matter where these people go, it's honestly it's God like destroying them. That's how this is what we say, that's how we know God hates them. Because everybody on earth,
hates.
yes.
All
God hates them. Yes.
I'll get it.
Because the same thing, think about
Hold on,
it.
sis. Hold on. Don't go nowhere.
The same thing that gives you energy in life.
All right, bro.
Yeah. Thank y'all for saying, bro.
Yeah, y'all stay.
I'll have y'all vibes, all right?
The same thing that gives us energy in life,
Y'all be blessed, all right?
it kills them.
So let me get this. This is going to be Romans 9 and 13. All right? And we read a little bit loud, sister, so everybody
No,
can hear.
I like it.
All praise.
I like it better when I
This is Romans chapter 9 and verse 13. As it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. So you have the Most High God, through his prophet Paul, saying, I hate Esau. Now, who are the Edomites? Right?
It's not a particular person.
Yeah.
It's a nation.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a nation.
Yes, ma'am.
We got scriptures that we can connect the Edomites.
My grandma, but I hate my.
So actually,
Well,
we're
my
getting ahead of
great-grandma.
ourselves. Let's ask your father.
It's
Ask your
actually
father.
my great grandma. She's white and Indian. I don't have.
Well,
Yeah, Numbers 1 and 18. So, sisters, we have to ask before we go any further. What's your father? Is he an American Negro? You too?
Yes.
Okay. So y'all would likely be from the tribe of Judah, right? So one of the reasons why we know we're from the tribe of Judah is some of the information that's been left over from history, right? Cartographers from, I believe, the 15th and 16th century, they mapped out the western regions of Africa, and they called it Negro land. Where Ghana and Togo are today, we had something called the Kingdom of Judah, or Wida, or Wida, however they wanted to spell it, whether it was French, Portuguese, English, or Spanish. They called us different things, but we all know we're the Kingdom of Judah. Right? Now, why do you also think
And I
that...
thought I came from the tribe of Manasseh, so maybe I did. Because
Okay.
I went down to my thing and because I've been doing this since I saw hell in 2000. God took me to, some people have visions of heaven and hell, and I'm one of those people. And it's almost like I did everything in the Bible, the 5 husbands, all kinds of stuff, whirlwind. I've had so many experiences with God, and I know He called me, but it's been hard.
Well, go ahead and get it.
all right, real quick.
Yeah, just read it, and then you can read it.
Okay. This is the book of Numbers, chapter 1, verse 18. And they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month. They declared their pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers, according to the number of their names, from 20 years old and upward, by their poll. And real quick, there's a lot going on in that scripture, but what we learn from that is the ancient way to understand how people determine genealogy was through the seed of their father. Really, when you get into this is Old Testament and New, right?
But then I do have a question because my daddy's daddy is black and white. Because my great granddaddy on my daddy's side is white, and my great
White from where? White from where?
I just didn't even know until we went to the
He's
funeral.
half white or he's all
He's
white?
Keaton. My y'all were.
He's all white
My great granddad, not my granddad, but my great.
on your dad's side.
Yeah.
He's all white.
Now, here's the thing. So, I was looking this up the
But
other
I
day.
didn't know until I went to the funeral. So
Well,
they never told me.
but you gotta understand, we're scattered to all nations. So, like in China, we have a group of people called the Manchurian
I heard
candidate,
that, yeah. Yeah.
right? The See, there's terminology where they kind of admit that they know who certain people are, but if you don't know history, you don't know what they're talking
We
about.
know who we are.
But hold on, I just want to say this. So I need to go into detail because we're not just saying based on your great grandfather's color. Because say he came from southern Italy, the Moors inhabited that area. Also, not to mention, I'm gonna read this because I need to explain that we were the rulers of Europe. We were the original people in Spain, France, Portugal. We're the original people of Europe, right? So this is from a book called The Negro Question, Part 4 by Lee Cummings, right? A historian and a scholar. This is an excerpt from Professor Boyd Dawkins, professor of geology of Manchester University in London in 1879. The original people of Britain, France, Spain, and England were short black men about 5 feet 6 inches in height.
Oh, and my
I'm literally the prototypical ancient European. Literally.
I would say,
but
Yeah, go for it.
you know, you said you were a white man. I was there to see it. I don't know, but by some of the things you said, I can tell that your spirit is very witness. So this might be this one. You know what I'm saying? I can't call it. I don't know you for your reality, but some of the things you're saying, it sounds like your spirit resonates. You heard what we talked about? That's ain't that.
Cause I already,
That's right.
cause I've been digging into who goes to hell and don't want to see what in the world sent me here. When my dad is a pastor and all this stuff, but I grew up in the church, and when I went to hell, I told my dad, I said, Daddy, you gotta tell these people they have to obey God. It's not just by no blood that they say. They gotta. He said, when you stand before God, you're gonna give the account what you did in that body. It's like people don't understand that. They think that they just say, oh, I believe in Jesus and I'm going to heaven. That's what I thought too. But I went to hell.
You can tell them the truth, sister.
I already.
So
I
based on
just
that,
had a conversation with my mom about that same thing. She said, you know, I told her, you know, I don't believe what you believe no more. And I said, you know, she said, I failed you, right? And I said, well, you know, I'm trying to line my standards up to what God said
That's right.
put in this Bible.
That's right.
And you know, I said, hey, our people been told a lie. We've been lied to. And I used to believe. I told her, I said, I was where you was at, and I used to just believe I was saved and all this other stuff. And I told her, I said, when I posed the question to her, and I said, how do you know you're saved? You told me that. And what do you have to validate that? You know what I'm saying? So that's what kind of led me on the journey to seek out information the same way as you.
Oh, so y'all haven't seen heaven, hell, y'all haven't had no visions,
We live in
dreams,
it,
and all
right?
that?
we in hell.
No, this ain't hell.
It's about to be a lot hot.
But this ain't hell, cause I went to the literal. God gave me two different visions. He gave me a vision. I was on this wide road, and it was you couldn't see the cars from that way or that way. You couldn't see the end of them, right? And the road was wide, and you go as fast as you want to go. And I was on my way, and back in the day, I used to be like, I'm gonna talk to him. So I saw this guy on the side of me, and I was like, oh, y'all gonna shoot my shot. As soon as I got ready to shoot my shot, I had my music blasting. Everybody was going into hell. My car went into hell. Well, I'm sorry, that car was the bottom of the pit. My car went into the bottom of the pit. Someone grabbed me and threw me out to the right hand side, and I had to cling on to the wall. But when I have these dreams and visions, it's like it's literally there. You know what I'm saying? Like you can really see it. Like you can feel it. It's just like here. But anyway, I was climbing up out that pit, and anyway, I thought about getting one day, but there was some more stuff to the story, but I don't want to do that on y'all video. But anyway, I got my own YouTube. I mean, I don't want to
Because we gotta hear where you're coming from so that we can give you the best scripture. That's so true. You know what I'm saying?
But the thing about it, and then after that, like I went on, and then I said, God, is there a literal hell fire? And he took me there and showed me. They were screaming and hollering, and the lake of fire, it was just running, and there was just people all in there. And God literally told me to go up there and close the door because there was nothing I could do for those people. That's what happened to me.
I ain't gonna lie, since you saying a lot of things just in the spirit right now.
I already know what I saw. That's why my daddy like, what church you went to? What coach you doing? I said, I started reading the Bible that you preach out of. That's exactly what happened to me.
I have a question. So when it comes to Jonah, in Jonah chapter 2, when he said, I cried by way of my affliction from the belly of hell, but he was still alive.
Mm-hmm.
So why did he use the term belly?
Because he's in the belly of the whale. That's darkness. It's different. Jesus told us about the hellfire and a lake. He said death and will be thrown into the lake of fire.
Right.
So
Hold on, slow down.
Yeah, slow down. Because in the Hebrew, hell is just the word Sheol, which means the grave.
I'm not here to. I don't debate.
No, you don't have to debate, but we're going according to the scripture. That's what.
Right by the scripture. Jesus said himself that many will come to him in that day. He will tell them, I don't know you, and he's going to send them on.
That's right.
But the only thing I can say is
That's right. Those are believers. That's right.
I cannot argue with what I saw and what God, all these different dreams and visions and all these different things God gives me. It's no way. And it's about a circumcision of the heart. You got to be reborn. You got to be born again from your heart. It ain't about, I understand y'all skin color out there, but it's about your heart.
No, it's not about skin color.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's about how are you really living? Are you being a sacrificial lamb? Are you really giving a sacrificial
Now, I
life?
have a question. How do you do that? What you're saying?
Yeah, so-
Like, what do you have to do in order to do it?
You have to first be filled with the Holy Spirit, because that's what happened to me. It came in, everybody don't have it, but it came into me, and then when it came up, it was like a literal fire. And when it went through my head, and when it came up out of my mouth, I just started speaking it. I couldn't even stop myself from, I don't even know what I was saying, but it was just it was all these different languages. Well, it was all the different words I was saying. I was talking to God, and I was trying to stop myself, and I couldn't. And by the time it was over, I was totally exhausted. I laid up like, what was that? Then that's when I had to take it out. Okay, you've been filled with the Holy Spirit.
So when it comes to that, Paul spoke of speaking in tongues in the book of Corinthians, right? I believe it's 1 Corinthians 14 where he says if you speak in tongues and there's no translator, then it's not proper. Now, did you have somebody to translate?
That's not what I go. God, it's a whole different.
Well, let's
Okay, no. It's another thing in the Bible. It says God will reveal His mysteries to you once you give your life to Him. So the things that I've seen, a lot of people haven't seen, because I was one of the worst of the worst of the worst. So that's when God knew that I was just as hard out there in the world as I was, that I go hard for Him now. Just hard, because one thing I do, I cannot debate. I can't debate the Bible. But what I can tell you is everything in there is true. But you got to realize some of the things that Paul said and Jesus said, you got to go back through that. I understand. A lot of people preach from Paul said this, Paul said that.
Oh, we preach the whole Bible.
I understand that. But some of those things Paul said that Jesus didn't say if you go back into it. But it's okay. You got to study for yourself. That's why I tell them, don't worry about, like her. I love her to death. This is one of my friends. But she goes by what they say. They say, what? You get in that word for yourself. I'm listening.
This is when they're at the day of Pentecost. I'm gonna start at Acts 2 and 4, right? It says, and they were filled with the Holy Ghost and began to speak with other tongues as the Spirit gave them utterance. And there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men out of every nation under heaven. Now when this noise abroad, the multitude came together and were confounded, because that every man heard him speak in his own language. And they were all amazed and marveled, saying one to another, behold, are these not these which speak Galileans? And how we hear every man in our own tongue, wherein we were born, Parthians and Medes and Elamites, and dwellers of Mesopotamia, and in Judea, and Cappadocia, and Pontus, and Asia, and Phrygia, and Pamphylia, and Egypt, and in parts of Libya and Cyrene, and strangers of Rome, Jews and proselytes. And it goes on to continue, but the point the brother was trying to make is that these men had the Holy Spirit on them. They didn't speak an unknown language, they spoke a language which men all over Asia and parts of Africa understand. What the brother's trying to illustrate is that when we get into what the Holy Spirit is, it's a teacher. It is a teacher, but it's not something that makes you act wild or crazy.
And I think
Because
that's
God
why
is not an omnipotent.
I know.
It's supposed to give you order.
But you gotta read in there where it says that when you're speaking to when you don't even know the words to utter, that's when the Holy Spirit come in and He's talking to God for you. Like it's through you for you. You just gotta get deep. It's okay. But
I've heard that from pastors.
I can't.
Yeah,
The only thing I can do is go by what I've lived. I've lived it. You know what I'm saying?
So I have a question.
I'm just,
Above all, what is the main thing you should be taking away from the Bible? What should you be doing?
you have to obey God and fear Him. Fear God and do His commandments. You gotta obey
And how many
God.
commandments are
I know the 6 and 13 and all that stuff. No, the ones that God's working on. Love your brother like you love yourself, and love God with all everything. Those two that Jesus said.
You got first John?
Love. It's
No,
about
hold on.
love.
You get first John, I got something else for that.
No, you can't go in and obey 600. It was impossible. That's why Jesus came to die on the cross so that once we
Wait, I have a
realize.
question. Isn't everything possible through Christ Jesus?
And that's right.
Okay, so how is it impossible to keep 613 laws when you keep over 30,000 laws?
I don't know all of them.
I know, and you still try to keep them as best you can.
613. No, I don't do no 613.
Okay, I get that, but if you love God, you're going to keep His commandments according to 1
Yeah.
John 5
But I'm
and
not
3.
gonna go in the Bible and be worried about my clothes and all this stuff.
I'm gonna be honest, sister.
No,
Hold on, I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read in Isaiah 66. If you ain't worried about them things, you're gonna get
I
destroyed.
think you should be show God respect.
Oh, I
When
do.
God said come as you are, I don't think He said come you can wear anything you want.
Exactly.
Sure.
That's
I
right.
think
But
He's
that's not
talking
good.
about the condition of your mind.
Of your heart. I think it's important.
I think it's your
It's about
I've
how
never read that.
how you interact and how you do
Because I know that when Moses went on Sinai, he told him to take his shoes off his feet. He didn't let him come. He said this is holy ground. Right? So from what and even in the tabernacles, when you talk about the Levites, was it Aaron's sons? They burned the wrong incense. He killed them. So in a lot of instances, we see that you can't just come as you are. You got to have some respect.
Oh yeah.
That's
Of
that
course,
fear that you're
of
talking
course.
about.
So let's read the Bible, right? This is Zephaniah, chapter 1 and verse 8. And it shall come to pass in the day of the Lord's sacrifice that I will punish the princes and the king's children and all such as are clothed with strange apparel. So as a woman, if you're not wearing the apparel that's been outlined for you in the Bible, modest dress, not wearing what pertains unto a man, when judgment day come, if you found wearing that, you're going to get destroyed, right? Also, if you are eating pork, eating shrimp, crab, and lobster, when the day of judgment comes, you're going to be destroyed as well. That's why we're teaching our people.
I know.
You have to be on your game when you keep God's commandments. You don't get to keep the law of the Bible according to what suits you. You have to do what God told you, right? This is Isaiah, chapter 66 and verse 17. They that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the gardens, behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh, and the abomination and the mouse shall be consumed together, saith the Lord. So the Most High God is putting it plain upon tables. You don't get to do what you want to do. And the same thing goes for speaking in tongues. That's why, sister, we're not trying to tell you that you're wrong or you're right, but we're trying to tell you there's an order to when you speak in tongues. When you go to church and somebody's saying, I got the Spirit, and now they're just yelling over everybody, babbling, that's not in the Bible, and that is not of God. You got to understand, Satan bless people too. He can bless you to be delirious.
He's gonna do like you say, even the very elect if he could.
Yeah,
But
see,
they were the very elect, but he can't.
And I thought the chosen one, the saved one, is not going to get judged.
we all getting judged.
See, we all get judged, but the ones that are saved and chosen is getting judged on. Why we didn't use what God sent us to? You know, like He blessed them on to
Oh, well, how do y'all feel about the 144,000?
Well, hold on, let's
Oh, I'm sorry.
He blessed them on to be teachers, preachers, you know, servers,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Okay, when we didn't come and fulfill our duty as God called us to do, that's what we should be judged on.
Well, yeah, but everybody's
We're
got a
not-
different allotment. For instance, right, it's not common that brothers do what we're doing, who have the understanding of the scriptures and go out to the highways and byways. But I know of brothers who do have that understanding, and they would rather be on YouTube all day, putting comments on videos, scoffing.
Do y'all have any, like, what do y'all follow? Like, do y'all have any kind of, like, are y'all just Christ followers?
We Hebrew Israelites.
Oh, y'all Hebrew Israelites.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The one way you know us is just by these. If you see these fringes,
Yeah.
we keep them
I see
along.
his fringes.
Right?
He was on a different one.
Numbers 15:38.
Okay, so,
along.
yeah. Okay, y'all Hebrew Israelites. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Y'all believe that the white, yeah.
Well, I have a question.
Not all of our people believe that.
but majority of us, right? And here's the thing: we only believe that because that's what the scriptures say. The heathen have to pay back for what they did to us. And actually,
And it's not just about the white man.
so I want you to answer this question for me, right? I'm gonna show y'all a picture, and it's gonna probably rattle your cage a little bit. You think Christ came to give a damn mulligan for this? This brother's been lynched and he's being burned. You think Christ came to give that a pass? If not that, how about this? We gonna go further. You think Christ came to give the white man a pass for that? What is it? It's a brother being lynched.
I don't. Yeah.
Now, I want to read in the Bible where the Most High God said these people are going to be cut off forever because of what they did to us. Right? It's in Obadiah. I believe
So
it's
you
one
think
and
that
nine.
every white person is going to hell?
Not going to hell.
Obadiah 18.
Yeah, 1 and 9. I think Obadiah 1 and
You mean going to cut out? They're
Well,
going to be.
Actually, we're going to go to Obadiah 1 and 18. It's not that I think it. It's that I know it because that's what the scripture says.
What did what is God Jesus talking about when he said some of them is not I have to bring I got other ones that I gotta bring.
Yeah, that was the Northern Kingdom. So actually, so hold on, let me explain that, the Northern Kingdom. So what you had in Israel after Solomon went off serving other gods, because he had over about like 700 wives, right? So there was a curse that was inflicted upon the house of Israel, where the kingdom would depart, not from Solomon, but from his son, Rehoboam, right? So Rehoboam, he increased the rigor that the northern tribes were serving the Israelites under, and as a result, they revolted, and we split into two. The northern tribes went into slavery to the Assyrians, and then after the Assyrian captivity, they made their way to the poor part of the world, which is here, a land called Arslan. If you need proof of that, that's in 2nd Ezra 13 and 40.
No, so you're saying according to the Bible, every white person is doomed
Yeah.
like forever.
Yeah, that's why we
they
have to ask you.
automatically going.
Yes. So hold on, let me prove it. I made a very, very, a high, declaration. I'd rather prove it, right? This is Obadiah, chapter 1 and verse 18. And the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame, and the house of Esau for stubble, and they shall kindle in it and devour it, and there shall not be any more remaining of the house of Esau, for the Lord hath spoken it. Now, I want you to read it. Yeah, it's hard to see.
You know
Oh,
what?
sister,
You're
go
not
look, go
got
look.
She don't have a yeah. She got
I want both y'all to see it. Read over time. Yeah, Amos 1.
You know, the whole book would make you go, what?
But this is the reason why this is going to happen to you, right?
Oh,
Where is it?
Oh, got it. Okay.
You got it?
Now you said something, and I'm select.
Well, hold on, let me finish this real quick. So this is Obadiah 1 and 9. Oh, and thy mighty men, O Teman, shall be dismayed, to the end that every one of the mount of Esau, the nation of Esau, shall be cut off by slaughter. That's another profession by Obadiah, a prophet of the Most High God, in the same book. It's in Ezekiel 25, it's in Ezekiel 34, it's in Ezekiel 37, it's in Jeremiah 51.
So you saying just because you born white, you automatically.
No, it's not being born white. You know the basketball player Blake Griffin? He looks white because his mother is white.
Drake's son is white.
Yeah, but he has a son with a white woman. That little boy looked like some off the damn Brady Bunch. But guess who we go back to? We go back to an Israelite.
No, I'm saying, I'm asking the question. You say that every white or whatever real, whatever,
That's right.
they are automatically doomed to hell.
After they serve their slavery in the kingdom of heaven. Yes, ma'am. Because the kingdom of heaven is going to be built up just the way America was built up. Yeah.
Now,
That's in Isaiah 60 if you need to.
And what about the Holy Spirit? How do you think that? How do you know when you have the Holy Spirit? How do you know when people have been endowed with the Holy Spirit?
You got to try by scripture.
I can't remember the scripture on that, but
No, you were saying you had something.
Yeah, you had something.
okay. Well, I had something. This was about. You said loving your brother, and there's only two commandments, right? Love your fellow warriors.
I believe the 10 commandments, yeah, but I do know about the 6:13 and
Right. Well, the thing is, when you read that scripture with Matthew, right? He's talking about Master, what are the two greatest commandments? right?
Yeah.
And he sums it up in two different.
Oh shit, I can pull that out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, we know because
It's
the
either
first
24.
four, I
Yeah,
think,
it's
24.
read that whole thing.
But I'm gonna show you something. This is Paul right here. I'm gonna let him get it, and I'm gonna show you what Paul says about it.
But why y'all right here with nobody there? Why don't y'all go where
Or it might- yeah, it might be.
It's Matthew 5.
y'all can't go where people are at?
Well, during the day, this is where people at.
Yeah, they come around this river walk and he's speaking the word of God.
But I don't know where the river walk is.
It's right
It's
there.
down. It's down right there.
Right there below.
But where? I didn't see anything when I went there.
If you walk all the
You
way
see
up
the
there.
water and you going all the way down and everything, you see it.
Yeah, yeah, you see. But I got it right here.
I
Right.
better get that sister.
I think he,
I don't think so. I think he's
if they come back, we'll talk to him. Sister.
okay.
But this is Matthew 5:17. Think not that I am come to destroy the law of the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, till all is fulfilled. Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments, and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
Okay, real quick.
That's why we keep
What
on.
was that
Let
at?
me go ahead and
That's
get,
in Matthew
So you
5.
keep all 613 laws.
To the best that I can.
Now, real quick.
Yes, I can.
That's what I'm saying.
Real quick. It says, this is Matthew
To the best.
22 and 36. It says, Master, this is somebody coming to Jesus. It says, Master, which is the great commandment in the law? Jesus said unto him, Thou shalt love thy neighbor, thou shalt love thy, the God, Salakia. Jesus said unto him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment. And the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these two commandments hang the law and the prophets. So real quick, at the end of that it says the law and the prophets, which
So,
means
but-
the first 5 books of the Bible, and also you got Ezekiel, Amos, Jeremiah, all these Haggai, all those prophets, right? So those 2 commandments, hang on, sums up all of that, right?
It covers.
Now, real quick, a lot of people, real quick.
All those, everything is summed up in the. That's
Well,
it.
well, real quick, hold on, because a lot of our people misappropriate that, right? They think, oh, well, that's all I gotta do, love God and love my people.
No,
Hey,
you
brother,
gotta
I love
obey
you.
God.
Hey, God, I
No,
love
that's-
you.
God know your heart. He know if you really love somebody. He know if you're doing it just because. God know. God is the ultimate judge, and that's who. And I thank God.
You can't love nobody by killing them.
This is Paul,
That's
right?
right.
You
So
can't
we
love
believe.
somebody by stealing them.
I'm gonna show you how, right?
Exactly.
You can't love
Lying to
somebody.
them, making them feel bad. You want
That's
to
right.
do that to you?
Okay,
No.
this is Romans chapter 13, verse 9. For this, thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Thou shalt not covet. Now, real quick, mention some of those. You just said those same scriptures, right? That's in the 10, right? Now, a lot of people, again, like they say, oh, it's only 2 commandments. Love God, love your neighbor. That's it.
No.
This is Paul
But you
talking.
gotta know what you.
And when
You
he's-
can't just say that. You gotta really
Okay,
be
first
doing
of all,
it.
Well, what I'm
break
saying
it down.
is-
What is love?
Hold on,
Love is
hold on,
just
real
not
quick,
no
real
feeling.
quick, real quick.
No, you're right. It's in
Love
verse
is
12.
an
Real
action.
quick, the point I'm making here is Paul speaking about the 10 commandments, or at least the commandments that are in the 10, right? And then it says, continues to read, it says, and if there be any other commandment, it is briefly comprehended in this saying, namely, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Now, real quick, what that's highlighting is showing you that if you love your neighbor, you're not going to kill him. If you love your neighbor, you're not going to commit adultery. You love your neighbor, you're not going to steal, bear false witness, covet, or any of those things. So a lot of our people misappropriate that. I want to make sure I put that out on the camera,
That's right.
but out of,
I don't even see nobody on the camera. Is
oh,
it?
it's recorded.
It's recorded.
It can see y'all.
Yeah, it's just seeing right.
According to words, what they saying.
Yeah.
Hearing your voice.
Yeah, if you speak loud enough, he'll get you. This is mainly just in case somebody acts up. Because people be fighting out here.
What?
Oh yeah, I've gotten jumped on.
What?
Yes, ma'am. What do you think was happening to the prophets in the Bible?
I already know they've been beating me up.
Yeah, the prophets got beat up, stoned,
Have you
killed.
ever experienced sleep paralysis? Have you ever experienced sleep paralysis?
My wife used to have it.
What's that?
It's when those
says,
My mom
servant's
used-
not better than master. They hated him, they're gonna hate
It's
you.
like when you wake up and you cannot move, something is really holding you down, and you can only move like your eyes or whatever, and then eventually,
Can't speak.
because I used to ask my mom, I say, 'cause when I used to get out of them, I was my mama said, what is going on? She said, just say Jesus. From then on, when I first said Jesus, when it's like you awake but you can't move. It's like you just cannot move. The science say that you can wake up in the middle of the realm, sleep or something, and you can't move. That's not true. That's a demon on you. And God has actually allowed me, thank you God, to actually see a demon sitting on top of me. I actually was seeing it. Thank God I saw it. And not even that, not only did I see it, it was sitting on me, and then when it realized that I could see it, it started looking at me like this, and as it was doing its head, I started doing my head, it said, when it realized that I could see it, it was furious, because you're not supposed to be able to see it. A lot of people can't see into the spiritual realm. So when it was sitting on top of my chest, and I was just looking at it, and I was just amazed, because one had never manifested on top of me before. So I was looking at it, looking around, he had a long head, it was like an alien head, it really did. And then it had like little tree stump things. It was like long and tree stump things on it. And I was just looking, it was like a bluish, grayish. Anyway, it was really ugly, but it was sitting on top of me. I was amazed, but I wasn't even bothered by it. But then it started digging its little fingers in my hand, and I could feel it. And I was like, looking at him, and then I said, get off me. And he dug in, then he skinned his mouth back. His teeth just came out directly at me, but I didn't have any fear. Like I said, I know who I am inside. And I said, get off me in the name of Jesus, and it was gone.
Crazy
Gone.
thing is, I've had my own experiences, and there's still spirits that we don't see, right? They hop
Of
on
course,
people.
they all everywhere.
They hop on
They right out here
people.
now. They are everywhere.
Me being in this walk, I've been fortunate enough to see that, people who just look like normal people walk up talking to you, and it's
Because the spirit in them. Yeah, it's spirits.
like this brother said, he's been jumped. You see people, they come up here calm and just, bug out.
Then a demon
You don't
did
even
it,
have to say nothing to them, they just
spirit
trip
is
out.
in there.
Me personally, my own testimony, I have a lot of people that will go out of their way to just, harass me. And I know some people.
It's the spirit. It's not even them.
So,
Like what's going on in my
Those
life right now,
scriptures they talk about,
it's just spirits that's using people, because they use people closest to you too, with me anyway, my children, my family, and all that. But anyway, yeah.
Right, I mean,
But the other night, I was trying to describe the demon's fingers. I said he had some long pointy fingers, but it wasn't no fingernails. And the other night, I saw a movie, and that same kind of fingers. I was like, that's it, that's the kind of fingers. That's it, that was up on top of me. But anyway, you don't understand, like, when you have a call
I'm
in
gonna
your
show you
life,
something real quick.
the devil, and about $144,000, what job leave about those people? That's what I want.
The same people.
They call it show be elect.
Yeah, that's the elect of the elect.
I'm
Right.
gonna show you
that's
something
what?
real quick about spirits, right? Because some of these spirits we can see manifest, some of them we can't, right? I'm gonna read you some. This is the book of Luke, chapter 13, verse 10. It says, no, you almost get down. Oh, sorry.
Now get the elect out. Don't go out.
Okay, it says Luke chapter 13, verse 10, it says, and he was teaching in one of the synagogues on the Sabbath. And behold, there was a woman which had a spirit of infirmity 18 years, and was bowed together, and could in no wise lift her up. Now, real quick, that's one of the things. And she had a spirit of infirmity for 18 years. Now, matter of fact, let me continue reading. Hold on, count.
Hi. Hello. I'm how are you? Miss
We
Rice.
are blessed. How are you?
I am not.
You're
But
not
now
blessed?
no, but now I'm right here.
It said, and
Amen.
behold,
And maybe I'll be.
You
it said,
can
and
be.
was bowed together, and no wise lift her up. And when Jesus saw her, he called her to him and said unto her, Woman, thou art loosed from thine infirmity. And he laid hands on her, and immediately she was made straight and glorified God. Now, real quick, the point about that is that this one was bowed over, right? Right. So when you think about some people you might see, they can't walk, they can't talk, they got got different things going on. You heard about people call it palsy, or the scriptures where it talks about people having palsy. It's a spirit on them. So, right, these different things we understand. Sometimes it's a matter of somebody's sin in their past life, because the scriptures speak about that. They faced the judgment. The Most High, they came back and they got to serve out their punishment. That's why some of our people come back the way that they are, right?
What do you mean come back?
They come back, generation.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Well, let's
So you believe in reincarnation?
Well, it's three generations in the Bible. But I don't want to get too deep into that. My point is, sometimes people are serving out of punishment. Sometimes people are there for the glory of the Most High, so they
No
can be healed.
way.
And sometimes people are, or they have
His mom
spirits on
needs to
them.
come.
You know what I mean? So, speaking of spirits, I just want to bring that out.
Break
Sometimes those spirits, you know, it can be in a form of sickness.
Actually, I want to bring out
Most
something.
of the time.
Oh, and
Well, I
I'm
want to
very
bring out
sick.
something that talks about when
Yes,
spirits
God.
come around for certain
Very
reasons,
fucking sick.
right? So we're sitting here, we're reading the Bible.
Claim healing.
Well, hold on, sister, stay with me, right? So we reading the Bible, we're having discourse about the Bible. I got it. So we gonna go to Mark 4 because you need to understand why certain people come to you while you're talking about the Bible,
I
right?
didn't know. I saw it soon.
I'm sick.
Well, I'm gonna read it, right?
Because I know I have a spirit of discernment.
This is Mark chapter 4 and verse 14. The sower soweth the word, and these are they by the wayside, where the word is sown. But when they have heard, Satan cometh immediately. Satan cometh immediately.
No, God,
Satan cometh immediately.
the angel.
Satan cometh immediately.
No, one of our people.
Satan cometh immediately and taketh away the word that was sown in their hearts. So you got to be on guard when you're getting this word, because you're going to get distractions like this. I've been teaching here for almost 3 years now. This is what happens. When you're getting something that's going to save your soul and get you salvation as an Israelite, you're going to wake up and start doing the commandments. You best believe opposition's going to come. Everybody talks about being resisted by the devil, but he has real life people that he uses to keep you off balance.
Right, just like what God told
You don't always got no kind
He's
of
got children.
Of course.
That's so
It's the same. We are.
This is why this brother was telling you earlier.
I'm motherfucking
It's
fucking.
not necessarily skin color, but you know, the white race, by and large,
Hey.
the devil that the Bible speaks of. You see what I'm saying?
They already
Yeah, you're the devil.
see that when
That's
I am
right.
not.
You're the
And
devil.
your mom needs to sleep.
Goddamn devil that the Bible speaks of.
Yep, that's right. Well, I mean,
I
you saw.
can't
wait,
feel. Listen, I can't feel bad because she fucked up her white privilege. You see
Can't
what
feel
I'm
bad
saying?
at all.
We'd have been enslaved, raped, robbed, murdered. They done held us back. They done had all type of plans, gerrymandering, lynching, Jim Crow laws, all kind of shit to our
Take it
people.
in.
We gotta pull ourselves up out of bootstrap.
Praying for her, and you feel like you can't even thank her for shit.
There's no
Hold
salvation.
on, actually, hold on. So why did Jesus Christ say, "I pray for them, but I pray not for the world"?
Right.
What's he talking about?
Because he don't want
Where
to
you
follow
say that
my
at?
God.
He says he prays not
Like he
for
prays not for the world.
He said he's not praised not for the world, or whatever like that.
He can
Not
go
the children.
Now I want to show you. I want to show you,
He
right?
prays for his people. Get 1524.
Well, no, I want to get Isaiah 45 and 17.
You looking for a car?
Because y'all need to understand that the Israel, and notice she's right in front of my camera. I told you, Satan cometh immediately, y'all. Satan cometh immediately. I told you. People act crazy, but you gotta understand, these are spirits. You remember the boy that Yahushua healed that was throwing himself in the fire?
Right.
And he said that spirits like this don't go out but with prayer and fasting. You think she don't go pray and fast to get that spirit off of her? Hell no, because that's not in her. That's an Edomite.
Matter of fact.
You gotta cast off that weak nature.
Matter of fact, I got one just for her.
You don't think she? Oh my God.
No,
Isaiah.
no.
I got you. I got to listen. I got a scripture that directly answers your question. I got a scripture for you. Go ahead, brother. Get that.
This is Isaiah 45 and 17. But Israel shall be saved in the Lord with an everlasting salvation. Ye shall not be ashamed, nor confounded. World without end. So in John 3 and 16, when it says God so loved the world, what world was he talking about? He wasn't talking about the whole earth.
Yeah,
He was talking about Israel. Who was the conversation even happening between them? Cornelius, an Israelite and master, teacher of the Jews, and Jesus Christ, the Messiah of the Jews. So let me get this straight. Two so-called black men, because in Acts 13:1, the original Jews were called niggers. Two black men are talking about the salvation, not only of the Israelites, but the white Romans who are persecuting them, crucifying them, raping and killing them. I don't know if y'all have ever read this book here, Babylon the Timbuktu, but page 84 says that the slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves. And when they destroyed our temple in 70 AD, they literally drove over 1 million of us into North and West Africa. Those who stayed were raped and killed. No, go ahead and get it, man. Go ahead and get it. I got it earlier. That's why I took it.
Okay, nah, okay, I'm gonna get that. But real quick, you asked the question. You said, "Do I think they get salvation?" Let me explain something to you. This is I got a scripture for you, sister. Look, this is the book of Hebrews. Now, mind you, this is New Testament. Just for anybody who thinks the Old Testament is done away with.
I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I have to get something. She's leaving. I want to show you why she's leaving. I'm showing you why she came, and I'm gonna show you why she left. No. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you.
You don't have. I know that's good. Everybody should know that's good.
Yeah, but you gotta know where it's at, sister. You gotta know where it's at, and I need to know too. That's why I'm looking it up. I try to remember it all, but shit, this brain don't work like it used to. This is James 4:7. Submit yourselves therefore to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. That's why she left.
Go ahead and do 8. Draw near to God. Do 4 and 8. Go ahead.
Okay.
Let's do 8.
Draw nigh to God, and he will draw nigh to you. Cleanse your hands, ye sinners, and purify your hearts, ye double-minded. Be afflicted and mourn, and weep. Let your laughter be turned to mourning, and your joy to heaviness. Humble yourselves in the sight of the Lord, and he shall lift you up.
Oh, praise God, real quick. On that one, we were just talking about how we just came off the Day of Atonement. That's a powerful statement. It talks about us humbling ourselves, and ourselves, and mourn, and not be, taking things for a joke again. You see what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you something. You said should we pray for the people, right? It says this is Hebrews 12:16. Lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. For ye know how that afterward, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected. For he found no place of repentance, though he sought it carefully with tears. Now, if you don't get repentance, what does that mean, sister? If you don't get repentance, that's it. Ain't no salvation for you. Even if this book was for everybody.
Yep.
If you found no place of repentance, that's it.
We saw the only one man out that's not getting nothing, based on that alone.
When you start getting in our district,
It's crazy because I was up there for the braid my hair and all this stuff. I took down one braid and I said, let's go to the car. And here I am. And I came over here like, who are those people? Let me make sure I got my thing ready. Ain't that something? It's crazy. What time is it? 12 o'clock?
So we got about 15 more. I can do 15 with y'all.
I mean, it's okay.
No, can y'all come next Saturday? 5:30. I'm always here.
I live in Houston, actually, so I'm
Isn't that
just
how it always is? They
right.
always from out of town,
but
man.
guess what? We got brothers in Houston, Dallas, we got them all over. And truthfully speaking, of our organization, but truthfully speaking, us being Israelites is ethnicity. It's not a belief. It's not a religion. Whether you accept it or you believe it or not, we're Israelites. We're not niggers. We're not colors. We're not blacks. You see what I'm saying? We're not Romans. We're not Grecians. We're not Ethiopians. We are the Israelites in the Bible. So there are different organizations. They do have different understandings of the Bible, but generally speaking, we agree on a lot of different topics. Simply the base level with our Israelites. You understand what I'm saying? And we go through these scriptures and we try to live our lives as the Bible tells us. Wisdom, knowledge, and instruction that it gives us to be the men in our communities that we have so far been removed from, men and women, and how to raise our families and equalize in our community. This is what we are and what we do. But we do have brothers in Houston of our organization.
I studied with them before. I studied with all them Mormons, Muslims. I went to all of them because I was seeking. I was seeking. God said, here's the truth. Let me give it to you. First, you got to get down there on your
Scriptures on that too.
Yes,
The
yes.
scriptures on that.
Let me read this to you, because I know you said your great-grandfather might have been an Edomite, right? Here's how we know the difference, right? Because he could have been an Israelite, confused with faith. You never know.
Right. Because when you see, yes.
So let me read this. This don't settle it. Because if you can do this, you can Israel. This is 2nd Ezra, chapter 3 and verse 36. Thou shalt find that Israel by name hath kept thy precepts, but not the heathen. So if you think you're an Israelite, keep the commandments. That's the only way you're going to know.
That's what I was saying. That's why I
Keep
was
the
saying.
commandments. That's why it's so important.
That's why I'm like, they can't keep them either.
No.
Only
And I'm gonna give you one example. They can keep some of them. You see those fake people in Israel right now? That's what they're doing. They're keeping some of them, and they're the top people in the world. They own everything. And you really get into it. But there's some commandments that they cannot keep. If everybody was keeping the commandments, Israelite or not, that'd be great for all of us. Because as me and this brother kind of went through, we've had to turn ourselves into historians. We've had to turn ourselves into chemists, dietitians. Because we go to the store, we understand when we not supposed to.
Nah, nigga, fight for
Crab,
pork,
real
crab,
house.
and not even at your crab.
We're not gonna fight pork, crab, shrimp, and lobster. When we
If
go
it
to the
doesn't have
store,
the,
you find
fin and-
everything mixed with it.
Fin and scales and
That's
all
right.
that kind of stuff.
That's right. I'm gonna give you a little bit of history. real
I
quick.
used to love catfish. I'm like, I can't eat
I just told you,
catfish.
oh, yeah.
So when my mom used to fry catfish, I remember
It
my
was good,
eyes used to
wasn't it?
burn to the point where I couldn't even be in the house.
Wow.
That was letting me
My
know
mom
I ain't
used to eat
supposed to
pork
eat.
chop. My mom used to eat pork chops all the time.
Man.
But I didn't know it that time. Because they feel like, they read that verse where it says, call not what I've clean, unclean. And they get it wrong.
All you gotta do is read the whole chapter and tell you that he's talking about people. He
But
ain't talking about no food.
Right.
Yeah.
And think about a preacher. But think about all these Baptist preachers. I don't know about all of them.
Actually,
I'm talking about
get
the
that, brother.
Baptist preachers.
What she's saying, you had that earlier. I'll get in Jeremiah 23, right?
Yeah, Jeremiah 20.
Yeah.
They just they go to school. They don't get.
But
They go
what
to
about when he
theology.
said it's not what goes in the mouth, it's what comes
Out of your mouth. It's
Right.
I
That
think
goes, yeah, that goes into
Eating unwashed hands. That's what they
Yeah.
were
when
talking
you're
about.
talking about what comes out of your mouth, that's
Like your speech,
the abundance of the heart,
that's
the
right.
mouth speaks. So
like that.
the foul things that is in your heart and in your
That's
mind, that's what comes out of the foul
That's
you as a
right.
man. If I say
That's
I just want to be a whoremonger,
That's
that's just
right.
defile me as a man.
Oh, yeah, I got it. This is Jeremiah, chapter 23 and verse 1. Woe be unto the pastors that destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture, saith the Lord. Therefore thus saith the Lord God of Israel, against the pastors that feed my people. Ye have scattered my flock and driven them away, and have not visited them. Behold, I will visit upon you the evil of your doings, saith the Lord. That's what you said. All these,
I know,
I want
and
to
I
drive a
tried to tell
damn, what, I want to drive a Cadillac, the newest Cadillac, I have a damn Bentley.
I
While everybody else coming on the bus, they gonna get destroyed for that.
I want a $50 million check.
Yeah,
I want
the Creflo Dollars, TD
yeah, all
Jakes,
of that.
them niggas gonna get it. They gonna get it.
Oakland.
Kenneth
But you gotta remember, he ain't
Kenneth-
evil.
I was about to say Kenneth Copeland especially gonna get it.
Yeah, he ain't evil.
Joel Osteen as well, but TD Snakes and Creflo Dollars, they got something coming to them
Yeah.
too. Even though they Israelites, they gotta pay for it. I got family members as pastors. Hey,
Well, we read it in Matthew 5.
It's
They
crazy
said
because
that.
when I go, I'm sorry.
Well, I just wanted to finish and say, you know, we read it in Matthew 5 saying that those who teach men to not keep the commandments, they're going to be the least in the kingdom of heaven. You think, but
I don't understand that. Are they going to be in heaven?
That's true.
Or does that mean they're still going to be in heaven? Because
You got
Hold
something
on, hold
that's
on.
gonna be in heaven, you got something
So hold on.
coming back to earth.
But let's get it with the scriptures. Let's get it with the scriptures, right? I got it. It's Amos 9, which here. But,
because I was wanting to touch on a point about.
yeah, get that, get it.
All
Why?
right, before we get too far, the brother was saying that we're scattered in all nations, right? It's a bit of history. This is Luke 21 and 24, and this lines directly up with our history as so-called Black Americans, right? Even Hispanics and natives as well. But this is Luke 21 and 24. It says, "And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations." Now, real quick, the context of this scripture, Jesus is giving you a prophecy of 70 AD when the Romans destroyed the temple. They sacked the temple in Jerusalem. All the Israelites fled everywhere. They went to Europe, Africa, they went everywhere, right? But this is something that we can look out into the world. We were led into captivity amongst all nations. When you start doing a little bit of research, you find out that the Asians, the Asians, what do you call them? The
Arabs.
East Indians, the Arabs, they all had some black. You see,
I know,
you
but
see the
I
old
know
pictures.
Indian
They, they got the afro, but they look a little, like they, had some babies with some of the, people over there, but they still look like some of us, right? They still got the afro and whatnot. So it says that they be led captive into all nations. So your great grandfather still might be an Israelite. Like I said, when you came up here, your spirit's bearing witness to what we're saying. And we got to try the spirit by the spirit, right? Let me finish this verse out. It says, and Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. Now, real quick, the people that's in Jerusalem right now, this scripture right here by the mouth of Jesus Christ himself, he's telling you that until the time is fulfilled, when he's returned, that there's Gentiles in that land. So those people who call themselves Jews over there right now are not the real people. We can go all throughout this Bible and show
But we
you.
already know. I mean, you don't have to prove it. I already know that. No, that's not even from here.
We welcome challenges up here. We
Well,
love
I'm not, like I said, I don't debate. I go with that thing you say on my cover, on my challenge. It says, God served his party. And on the back it says, I don't debate, I forsake. And it, all that
And
poor
you know what's
code,
crazy? Our people are super spiritual, and I'm listening to hear you talk. Even before you started finding out some of the things, you sounded like you're a very spiritual person, right? Shoot, when I look at, I talk to some of our brothers and sisters from Nigeria and things like that. They haven't grown up with Edomites, so they don't know how they are. And they're like, oh, they're just like us. I say, no, they consumed with death and like goblins and ghouls and ghosts. They always do
all
stuff.
the ways of y'all down here at that time.
And it's crazy because that's the contrast. This is how you know we got how spiritual we are. We might not be all the way right, but even through a lot of things that we not doing right, I can still find remnants of righteousness within our people that they're trying to continue from what they've learned or what God has allowed us to have, right? But these people that counter us, Edomites, nothing but wickedness. We've been going throughout it
You
all
can't even,
night.
you can tell them something, it's like,
They
it's
don't-
just
they
not
don't-
going through. And I said, you know what, I don't,
Like they're the only people that you
and I have to
know
get on gone because I'm like, I
as
can't do it.
teenagers or young teens will go and sleep in graveyards and do Ouija boards in graveyards and summon demons and ghosts and play with spirits like that. You just talked about how you were attacked by the spirits and you trying to get nigh unto God and getting God nigh unto you. And these people, they over here seeking the other side.
I know.
They trying
And
to
that's
control
why-
it and put it on someone else.
Because once you see that there's a wall there, you must go. Because what are you standing there for? Oh, feeding your pearls to the swine. Remember we say, why? I'll see you later. That's
Now, you did ask a question about everybody being saved. I do want to answer that question, right?
But I also want about the 100.
I got that. I'm holding for you some Revelation 7. I got it. So this is Amos 9:9. For lo, I will command, and I will sift the house of Israel among all nations, like as corn is sifted in a sieve. Yet shall not the least grain fall upon the earth. So that means every single Israelite is going to be saved, from the least to the greatest. Now you got to understand, when you read Revelations 20, it talks about the 1,000-year millennial reign of Yahushua or Christ. We call him Yahushua.
Outside, that's fine.
Right.
I say you sure, but
So-
because Jesus know who he is. You know your name.
Well, but you got to remember though.
But Jesus know who you talking to when you're talking to him. Like if somebody call me Tina, Trony, Destiny, Ushala, I know who I am.
But I have a question. There is another so-called God or an idol that's attributed to Jesus Christ. Who was the picture of the white man that the white man held up when he got here? Do you know who that person is?
Jesus.
Any of y'all know who he is? When the Spanish conquistador came here and held up a picture of a white Christ, do you know who that man is? It's a real person.
I know, but what was the name?
His name is Cesare Borgia, the son of Rodrigo Borgia, the 6th Pope of Rome. Yes, that is a real man that they call Jesus Christ. That is why you do not call upon
when
Jesus
I saw
Christ.
when
You
I
call
saw,
upon Yahweh.
But when I saw him coming out the sky, he was not white. Okay.
Okay.
And I saw him, and I was like, Jesus.
I thought we called
And I
upon
said,
the name
Jesus.
of
But
Jesus.
he was. It looked like he was coming in anyway. It was like
Jesus.
when I saw him come outside, it was like a whole bunch of us out on a tall hill, and we was out there we was all in white too, and we was all in white. Then all of a sudden the sky it just turned gold, and
You
then
know
all of a
what's
sudden he came through there.
Well, you know what you're talking about is in 2nd Ezra chapter 2, where they're on the hill, and there's one that's taller than the rest, and he's putting crowns on their heads, and they're in white robes. Those are those who endure unto the end. and they get the glorified bodies and the crowns.
You're giving me chills because I didn't know none of that.
Yeah, that's in the
I'm
Bible.
going to tell you about my dream and I'm showing you.
But here's the thing, your spirit is resonating with the Bible. That's why I'm not going to tell you you're not an Israelite. Now you see why it goes beyond color, right? I learned about a group of people the other day called the Selka, the Selka. They're basically our people scattered to the areas of like Norwegian. So people in Europe, because again, I read that excerpt from the Negro question. The original people of Europe are black people. You can go through this book and go through
we
this
already
book.
know that. Who was the first? Adam and Eve. What color was they?
Well, but here's the thing though. They produce many children.
I know, but
And the
what
only
about them?
children on the planet who are not black are the Edomites. You see what I'm saying? So like Shem, for instance, his first son was a sword, the Assyrians. He's the father of the Assyrians. If they're in their native land, like in Libya, they're as black as you and me. So it's not about color. That's why you got to get down to the lineage.
But I don't know, when I was doing my
From
studies,
Esau, Edom. That's why when you read in Genesis 23, where it talks about the birth of Jacob and Esau came out red all over like a hairy garment. That's right. That's why.
They call themselves.
Well, they call themselves rednecks, yeah. But here's the thing: you can't judge based on somebody being white, because like Bob Marley, y'all think he a black man, right? Bob Marley's father is a white man. He's an Edomite. Yeah, Tia and Tamara Mowry. They look like black women, don't they? Their father is white. Tracy Ellis Ross.
Matter of fact, Lord London. Hold on, I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna make this real. I'm gonna make this real flavorful, right? As I started coming into this knowledge of the Bible, I didn't have a lot of knowledge on different churches. I had a little bit. Admittedly,
study that word, you
at,
get in
right,
there, and then
right.
think that God will
And admittedly, I didn't know nothing. So some of the things I was studying weren't things that I needed to study, right? Most High will, led me in the right direction. But I was in a lot of YouTube, I'll say forums, right? Where it's black centric, right? Black people, they talk about generational wealth, they talk about going to school, how to be a man, how to be a woman, and they having a conversation. I was just talking to this lady, this nice lady, a little while ago about, us, we're so-called black people, but we gotta have those hard conversations. We're a family. We gotta fight, kick, scream, yell, cry, all of that, but we gotta have these hard conversations that we're not having to. A lot of people are not having.
They don't want to do it. That's why he said people. He didn't say people. He said his people perish for the lack of knowledge.
Right.
That's right.
God
That is
wants
right.
you. You know what I'm saying? Exactly.
That's
And
right.
that's why I was going to church, but I wasn't in that word for myself.
Right.
But when I got into that word for myself, and I went and started telling I said, why does you say long as you Christ on Lord and Savior? Why does it say those that endure to the end shall be saved? If we
We ain't at the
already
end.
Right.
We ain't at the end.
Exactly.
All crazy, but
And I was
Huh.
telling him that he was like,
my point was, in a lot of these forums, they start talking about reparation. That always comes up, right? What you come to find out very quickly is that our people are not, without this Bible, we're not able to find a conclusion on what is black and what's not. Well, let me explain. If I have a white dad and a black mom, they'll say, oh, he's black too, right? If my great-grandma is black, but, Hispanic, white, whatever, they'll go off of how I look.
One drop.
I think whatever
One
happened
drop rule.
because
They go by different
It's
things
just
like that.
Your father's
Right.
gonna carry
So,
the egg.
unless we go by the seed of your father, we cannot make no determination on who's black and who's not. Because the other part you gotta add in there is you got people in Africa that come over here. Now some of those people we descend from. The Igbo, the Yoruba, the Ewe, the Shanti, the Wolof, Mandinka tribes, a lot of these different tribes, right, Sierra Leone, a lot of these tribes we come from.
They do the same stuff,
Right? But some of those people are melanated. They're Africans as well. You gotta understand, Africa's a continent, not a country or a people. But you have Ethiopians, you have Tanzanians, you have Egyptians, some of them. You
I
have
ain't got to order myself,
Nubians,
and I promise you, I had
Kenyans, South Africans. You got a lot of these different people that we would associate by color, skin folk.
and they not.
They're not really kinfolk. And what happens is they come over here. Now, while you've been over here fighting the power, they got maybe 1 or 2 generations. Their kids look just like yours. They endured none of the punishment, none of the severities, none of the afflictions that we've gone through. So when you start talking about reparations, do we include them or not? And then you have what they call it, the FBA, the Foundational Black American, right? And what that is crazy because it's excluding the Caribbean blacks, which means Haiti, which means West Indies, Jamaica, Trinidad, Tobago, Guyana, Panama got all up in grew out there, Dominican Republic. So when we get into that, right, they exclude those people. When you get into history, what you understand is, especially the Jamaicans and the Haitians, or the West Indian people, the only difference between us and them is really a boat style.
Right.
That's it.
That's right.
They got a whole culture now, but the only difference, boat style.
Well,
You see what I'm saying?
And to tie into that, you got to tie it in back to the Bible.
Right.
What was the tribe that was going to be with Judah, despite the split of the nation?
Now, scripturally, yeah. Speaking now,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, without the Bible, this is how we looking at it. We can't make no determination, but with the Bible, now we understand, like the brother was saying, we understand who's there, what tribe predominantly, who's here, who's there, who's brother, who's sister. You know, this is how we discern. This is that spiritual discernment, how we understand who needs to get those reparations. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times we overlook our Native American brothers and sisters and our Hispanic brothers and sisters, because you gotta understand that still you get in the Buffalo Soldiers, right? I used to know, y'all not from here, but y'all ever been by that cemetery over there on by Commerce? Okay. They got a Buffalo Soldier Memorial.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh,
You
yeah.
get into it, you start understanding a lot of their history is connected with the Native Americans. Blacks was escaping plantations going with the Native Americans. That's all prophesied.
Some of the time they would buy us out of slavery just
Right.
to set us free.
Right.
Y'all know, I'm gonna tell y'all something. It's gonna be
Those
hard
are
to
brothers.
believe. It's gonna be hard to believe. But it's the truth. God actually took me there, and I sat right there and watched a soul transform, go into the water and come out here. I actually saw it. God has given me so many dreams and visions, and that
Did you ever get that scripture?
about that 144,000.
No.
Oh yeah. Well, let me get that because I know we got to go. My wife is already.
Yeah, I can
So
understand.
let's
You
get-
need it.
So what is your question about the 144?
Who do you think they are? Like, what do you think?
Oh, let's read. Who are they, right? So this is Revelation 7 and 4. And I heard the number of them which were sealed. And there were sealed 144,000 of all the tribes of the children of Israel. Of the tribe of Judah were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Reuben were sealed
You
12,000.
don't have to read
Now,
all
yeah,
that.
et cetera, et
But
cetera.
who- Yeah.
Now, who are the individuals?
Like when you say it said those that
Follow the Lamb wherever you should go. Is that what you think?
yeah. And,
Okay,
And
so-
they said if they are virgins and all. You can
So-
skip all that part and you go to the virgin
Well,
part of it.
Well,
And does that mean? Do you believe it mean physically?
No, it's not.
no.
All right. That's,
No, no.
There you go.
It
Okay,
says,
we good
you find in that
then.
scripture,
We good.
Yep, Jesus is going to present us as a chaste virgin
Thank you.
to the Lord.
I was just
You know what I'm saying?
Because if y'all
There's a lot of
believe,
scriptures where it talks about the bridegroom.
It's the Jews and they can't have sex, they ain't had sex and they men and
Yeah,
this and
no,
that.
no.
If you believe that, I'll come back.
Well, because you got to think, in order for you to be a priest of the Most High God, you got to have at least one wife in the family.
That's right. That's the law of God.
That's a law of God. You can't even
His
be a
laws are
priest without a
perfect.
family. So,
But you know, like you said, you know, the scriptures explain that a lot of different times that we are the bridesmaid, we are the wife. You know, we are, Jesus is the church, he's the husband, he's the bridegroom. There's a lot of scriptures where it has
And in the
that
Bible, it says
symbolism,
your
right?
maker is your husband is your maker or something like that. It's
So-
in the Bible and people don't even understand that. I said, you know what? Read it for yourself. Anybody I talk to, I counsel. I'm a board certified biblical counselor, but when I counsel,
well, I
I
just
tell
want
them,
to exclusively get the
but you know what? You have to, before you get into that Bible, you have to ask for wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and discernment.
How do you read that?
So that you have to ask God for all these things, and He will give it to you. You have to. God
You
said,
gotta
ask
keep the
anything.
commandments.
Yes, first of all,
Yeah, you got to keep the commandments. He ain't dealing with you unless you keep his commandments.
He got to deal with you in order for you to keep the commandments.
No, that's not
Yeah,
true.
God got to
That's
get
not
in
true.
there. He got to get in there, dig some stuff out of there, so you can actually
No,
for keeping his
Let me
commandments.
explain what I mean. Let me
You
explain.
can't just
Hold on,
keep
hold
the
on. Let me
commandments
explain.
without God
Hold on,
helping
sister.
you.
Hold on.
You
Let
can't
me
do it by
explain.
yourself.
Let me explain. So when I say that God ain't dealing with you unless you keep the commandments, what I mean by is the Most High God ain't gonna be giving you the darker sayings of the Bible. You ain't gonna get beyond wear fringes or don't eat pork. You're gonna be stuck on page 1 in the coloring book section until you keep the commandments. That's the way it works. That's why people be coming up here ready to fight, so I tell them to put down the pork because they can't do it. And the Most High God ain't supping with them like that.
If they read the Bible, then it's automatic. Hey, that catfish is good. Guess what?
Well, but that goes to show if you love God or not. If God tell you to not eat catfish, guess what I'm doing? I'm not eating catfish.
I got a quick precept. You're talking about, the visions and the dreams that you was having. I want to get that. This is Acts 2:17. It says, and it shall come to pass in the last days, saith God, I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, and young men shall see visions, and your old men shall dream dreams. Now, it doesn't say too much of women, right? But we understand that it's written in masculine form. So, a lot of times if it's applied to
When
men,
he started giving to me, I started asking for him not to show me stuff because I can look at a person and know what's going to happen with that person. I said, God, I don't want to know certain things. Some people it's such a calling on their life that God shows them. It's like you open to the spiritual realm. I would call myself a child of God.
That's fine. Now, can I elaborate on the 144,000 real quick? I just want to make sure that we don't leave any stones unturned. So I'm going to get the scripture that you were talking about in Revelations 14. Right? Real quick.
and as far as I was gonna say, as far as people not putting the people, God dealing with people, you gotta understand, like the brother was saying, they hate God, right? This is Romans 10 and 3. This is Romans 10 and 3. This goes into a lot of times our pastors in Christian churches, how they teach us to reverence God. They don't teach us to fear Him. They teach us He's Santa Claus. Ask Him for whatever. Disrespect Him. Like the brother said, we gotta bend ourselves and become humble.
That's
unto
right.
the Lord. So
That's
this is
right.
Romans 10 and 3 says, for they, being ignorant of God's righteousness and going about to establish their own righteousness,
That's right.
have not submitted themselves unto the
That's
righteousness of God. And that's a lot of
Because
things
the
you hear.
Muslims are arguing me down, and I say, you know what? It's okay. I see you. I don't have. That's why me and my last husband got divorced.
Let's go to Galatians 4. Ishmael was rejected.
They tell you,
That's the religion of Ishmael.
we tell our people, hey,
Exactly. I've been trying to
Galatians
we
4.
tell our people, separate from the enemies, because we know what's about to happen to those enemies, and we tied to them, we're going to get peace in that judgment. A lot of times they say, oh, not my God. My God don't say that. My God loves everybody.
Wow, look how you automatically do
That's
it.
how they
But
say it.
you saw your hand like you automatically did that. Do you know what that is?
But let me sort
Oh,
this out real
I
quick.
broke
'Cause-
my hand,
But,
so I
but it's
can't.
the way you did it. It was like, it's one of those. Anyway, it's something that God showed me too.
But-
It's crazy.
Soon, man, let's get through this. Let's get through
Even
this.
though
Let's get through
your
this.
hand, do that again.
Let's get-
You don't even know he's doing it, but it's good.
Oh.
It's amazing. It's
Let-
full of
hold on,
salt.
let's get
And
through
I
this.
didn't even know
I
this
gotta
was
go.
gonna happen. I was in my getting ready to get into my jacuzzi tub, and I done came out here. Look, I done
Hold on,
took my hair down.
sister, hold on,
Excited
hold
for
on.
the Lord, all praise.
I gotta go soon. Hold up.
You don't
So,
want to get beat by a
yeah, I'm trying not to get yelled at
It's
tonight. All right. But this is Revelations 14 and 5, right? And they sung, as it were, a new song before the throne and before the four beasts and the elders, and no man can learn that song but the 144,000 which were redeemed from the earth.
That's right.
These are they which were not defiled with women. Those women are doctrines of the religion.
Exactly.
Idols. Yes.
I've been trying to tell
Well, when
people
you
that.
when you look throughout the Old Testament, what does the Most High God compare us to as a nation? He tells us that we're whores. We played the harlot, going after other religions.
right.
So those who are not defiled by other idols, we are those chaste virgins, right? So these are they which were not defiled with
Keep
women,
commandments and
but they
have
are
them.
virgins. These are they which
And have
follow
the
the Lamb
testimony of Jesus
whithersoever he goeth. Now, when it says that these are they that follow him wherever he goes, what does that mean?
Obeying, following his footsteps, you have to
Nope.
obey. Just
Yeah.
like God.
No, that's half
but
of
just
it. That's
I'm
half of it.
listening.
Hold on.
Well, you tell me.
Hold on, let me show you.
I'm listening.
Right? So what if I told you God didn't create anything except for Jesus Christ, and that's it? Exactly. So that's why we gotta read. Through his son. Why do you think he's called the only begotten of the Father? People don't look at what's being said. He's the only begotten of the Father, the only created. And I will prove it.
Like this.
You
So
know
hold on. Let me prove it.
Go
Let me
ahead,
prove it.
go
Let me
ahead.
prove it. This is Colossians 1:15. Who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every
Right.
creature. For by him were all things created,
That's right.
that are in heaven, that are in earth,
That's right.
visible and invisible,
Right.
whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers. All things were created by him and for him. That's where regeneration comes in. Now the wheels start to turn.
No, I know it. Yeah.
Now, when it says that those are the 144,000 follow him wherever so he goes, who do you think he created first? If you have to create an entire universe, I think you need some help. That's who he created first. Why do you think when he returns, who's getting redeemed first to be basically the strike force with Yahweh Shai, the 144,000? It all comes full circle. When you understand how this Bible works, it all harmonizes.
You know what I
All
try
praises.
to
I'm glad you got it,
I
sister. I'm
say-
glad you got it.
I say Jesus was crucified on the cross physically, and we have to do a spiritual crucifixion. Like we have to literally crucify our flesh. And like, don't do this, don't do that. You can't do everything. You're different. I'm just different. Like I try to tell people, I don't do that anymore. Well, I remember you. I know that was before I knew the word. That's why I had all these. Yeah, that's why I try to tell people. Yes, before I came to the revelation knowledge of Jesus Christ, the real revelation. This is what I try to tell people. Jesus came with one. We came with free will, right? Jesus came only to do the will of his Father. You know what I'm saying? So once we become like, once we follow his footsteps, we only want to do the will of God. We only want to do what God wants us to
I
do.
almost want to give you the address to the brothers in Houston because you got so much to say. Yeah, you need to go see them, brothers. When you get back to Houston, go visit them. Because we're actually prospects in their camp. So they got elders who know far more than we do. So I would recommend if you're ever walking downtown Houston around 7, probably about 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., listen for the brothers preaching. You'll find them. Sakari, they got basically black or blue shirts. They got basically the Star of David with a sword in it. It says Sakari. You'll find them. Right? Yeah.
Good talking to y'all.
Sure thing. And before you go,
But when you said the doctrine, when you did that, I'm like, okay.
that's all you needed.
That's
Okay,
it.
cool. That's all you need.
Because
All
people try to
praise.
say, oh, he's right.
Now,
What do y'all
now,
hold camp
just-
downtown in Houston?
you call them. This brother doesn't call them.
Okay. No, because we talking to some sisters right now. They from Houston, so you know they getting the word. They in the spirit. We trying to send them down there when they go back down there.
Trying to hook y'all up. Teach. Make a good impression. Go down there.
Man, I'm gonna have to go down there. I'm gonna have to make sure I have on my long dress.
Yeah, wear your dresses, sis. Please wear your dresses.
Have your handkerchief.
Because when the word is coming out,
When
you're
y'all
supposed to
back,
be ready.
y'all going back to Houston, y'all might want to see some of our brothers.
Oh, we're not leaving until Friday. We'll be back that Saturday.
You be back there this Saturday?
I'm just staying a weekend to live in my.
Okay. They'll be back this Saturday. Y'all got anything going on this weekend?
But I wanted to give you another witness in Hebrews 1, right? So this is Hebrews 1 and 1. God, who at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets,
like 2 weeks.
hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son. Listen to this part. Whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds. Plural. Worlds. WORLDS. And God so loved what? The world, not the worlds. So Christ created everything, and God only loves the Israelites. That's all y'all gotta know. Keep the commandments.
Keep the commandments.
If y'all want to visit some of our brothers, and these brothers, they've been doing this thing for a while now. They if you want to take down his contact, I can give it to you. When y'all get back to Houston, we just came off a couple holidays, and we're about to celebrate another one.
Which one?
Day of Atonement. We had our Sabbath day, then we had Day of Atonement. Then Right now, we're about to go on a Feast of Tabernacles.
I want to do all those.
Praises. Yeah.
That's something that God's children are supposed to keep. Those
That's right.
those feasts and all that stuff. And I try to tell people anyway. I like talking to y'all because hey, when I try to tell people who you do, I'm like, yeah, I can't do this.
All right, so this brother's name is Zachariah,
Wow.
and let me know when you're ready for his number. You ready?
And that's the book that and Nehemiah. I'm on that one. It's so many. There was so many people in it. I know you said it, but there was so many people in hell. Oh my God, it was so many people. But in heaven, it wasn't nobody. Nobody.
Well, it says that
It wasn't hardly nobody.
it
And I
says
saw it
that
for
wide
myself.
is the gate that leads into
That's
destruction.
right.
Narrow, take the straight
I'm
gate
ready.
into the straight. This is 713
Yeah.
582 5352.
And where's
When he said that, he said to take his number down because what they try to do is they follow the events. So a lot of times, I know the past couple months they've been at a few events with the LGBT, rebuking the people. A lot of different events. They try to show up and show out for the Most High. So they go around, but he, like I said, we're about to celebrate a holiday. So this weekend and next weekend they're gonna be in Dallas.
you know what I'm gonna tell you something. You know about the woman after the widow that went to the temple and all she did was pray and fasting?
Yeah, I
That's
think
where I am right now. Isn't that great?
Okay, all praise.
All
Isn't that
praise.
great?
Scriptures tell you that. It tell
Yes.
You talking about Judith, ain't you?
Judith, I don't think I'm I think I'm not, it started with a T, wasn't it? I don't know. Now I gotta know the name. Because now, woman in the tabernacle, she just prayed and fasted.
Yeah, Matthew. Actually, it's in somewhere in the first and second Chronicles.
Yeah, I think I brought it out.
You got, I want to show y'all how to pray. Because when you pray to the Most High, you're supposed to face the temple, which is facing the east. As a woman, you're supposed to have your head covered. Or, well, I just point to the east at a just point somewhere, right? But face the east, have your shoes off, and you don't. Yeah, you should have your shoes off because wherever you pray, you're supposed to pray in a private area, like a closet, right? So if you got to do a closet, bathroom,
Her
anywhere
name was
private.
Asher. No, I'm sorry, Anna. Prophet Anna. The daughter.
Okay. Yeah, all
Yeah.
praises. But when you pray to the Most High God, you take your shoes off. As a woman, you cover your head. As a man, I would uncover my head to represent my connection to Christ,
That's right.
then to God. Yours is to the husband, which is connected to Christ
I
and
have a
God.
question about that. What if a person's been married and divorced and all that, and now they can't get married anymore, right? That's
Still
what-
cover your head.
Well,
Still cover.
well,
I mean, am I supposed to make my ex-husband or what?
no. So the way we
I
kind
mean, he might,
well,
It really, we have to say, it depends on why y'all split.
he
because of-
divorced her though.
Well, if he gave you a bill of divorce, really, it's over. You see
And
what I'm
he
saying?
did it because he waited till 2 days after we got married. I'm gonna look and I said, I don't care, my daddy married us, so you know I'm a Christian. So
Okay.
he had to wait a whole,
First Chronicles
he had a year
or
to like give me the change or something like that. But anyway,
Y'all disannulled it? Or did y'all get it?
he divorced me.
Okay. Well, then it's official. Don't worry about it.
You know, he told me it was him or Jesus. What? That's easy.
Now, ain't it ironic? Ain't it ironic? You found out tonight that your God is Yahweh. That's God's real name, by the way. It's not God, it's Yahweh. And Yahweh. Yahweh. There you go. And it just adds shy on me, and you got Yahweh Shai. So Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, and then you face the east, you cover your head, and you take your shoes off, and you hold your hands up. You don't do this. You hold your hands up to the Most High God.
But if he divorced me, that means can I get married again or I can't get
Yeah,
married
if you're
again?
divorced, you can get married, but you got to get married to a man who essentially is not engaging in any type of fornication. Who I would say marry an Israelite man. Don't go through all this nonsense of trying to have an unequally yoked man be in your household. How you gonna submit to a man who's
And
practicing,
that's
serving another God? How you gonna do that?
But I thought maybe he could change. I
No.
could change.
And here's the thing: the Hebrew Israelites, we an entire community of men like
I
us.
can.
Yeah, write this down. I could go into it, but I want you to write it down. You can read it later. To answer your question about your husband leaving you, the way we kind of use judgment on that matter is that that man didn't know the truth or the knowledge of who he was and who he was supposed to serve. So he let you go. Now, by those world standards, know, it happened that way, then it happened that way.
They say I'm not supposed to get married no more. Like once I they say I can never get married, so she died.
I mean, using the examples of my leadership, the fact that you came into the knowledge of the truth of who you are, now you have to start keeping those commandments. So the next man that you meet, if he's an Israelite, and you decide to lay with that man is your husband, and you need to serve him for the rest of your days.
From the moment y'all laid it.
Wait a minute, he ain't gotta marry me.
Sex is marriage. Okay, hold on. Let's take him throughout Jacob married Rachel.
Hold on. Let me get her this. Okay. Marriage.
Well, what's fornication? If sex is
I'm gonna tell
marriage,
you.
then how?
We're gonna get that.
Fornication is a sexual act that is not in line with the scripture.
It's an umbrella. It's an umbrella of immoral sexual activities, right? So under fornication, you have adultery, you have bestiality, you have pedophilia. You have a lot of different sexual acts under fornication. Even masturbation is considered fornication. It's not.
That's licentiousness and lasciviousness.
Right.
That is another sin unto itself,
Right.
right? So if you struggle with that, try to get over it.
Let me know when you're ready.
I can't even.
Now, First Corinthians 7. Let me get to it. It says, and the woman which hath a husband that believeth not, and if it be pleased to dwell with her, let her not leave him. So if you have a husband who doesn't believe, as long as you're keeping those laws, statutes, and commandments, you know, if he's an Israelite man, just keep keeping those commandments, and eventually that brother shall come into the truth. If not, he could be sanctified by you. I mean, you prove that. It says, for the unbelieving husband is sanctified by the wife, and the unbelieving wife is sanctified by the husband. Elsewhere your children are unclean, but now they are holy. But if the unbelieving depart, let them depart. A brother or sister is not under bondage in such cases, but God hath called us to peace. Now, is this a law? No. So I gotta say that, right? But understanding who you are and how you have to deal with things, you have to go throughout this first 5 books and understand how we deal with marriage, so that the next man that you deal with, as the brother was bringing up, you know, we believe sex is marriage. We have some Israelite.
How many wives can you have?
Well, as many as you can take care of.
Yes,
Right.
You can't take care of more than one. If you can't even take care of one, you don't get married. Straight up.
So you have to be able to take care of your
You
wife.
gotta be able to take care of your wife.
Okay,
Food,
so
raiment, and shelter.
if you feel like you can take care of more than one, and the wife like, nah, I don't. I just want this. Then what? She just has to deal
Not
with
up to
that.
her. She
Oh,
gotta-
but here's the
I
thing.
wanna-
But I'm gonna be honest with you. Think of this society's kind of led you to believe that, and emotionally,
I can't have another husband.
well, listen, emotionally speaking, you don't want another husband, and a lot of times, you know, it might hurt, but honestly speaking, if that man can take care of you and another woman, and you have help, so you ain't gotta be responsible for all the dishes, all the kids, all the this, all of that, cooking and all that. If you split the difference between you and your
Trying to make it
sister,
look good.
hey, you know what I mean? You got more time to chill, shop, and do whatever it is. Because, you know, some of our brothers have put us on game now. I've had different opinions on some of the things some of our brothers say, but I listen to what they have to say. I hear the whole matter, then I make a decision if this is how I want to deal with things. But some of the brothers have brought it out that, hey, you know, you being an Israelite man, sometimes you got to give your wife some money to, you know, to have fun. You got to give her a lifestyle. Take care. That's part of taking care of her.
But the girl lady already have her own money.
If you already got
If
your
we're
own
being
money,
honest,
that's
if we're
cool.
being honest,
Yeah.
no woman wants to, whether she got her own money or not, she don't want to deal with no man who can't give her a lifestyle.
Exactly.
So,
But I'm saying
that
like the
brother-
women that got their own money, they own
they still want a
everything.
brother with more money than
Not
them.
really.
That's
not if
right.
I'm not a materialistic person.
Right. That's all praises. That's right.
But you want a man to provide.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
my
praise.
basic need.
But you know, the point of the matter is,
But
if that man is able to take care of you and another woman, it might bother you at first, but if we're being honest, he still has to deal with y'all according to how these scriptures say. So ain't no threesomes going on. Ain't no weird stuff. He can't be just doing whatever he want to
I
do.
don't know.
All willy-nilly.
If the Hebrew Israelites,
But
if
here's the
they
thing,
if you can have
still
one,
can
I
be
don't want
homosexuality.
I don't want a husband that got more than one
I mean,
woman.
the threesome don't have to be.
You gotta understand, not everybody believes
Because
that.
to me that's adultery. What's adultery then?
Adultery
Where
is
does
when a man
adultery come
sleeps
in?
with another man's wife.
In the eyes of the
Okay, and
Bible.
what's fornication?
Fornication is when, like I said, it's an umbrella. So you also got like things like prostitution in there. So if I just go sleep with a prostitute, that'd be fornication. If I go,
So you don't look at it like two people that's not married having sex is
I see
fornication.
what you're saying.
no, that's the Bible doesn't say that. Unless it's a situation of prostitution, unless it's a situation of like prostitution or something like that, somebody trying to just.
So you
Now, if
saying
I-
they don't have to
now-
be married out here and they just sleep together?
Well,
They,
yeah, that's fornication. That'd be fornication. You get what I'm saying? They are marrying, but it's fornication.
Now-
It sounds confusing, but
it's fair.
you're not supposed to be out here having casual sex. Is my
Well,
point.
but brother, we have to put it in perspective too. We're talking about two virgins. We're talking about virgins.
Well,
How many people are coming together to have sex who are virgins nowadays? Let's be honest about it.
And that's what I'm trying to tell my people. Like, well, when I was coming out the world, you worry about his side. I said you wouldn't have been with no man. Your side is gonna fit because it ain't never been over.
Yeah.
So whatever you could
You don't have to worry about comparing him to somebody else.
That's right.
That's half the
But
problem.
the point I was making is you were saying you don't
I'm
want to
telling
deal.
you, because I've been through so much.
You gotta understand.
I'm telling you.
You don't have to deal with no brother who wants to deal with multiple women. You don't have to deal with no brother.
But he might be with the list like him and then get me in that thing and then be like, well, I'm gonna take on
Well,
another wife.
well, real quick, I'm gonna give you a quick breakdown on that. The scriptures talk about, and I believe Sirach, it says, be continuously with a godly man, and also prove a friend first, right? So when we get into this Israelite way of living, right? What we understand is, ain't no 2-3 months. I love you. Let's go lay down. We talking 6 months to a year plus that you courting these people. It ain't just by yourself. It can't just be all up in his house and he all up in your house unsupervised. We
Okay.
talking about brothers and
I
sisters
thought
are
you meant like
monitoring.
you meet somebody and then
No, this ain't
I'm
Christian
talking about
mingle or
having-
nothing like
yeah.
that. We ain't doing it.
But y'all not having sex, y'all working on yourselves. You see what I'm saying? So before y'all even lay down and become one,
yeah.
you get what I mean? That's what we talking about, that marriage
Okay,
part of
you
it.
ain't understand
So you
that.
gotta prove that, brother. Now, do that proving part says y'all courting. This is where you're gonna find out, hey,
If he can take care of me, and
if he
give
can
me
take
the
care of
lifestyle,
you,
if
if
I
he's
can finish
interested.
myself,
Because even though brothers might be able to take care of more than one woman, not every brother wants to take care of more than one
I don't.
woman. It
I
could
got
be-
a wife. I'm done.
It could be a headache.
I'm telling you, I'm done.
It could be a
so
headache
you're
for
not
some
gonna
of
do it.
us.
You're not gonna go one day.
Not in this kingdom.
Yeah.
Kingdom after this one, and
Yeah.
with Yahweh shot. Oh yeah.
'Cause-
But while our women are wilding out, no OnlyFans and twerking on it, nah, man.
But even with that, you gotta understand, when brothers that take this way of life seriously, you gotta understand that we not just coming over here getting our rocks off and then chucking up the deuce. These women, we have to take care of them, man. So if you, like you said, we gotta be able to take care of them. They got rent, hey brother,
Oh,
Yeah.
so you mean like they gonna take care of the rent
gotta
and all
take
that
care-
stuff?
they have to
Like,
take
care
so,
of
it.
so my
Food,
money will be my
raiment.
money.
they gotta take
What
care
about
of
my
your
money?
clothes.
I don't have to give the man my money
But
You gotta, no, he is in control.
Yeah, he is in control of that.
concerning that.
of my
So
own
if
money
you working,
too.
yes. Yes.
I
So he has to
retired.
be
I
able-
retired 2 years ago.
He has to
So,
be able to
I got-
fund your
Nice.
food, your raiment, your clothing, and he
Yeah.
also has to
With
provide
my
the needs
money?
of a husband.
But with my
Being
money,
sexually.
he's gonna provide with my money. You mean like use my money?
But
I
that's
don't-
that's
I
what we're
don't- I
telling
don't-
you
I
to
don't-
vet the man so that you know who you're getting with. Because if you're getting with a broke dude who ain't got no money, how's he
Right.
gonna lead a household?
Right. Now the sister did bring out a good point. It's not all about money, right?
It's
Through this
not,
proven
but
process,
I'm tired of being a man in my relationship.
through this proven
I'm
process,
done.
you have to understand, you have to find out what this man is about. Now, I brought it out several
Right now, I'm
times.
in the
but
house, but I don't even.
the way we are vetting each other is not, it's not conducive to our lifestyle. We're looking at something that's fine and ready to go. We're not looking at if they can count to 3, without using their hands. We're not finding people with some good credit history, and if
She
we
a
do-
homemaker.
If we do, we're going to other people, other nations like our oppressors and getting good credit off of them and, trying to live it like that. Nah, we need to find our own
This
people.
was
and-
wonderful.
You know what
I
I'm
wish
saying?
I was
So,
back down here.
It's not about, and like I was saying, if you taking care of multiple women, hey, they both getting on your tail. You got to deal with that, brother.
But that's what I'm saying. But you saying taking care of?
If
What
he
if the
does.
woman already got her and she ain't got? He don't need to take care of her, but he gonna take her money and take care of her?
No. See, but again, the scriptures talk about this. I have family members who live in that situation.
I
The
know what
scriptures
you
talk about
said.
this. God looks at them as an infidel.
That's right.
Yeah.
You can't take care.
You know what I mean?
Worse than an
Infidel,
infidel.
that's right.
Worse. Not
They
just
have
an
rejected
infidel.
the faith.
Worse.
An
So,
invader. An invader or a stranger.
or like a rebel or you know an enemy. An enemy of God. Right. So if you can't take care of multiple, there ain't no running around, you know, playing with our sisters' lives like that. You need to hunker down and be able to take care. So with that being said, that man has to build himself up to be somebody before he even can consider having more than one wife or even having one wife in some situations. So, you know, it's not, it sounds like it's glorifying the man in some kind of weird way, but in all honesty, it's not, you know, it's just conducive for our society.
Hey, y'all, we gonna sign off. We at 7 hours, man. Shalom.